took it in his hands and examined it carefully, and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. This wheat flour is very different from their flour, and the whiteness of the flour alone cannot be compared. Moreover, the flour particles are very fine and uniform, and the faint wheat aroma is also very soft. The old wizard cast an identification spell and solved all the problems. I have to say that this magic is very wonderful. There are two spells that Zhang Jianzhan really wants to learn, one of which is the identification spell, and the other is the cleaning spell, which is a must-have for lazy people. No matter how dirty the clothes are or how messy the house is, there is nothing that cannot be solved with one cleaning technique. If there is, there are two. Once you learn the art of identification, you will never have to worry about the authenticity and age of antiques again. The old wizard's face was full of smiles at this moment, and he had completely lost the demeanor of a great wizard. Dear Zhang, how much of this flour do you have? We also take wheat grains. We can negotiate anything you want. Zhang Jianzhan saw the old master's smiling face. My anus couldn't help but tighten. My goodness, this old wizard doesn't have any quirks, does he? He looks so righteous outside, but becomes a little vulgar here. Zhang Jianzhan smiled mysteriously. A transaction from another dimension begins. Respected Grand Master and respected Duke Fortagen, I have over 1,000,000 kilograms of flour. It all depends on your sincerity. The two bosses stood up at once, looked at each other and gasped. You have to know that there are less than 100,000 soldiers in Stormwind City, and 1,000,000 kilograms of flour can be steamed into soft bread. If combined with various grains, it can last at least 10 days. You should know that bread is softer than steamed buns. Combined with the bone soup, it is enough to sustain them for a while, which is simply great news. Although war control is now in effect, we cannot force citizens to eat our food. Otherwise, if it causes civil unrest and mutiny, it will be really over. After thinking about all this, the two bosses looked at each other with burning eyes. So the three of them began the second round of negotiations. After more than an hour of heated discussion and argument, the two sides finally reached their respective demands. During the negotiation, Zhang Jianzhan wanted to escape several times and flash into the space to end this journey to another world. The old wizard's fiery gaze gave him goosebumps. Zhang Jianzhan felt that this wretched old man had no ill intentions, so he completed the transaction with trepidation. Zhang Jianzhan harvested more than 30 kinds of medicinal seeds and 100 gold coins. The old wizard almost jumped up and down over the amount of mithril. Zhang Jianzhan had to use a lot of words and persuasion to get more than 800 grams of mithril. The measurement unit used in this world is similar to ounces, so Zhang Jianzhan of course only calculates weight according to his own standards. You should know that a high-quality enchanted weapon only has a few grams of mithril mixed on the blade. The staff was just on the magic circuit, outlined with a little bit of mithril. When Zhang Jianzhan wanted to take a look at his staff, the old wizard almost wanted to use a fire explosion to destroy his body. This black-haired boy is more greedy and cunning than a goblin. The old wizard felt that the piece of mithril was already a bit beyond his means, and this kid also stole an alchemy notebook. It would be helpful if Zhang Jianzhan asked for the alchemy notes. It would be useless if he didn't know how to identify so many medicinal herbs. He collected the alchemy notes and exchanged them for some magic test tubes and a crucible. If you can learn how to make many potions by yourself, you will be really rich. What he didn't expect was that this small action of his would actually create a huge pharmaceutical business empire. Of course, this is a later story, let's not talk about it for now. In the end, in order to save his own life, Zhang Jianzhan had to take out more than 1,000 kilograms of watermelon and 2,000 kilograms of radish and place them on the open space of the conference room. The two bosses exclaimed again, they were exhausted by the war. I haven't eaten delicious fruits for a long time. Such a thick and long white radish is very delicious. When the two big guys were holding the watermelon and eating it, they finally showed a satisfied smile. The two sides reached a deal in this friendly and warm atmosphere. Then the two sides began to hand over items to each other, and the white flour was unloaded from the air from the Stormwind granary. The soldiers who were watching over the warehouse shed tears of excitement, for they knew that the granary was empty. It's not a good feeling to have no food and be on the verge of starvation. There is a saying that goes, food and fodder must be sent before the army moves. Fighting a war without food will disrupt the morale of the army. The two bosses were also so excited that their faces flushed. Once the food problem was solved, the morale of the army would naturally be boosted. I am no longer so desperate about this orc war. The old wizard used the wizard's eye and identification skills to confirm that the weight and quantity were correct, and then he insisted on taking Zhang Jianzhan to see their King Ryan. Dear Zhang, I believe King Lane will surely treat you well and commend you for your contribution to Stormwind Kingdom this time. Zhang Jianzhan was frightened and waved his hands quickly. He didn't want to see these royal members. The nobles would drink until midnight at boring banquets. Add to that the cumbersome aristocratic etiquette, boring balls, and these old-fashioned aristocrats are not easy to deal with. How many nobles can still live a life of luxury during the war? Their arrogance will not allow them to show kindness to a stranger, and they are always on guard against anyone trying to take advantage of their interests. It is absolutely necessary to stay away from the political center. Respected Duke, dear Archmage, I'm a little overdrawn on my magic power today. Please forgive my impoliteness. We'll talk about it next time if we have a chance, but I can trade you one more recipe at the end. If you're interested, I'll also give you a free blueprint for a catapult, which is perfect for your current war situation. The two bosses became interested and the three of them returned to the conference room. Duke Fortagen is no longer facing a food crisis, and the warrior's bold character is revealed. Sitting on the chair, he laughed and said, Dear John, I am looking forward to you giving us another miracle. This time you can bring me a huge surprise. The old master also watched Zhang Jianjun with great interest. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, Your Excellency the Duke, I think your goblin explosives are too low quality. I have an explosives formula that can increase the power of this gunpowder by more than 10 times. The two of them stood up in an instant, looking at Zhang Jianjun with their mouths wide open and horror on their faces. Just think about it, if we had several thousand kilograms of this explosive, wouldn't it be able to change the outcome of a war? The great wizard rushed forward excitedly and hugged Zhang Jianjun's shoulders. Dear Zhang, no, my god, by the Titans, you can't lie and tell the truth, right? Zhang Jianjun wiped the saliva from his face helplessly. This plane was either too hot or mentally abnormal. The old wizard smiled awkwardly and let go of his hand. Zhang, what do you need? As long as what you say is true, I will try my best to meet all your needs. Zhang Jianjun took a sip of the tea made with tranquilizing flowers, straightened his clothes and cleared his throat. Seeing that the old wizard was about to explode again, he quickly said, I need an epic level staff. I don't think you have a legendary level one. The two bosses twitched their lips. Wow, it's a legendary level item. It seems that only Guardian Medivh has it in Stormwind. This legendary star wizard, the Guardian of Terafaz, should still be suppressing the void demons in the magic tower in Karajan. I haven't heard from him for a long time, and besides, he is not someone a great wizard like me can see. But if it is really as this kid said, I can only take out the staff I have treasured for 30 years. I would never exchange this staff even if I die. A great wizard's staff is equal to his life. The reason why Zhang Jianjun dared to be so arrogant was mainly because magic emphasizes equal exchange. During this period of time, they lacked means of attack. Although magic was powerful, it also needed to be restored. The old wizard touched the ring with pain, and a fiery red staff appeared in front of Zhang Jianjun. The staff had an exquisite shape and a smooth body that was more than 1 meter long. The 4 red gems on the top of the staff sparkled, and the intricate patterns were dizzying if one looked at them for a long time. It is the masterpiece of the dwarf master Rod Bronzebeard and was enchanted by the wizards of the Violet Academy. It is covered with magical circuits and exquisitely carved inscriptions. The archmage caressed the staff as if he were caressing his lover. This was given to me by my teacher 40 years ago when I became a three-ring mage. It has a beautiful name, the Jordan Staff. If what you say is true, then it belongs to you. Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up. This was a magical weapon from his time in U39. Of course, he was referring to the time when he was playing World of Warcraft in his previous life. At that time, it was a very valuable staff dropped in the world. I didn't expect to encounter it in real life. This exquisite little red staff is so beautiful. In fact, Zhang Jianjun wanted the staff because he was curious whether he could cast magic. The second is whether TNT explosives can change the outcome of this war. Without saying a word, Zhang Jianjun wrote down the formula on an A4 paper. There is no need to worry that they cannot make it. Some of the technologies in this dimension may not be available on Earth. It's just that they are a little biased. In the later stages of Titan technology, there are even wormhole spacecraft. TNT is white or amaranth-colored light yellow needle-shaped crystals. Chemical formula C6H2CH3, No2, 3. Molecular mass 227.13. Boiling point 240 degrees Celsius. Explosion. Melting point 80.3581.1 degrees Celsius. Relative density 1.654. Vapor pressure 0.046 mmHg, 82 degrees Celsius. Solubility hardly soluble in water, ethanol, and ether, easily soluble in chloroform, benzene, toluene, and acetone. Explosion limit 240 degrees Celsius. The old wizard picked up the translated TNT formula and disappeared in a flash. Duke Fortagen spread his hands. He went to the magic lab. Zhang Jianjun and Duke Fortagen are waiting for the return of the old wizard's experiment. An hour later, an explosion interrupted their conversation. The old wizard's face was dark, and his court robe turned into a strip of cloth. He suddenly appeared in the conference room in a magical light. The dark old face was full of excitement. Oh, my dear Zhang, this explosive is really powerful. If I hadn't activated the mana shield, I might have become a necromancer. Fort Agan, Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun was speechless. If he was killed in the explosion, he would be in big trouble. A court wizard died because of his own recipe, and he could not think of any other way except to run away. This time the old wizard did not hesitate and handed over the staff directly. Zhang, I hope you can treat this staff well. It carries the dream of a young wizard, but of course this wizard is no longer young. Zhang Jianjun was delighted, although he didn't know whether it would be useful or not. Although this staff is not ranked high among the epic level, it is an epic level staff after all and is also a top grade one. After taking the staff and putting it into the space, Zhang Jianjun began to draw again and gave them the catapult blueprint without hesitation. The two men took the catapult drawings and looked at them carefully. After Zhang Jianjun patiently explained the operating principles, the eyes of the two bosses became brighter and brighter. Stormwind City has a lot of stones, and even the entire street is paved with stones. There are cliffs behind, and there are plenty of rocks. Zhang Jianjun thought that this thing couldn't deal with professionals, but it was perfect for dealing with ordinary or catapults. Your Excellencies, you can actually pack the explosives into barrels, mix them with iron fragments, and have the Griffin Knights drop them from the air. You can also launch explosive packs from catapults, so you can create a continuous air-to-ground bombardment. Zhang Jianjun gave an eloquent explanation, and then instilled the carpet bombing of his previous life into the world. Finally, he added, the orcs probably drank the demon's blood, so their vision is poor at night and they won't attack. You can use aerial attacks to raid the camp at night. Wait until the explosion and then drop kerosene from the air. Wow, that would be a fantastic scene. Don't worry about chivalry, just the honor of nobility. Orcs don't deserve chivalry because they are invaders. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, it's time for your heavily armored knights to make their appearance. They'll dart back and forth in the firelight a few times for you to savor carefully. At this time, Lothar walked in from outside, clapping his hands as he walked, with his eyes shining with passion. A direct descendant of the noble Emperor Thoradin, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance of the Seven Kingdoms in the later period. After listening at the door for a long time, I couldn't help but walk in. He is a commander of military strategist level and the owner of the Ash Candy, the Sword of the Brotherhood. Anduin Lothar was still very young at this time, but his military talent seemed to be innate. Naturally, one could hear the effects of carpet bombing from land and air. Lothar placed one hand on his chest and performed a standard aristocratic etiquette, bending his waist slightly to show respect. Stranger, you have earned my respect. I am Anduin Lothar, and I salute you. Zhang Jianjun is okay at speaking inspiring articles and even at talking about military strategy on paper, but he is far inferior to the military strategist in front of him. He just relied on the military knowledge from his previous life and the known history of Warcraft. Zhang Jianjun extended his hand and said with a smile, I've long heard of your name, Anduin Lothar. Lhasa was stunned and stretched out his right hand, and the two big hands from different dimensions were clasped together. The old wizard used the magic photo stone to record this great moment. Later, when Stormwind City was rebuilt, a scene of the two men shaking hands was carved on a huge stone. Because of a name called TNT Explosives, it appeared in this world for the first time. It is a good explanation of what explosion is art. The appearance of a barrel of dynamite caused a large number of goblin merchants' engineering bombs to become unsaleable. Their inferior black powder became synonymous with garbage. From then on, the goblin hated an oriental merchant with black hair and black eyes. In anger, the Goblin Risk Company offered a huge reward of 100,000 gold coins to hire the thieves of Ravenholm to assassinate him. A master and 10 high-level thieves were dispatched to search everywhere for him, but this oriental man seemed to have disappeared in the long river of history. Only later on there was a half-elf whose name was a bit similar to his, and also had a very strange and difficult-to-pronounce name called Zhang Dekaya. I heard it comes from the Windrunner family of Kulthalas. Zhang Jianjun was honored as the father of TNT. Well, that's a story for later. The orc seemed a little abnormal today and did not launch a second attack in the afternoon. Bring a breath of respite to this scarred city. Zhang Jianjun walked through the streets and alleys of Stormwind City. He didn't know how long he would stay this time. He came to Jenny's tailor shop to buy some sweaters. He still remembered his mother-in-law's meaningful look. The tailor shop can even make magic robes, so woolen sweaters are no problem either. I spent 10 gold coins to buy a black magic robe. Why is it black? Of course it is for concealment. This magic robe has a built-in cleansing effect, which increases the effect of restoring mental strength. The enthusiastic blonde proprietress took the gold coins with a smile, straightened her sideburns and listened patiently to Zhang Jianjun's narration. I drew 3 sweater designs from memory, paid a deposit of 1 gold coin, and asked him to pick them up the next morning. He wouldn't mind being teleported back for just 1 gold coin. Under the curious and fiery gaze of the blonde proprietress, Zhang Jianjun walked out of the tailor shop in a dashing manner. Boss Jenny muttered that the black-haired boy's clothing style was very strange, so he took out a quill and started drawing on the parchment. The clothes on the screen seem strange and form-fitting, but in this industry, being trendy is what you want, isn't it? After the handshake mural came out, t-shirts and jeans became popular among young people around the world. Jang Jian-jun couldn't help but walk towards the dwarf tavern, but unfortunately he didn't see the familiar figure. When the dwarf saw Jang Jian-jun coming, his beard was shaking with laughter. He said warmly and ambiguously, "Oh, my dearest human friend, welcome back. Your lover just went out and said he would come to see you in the evening." Jang Jian-jun was speechless for a while. This short guy was very familiar. "I happened to be feeling hungry, so I ordered a steak and a spiced tenderloin that was said to be from Courtyard." This reminded Jang Jian-jun of the sea's daughter, Gianna. This famous magic princess should still be a little girl in her teens during this period of time. Prince Arthas of Lord Aaron is only 13 or 14 years old now. This late Lich King is still a little blonde boy. When Jang Jian-jun took out the jar of white wine, Lao Tam took out a large teacup. There was no point in drinking alone, so naturally he gave some to the dwarf. Listen to the dwarves telling stories about their hometown Iron Forge. When he was young, old Tam was a dwarf who loved freedom. When he left Iron Forge, he began to wander with his beloved hammer. More than 100 years later, on the way, I saw the majestic Stormwind City. He planned to stay here for a while. He was over 300 years old and felt a little homesick. The average lifespan of a dwarf is over 400 years. Later he met a human girl and settled down there. He has lived in this city for more than 30 years. After listening to the dwarf uncle's nagging, Jang Jian-jun couldn't help but feel dazed. He witnessed the First Orc War and met Lothar and Aliria. "So, Sylvanaz and I are relatives." Jang Jian-jun couldn't help but laugh and clinked glasses with the dwarf to celebrate his own bad taste. Under the dwarf's puzzled gaze, the person who whistled was the prelude to the dead. Whether you are living in a game or traveling through another dimension, it doesn't matter at this moment. Just enjoy life. After drinking, Jang Jian-jun did not go to the wall. In the afternoon, he bragged and drank water with Lao Tam. In the evening, Jang Jian-jun had dinner and lay down on the bed. A slender body in confusion, sitting on his waist. I took an inspiration capsule and got some very strange inspiration. Thanks to user 10287817 for sponsoring an additional chapter. There were bursts of earth-shaking explosions outside. 300 griffins of the Alliance rose into the sky, and under the control of the Griffin Knights, barrels of explosives mixed with kerosene were dropped like raindrops. On this night with flames blazing into the sky, the second floor seemed to be even more stuffy. That old wooden bed had nearly reached the end of its useful life. It's not the fault of poor quality, it was destroyed by a professional. The old dwarf looked at the floor above his head with resentment, because he found that the fat Lisa was coming towards him again. The shaking fat of the 1.8-meter tall figure was full of oppression, making the dwarf begin to doubt his life and think that the loud noise outside was a mockery of the king of the hill. He was a little angry. The dwarf's strength was also terrifying. Although he was short, his body width was almost the same as his height. He picked her up in the fat ant's horrified eyes. Yes, he picked up a human woman weighing nearly 200 kilograms. Heading to the backyard, Keelrogue was numb, and so was Gul'dan. They were covered in black smoke and fire, and their robes and warlord armor were blown to pieces. Isn't it said that humans attach great importance to chivalry? What the hell are these barrels of bombs? Don't they always dare to take the initiative to attack? Looking at the countless orcs in the orc camp wailing in the sea of fire, they began to doubt their lives for the first time. No, it should be said that they doubted their animal lives. They had also bought gunpowder from the goblins, but the inferior bombs were not as good as the stones thrown by the orcs. Why was the explosion so violent? Countless question marks flashed across the faces of the two old orcs. Goblins are a race without moral integrity. As long as the Lich has gold coins, they will sell anything they want. They have a catchphrase, "Time is money, my friend." Gul'dan angrily shot a group of shadow arrows into the sky, and wailing sounds mixed with roars spread from the air into the distance. More than a dozen human knights and griffins fell from the sky. The old warlock's hair and beard were all spread out, and his magical powers were fully unleashed. The shadow energy fluctuations on his body were like a tide of darkness. With a wave of his hand, countless shadow arrows shot into the sky, and humans lost dozens of griffins in an instant. When the leader of the Griffin Knights, Weinhardus, saw this, he quickly waved his flag to change the formation and disperse. Just as Gul'dan was about to start another killing spree and summon void demons, countless black spots flew over. The old warlock was so frightened that he cast a flash spell, but no matter how powerful the shadow shield was, it could not withstand countless bombs. The Suicide Squad soldiers, who were determined to die, had pushed the catapults to a point 500 meters in front of the two armies in the dark. They had buried explosives under their bodies so that if they were surrounded they would all die together. The catapults must not fall into the hands of the enemy. After repeated calibrations and replacement of explosive packs, 20 large catapults bared their fangs in this world. Guided by aerial griffin scouts, catapults madly launched bags of explosives or boulders. The orcs were stunned by the explosion and completely lost their sense of direction. There were countless orcs in the army who were not wearing armor, and they were running around like headless flies, making a mess. Keelrogue felt choked up when he saw the sea of fire, and a war roar calmed the nearby orc soldiers. They began to prepare to retreat a distance to the mountain behind, and several young sword masters of the Fireblade clan began to attack. The strange row of catapults became their target. They are naturally orcs who have never drunk the blood of demons, so the sword master must always keep a clear and sharp mind. With one shadow step, more than a dozen sword masters seemed to blend into the air, and no trace of their figures could be seen. They jumped between the main plane and the shadow plane, and the scene before them was black and white in the eyes of the sword master. Their blade storms have long been thirsty, and only killing can allow them to demonstrate the art of assassination. Just as the sword masters were approaching the target within 100 meters and were about to launch the wind step to quickly eliminate the group of soldiers next to the catapult, the city gate in the distance suddenly opened wide, and Anju and Lothar took the lead, leading 400 heavily armored knights to rush over. They wore armor with glittering runes, and in the dark night they looked like murderous steel cans. Its own weight reaches an astonishing 500 kilograms, and when the kingdom's warhorse is covered in heavy armor, it is like a tank weighing tons. There is no doubt that this is the ultimate power in the era of cold weapons and also the last elegy of a kingdom. If they don't come back, it means the war is lost. Dying on the way to charge is their greatest honor. The rumbling sound of iron hooves is like the roar of the sea, hitting the hearts of the orcs. The ground was shaking. A dozen young sword masters took one look and ran away. There is no doubt that if they were not killed by the iron hooves in a head-on collision, they would be torn into pieces by the long knight spears strung together like a gourd. No melee fighter dares to confront this ultimate power head-on. Anju and Lothar roared and raised the kingdom defender in his hand high. For the glory of Stormwind Kingdom, charge for the alliance. The torrent of armor began to gradually accelerate, leaving only a gap at the eyes in the full body armor. There was a fighting spirit of facing death as they followed their young general into the sea of fire. The darkness was as bright as day under the light of the fire, illuminating the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. The orcs were nailed together by the thick and long knight spears, and some were directly knocked away by tons of warhorses, leaving a trail of blood mist. Lothar wielded the greatsword like a god of death. Every time he swung it, several orc heads fell to the ground, and the blood-red fury slash was like a meat grinder. A charge by the heavy cavalry directly cleared an area of the field, and then they turned their horses' heads and accelerated for the second and third time. This violent aesthetic of the cold weapon era was presented to the orcs for the first time. They were scared and horrified. They didn't expect that weak humans could have such cavalry. I originally thought that my strength was unmatched, but now I know that humans also possess ultimate power. After several charges by 400 heavily armored knights, more than 80 knights were laid to rest forever in this land, but they left behind a legend for future generations to sing about. It is a great and tragic story. The heavy cavalry was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The orcs no longer paid attention to the roars of the warlords and dropped their weapons and fled. It's fried and burned, and then it's hit by this tin can. Just run away. The greenskins who drank the devil's blood were still resisting subconsciously, and all the yellow-skinned orcs ran away. Their brains may not be very good, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. Keelrogue drew the giant axe from his waist and looked at the weapon stained with the blood of countless humans. He sighed and placed it on his neck. Just as he was about to make a move, he was held down by several guards. They carried their desperate clan chief and fled to the back mountain, and the powerful Gul'dan had long since disappeared. He only worked for the void demons, not for their so-called great chief. On the bronze dragon throne in the caverns of time, a head as big as a hill opened its vertical pupils. Interesting, a visitor from another world has arrived on this continent. It actually changed the timeline of Azeroth. Crow me. A little dwarf lowly with pigtails came running over, skipping and jumping. Mother, why did you summon me? Kid, someone has tampered with the timeline, the node Stormwind City. The little dwarf girl glanced at the huge hourglass. I understand, mother. A 200-meter-long bronze dragon soared into the sky. They have a cool name. Timekeeper. The explosion stopped and so did the ones upstairs. The old dwarf also showed a long-lost smile, and the war seemed to have stopped when he looked at the limp Lisa beside him. The magic tower in Stormwind City lit up all the magic lamps, illuminating half of Stormwind City as bright as day. The anxious citizens all poured into the streets, waiting for the judgment of fate or the triumph of the hero, because their king, Ryan, also stood on the wall with his crown. This was a man as big as a lion, with golden hair and a thick beard. He was waiting for his brother's return. Yes, in his eyes, Lothar was his brother. Because the Anjuan family gave up the throne. No one's bloodline can compare with Anjuan's family, because he is the direct descendant of Emperor Thoradin. The area was filled with anxious nobles, and the evening banquet was interrupted by the explosion. They seemed to have just realized that war was right before their eyes. No one was not afraid of death, and the nobles were even more afraid of death. On the second floor of the dwarf tavern. John, you may have changed history. My dear, history cannot be changed, but this war may be changed. Why? Because this continent is about to face more disasters. Hee, I find you a bit like a charlatan in the church. Are you a prophet, dear John? You might not believe me when I say I'm a time traveler, because you've been in my history. Oh, then tell me what my final outcome was. John Jianjun hugged the elf in front of him tighter, feeling a little heavy-hearted because he knew the time when the elf would die. But he was just a passing traveler on this continent and had no way to change all the destinies. Even if he could stay, he couldn't change. He was still too weak. A great wizard can beat him, not to mention that there are 5 guardian dragons in this world. There are so many terrifying existences such as the Void Demon, the Lich King, the Old God, the Dark Titan, and he doesn't want to die. John Jianjun said seriously, Aurelia, can you listen to me and leave your hometown in 10 years? When the elf heard John Jianjun's serious words, he poked his head out of his arms and said in confusion, Dear John, why is this? You are not going to tell me that you are really a prophet. John Jianjun stroked the elf's ears, causing Aliria's face to blush. The most sensitive part of an elf is its ears, which can only be touched by their husbands. Because I have a spell called astrology, which is similar to what you call a prophet. Aurelia became interested and asked curiously, John, what have you discovered? What prophecies are there? Please believe me, in a dozen years, this continent will be invaded by demons and a natural disaster will break out. This place has been targeted by the Void Demon, and the orcs are just an appetizer. Don't think that you will fight the orcs to the death now. In the future, you may unite with the orcs and fight against the undead scourge together. John Jianjun started to talk excitedly, when suddenly he heard a murmur in his mind. It was a strange and confusing language, like a knife twisting in the brain. John Jianjun was covered in cold sweat and didn't dare to say anything more. The elf was startled and sat up without caring about revealing her body. She looked at the pale face in front of her and asked with concern, John, what's wrong with you? John Jianjun was so shocked that it took him a while to recover. He gave a bitter laugh and said, I may have been warned by some ancient being. Just remember not to be in Colthalis for a dozen years. Aurelia looked at John Jianjun for a while, thinking something in her mind. She remembered the scourge of the undead. John Jianjun just felt like his brain was about to explode, and the entire void seemed to be imprisoned. If I guessed correctly, it was either a void warrior or the bronze dragon, one of the 5 guardian dragons, who had set his sights on him. He was just selling a secret recipe for explosives. The little dwarf lowly stood in the time tunnel and looked at the 2 people. She stood in front of them but they ignored her. This is the terrifying power of time. Her father, Nozdormu, can even turn back time. This is the legendary time as supreme and space as king. Chromie stared curiously at the man on the collapsed bed. A strange human with black hair and black eyes. Why does he know the timeline of Azeroth? There's no void power left on his body, proving he's neither from the void nor from the Shadow Realm. It's not from a branch of the timeline. Could it be from the universe outside the starry sky? It seems that this is the only trace left in this world. Oh, my mind seems a little confused. This is strange. Chromie muttered to himself while looking at John Jianjun back and forth. It seems that we have to talk to him. This abominable human boy made the great master Chromie fly halfway across the continent. The elf saw that the human had recovered and was about to jump up and mount his horse again, interrupted by a clear child's voice. Elf, can you wait a moment? I want to say a few words to your little lover. The 2 were shocked. 2 elven short blades appeared in Aliria's hands. The clothes were put on in an instant as if they had never been taken off. This reminded John Jianjun of changing equipment with one click. Suddenly, a khaki barrier appeared, like an eggshell, enveloping the 3 people inside. Aliria put down her short blade. The rangers were knowledgeable and knew that the one in front of them was a bronze dragon. The time barrier in front of us is the best proof that time has stopped inside the barrier at this moment. Even if you chat in there for a whole day and night, when you leave, it will still be the same time as when you first came in. John Jianjun, where are you from? Don't tell me you're from Pandoria. You are not from this time and space at all. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself. Please call me the Great Lord Chromie. The elf also pricked up his ears, because no one could make more accurate judgments than the one in front of him. John Jianjun gave a bitter smile. He didn't expect that she would really come. The dwarf lowly in front of him looked cute and adorable. Her wingspan is a behemoth that spans several hundred meters. I can't go back to the space now because time has been imprisoned and space has been locked. Respected Master Chromie, I come from the Virgo supercluster and accidentally encountered interstellar turbulence and fell here. But I will be back to my hometown soon, and I have a one-time return teleport. Chromie smiled faintly and said, Human, although you have concealed your method of return, please tell me why you know the history of Azeroth. Master Chromie will be very angry if you lie again. I don't mind teleporting you into the void turbulence. Since you're from another world, you should know what void turbulence is. It's said that being torn apart instantly doesn't hurt at all. Jang Jian-jun felt his scalp tingling. This cute little loli was too cruel. Looking at the little girl's eyes flashing yellow, I can only tell the truth. In the eyes of truth, all lies are a joke. This dimension of yours was once a game I played. It was called Warcraft and came from Storm Entertainment. Jang Jian-jun gave an eloquent introduction, just like a very honest primary school student. You have to be honest. Fighting with this guy is just a joke. Not to mention magic, a breath of dragon flame would turn him into ashes. A beautiful elf girl, a bronze dragon loli, listening to the black-haired human telling stories. When the two finished listening to Jang Jian-jun's story, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. As expected, the universe is an infinite multidimensional space. Even they, as bronze dragons, only have a partial understanding of it. The universe is so vast that the technological dimension is too small for them. According to Jang Jian-jun's explanation, Cromie believed that it might be a piece of debris from a fallen titan that passed through the space barrier and fell into that starry sky. After being discovered by a lucky human, he realized that this must be the history of their plane. Otherwise, a plane of lower civilization would not be able to understand it so clearly. Such a small planet could probably be destroyed by a demigod. Cromie let down his guard, and in the eyes of truth, he saw that this human was not lying. What bronze dragons fear is the invasion of higher-level civilizations. They don't even take such low-level civilizations seriously. You should know that the sword dropped by Sargeras almost pierced the entire continent of Azeroth. The entire continent of Azeroth plus the Endless Sea is estimated to be dozens of times larger than the so-called Earth. Cromie left as quietly as he came, and before leaving he warned Jang Jian-jun not to change the timeline again. Jang Jian-jun had a feeling that he was going to return, and this feeling was very strange. It might be tonight or tomorrow. Looking at the elf next to him staring at him curiously, Jang Jian-jun's old face couldn't help but turn red with embarrassment, remembering that he said he was from Pandaria. Dear Illyria, what are you thinking? Do you think I, a stranger from another land, am still quite handsome? Actually, I should be pretty good among the elves, right? Aurelia burst out laughing, and sweet dimples appeared on her pretty face. Dear Jang, if you were to fall into a group of male elves, no one would pay attention to you. At most, they would just be curious about your black hair. But I can tell you a good news. A fragment of your soul remains in my blood. Jang Jian-jun was confused as to what this meant. What soul fragments were they being stripped away like a warlock? My dear, I'm a little confused by this. What humans fear most is damage to their own souls. Please don't scare me. Seeing Jang Jian-jun's confused look, Feng Xing's revealed her maternal radiance. Because of our extremely long lifespans, we elves have always had difficulty conceiving. This has always been a drawback of the immortal race. The entire elf kingdom's population is basically stable at around 100,000. Even if the Sun King offered rewards to encourage childbirth, they still don't want to have children. No one wants to waste their long lifespan educating children, because elves are minors until they are 80 years old. This has resulted in many elves only pursuing pleasure and learning the art of boring dances. Elves have always been very concerned about the purity of their bloodline, and naturally disdain humans who have only lived for 100 years. By the time an elf returns from a trip, humans may have already been replaced. Our natural affinity for perception makes us highly perceptive. So this time I feel like there's a hint of human soul in my blood. So congratulations, Jang, you're a father. Jang Jian-jun opened his mouth wide. What? He became a father after coming to this other world? This is a bit too nonsensical. Does turning on full agility make it easier to get pregnant? Jang Jian-jun felt a burst of ecstasy mixed with a hint of sadness. He hugged Illyria tightly and didn't know what to say. After a while, he said, Aurelia, come back to my world with me. This world is too dangerous and I don't want you to get hurt. Aurelia smiled and said, Dear Jang, elves only fall in their own lands. Even if they die outside, their souls will drift back to their homeland. But please rest assured that I will take good care of our child. Jang Jian-jun was in an extremely complicated mood, but what could he do? I was just warned by the bronze dragon, and if I continue talking, I probably won't be able to go back. He just became a father and now he has to be separated from his parents forever. This fucked up feeling is really uncomfortable. Even if he could bring Aurelia back, how would he face his lover over there? What would happen if you returned to your original world and found an elf with pointy ears? It is impossible to keep Aurelia in the space forever. He is not so selfish as to meet her in the space every time. It's not funny at all for a freedom-loving elf to be a canary. This damn system is so unreliable. There has been no movement since the first time it dinged. If we wait for this guy to wake up, we must ask the system how to come back. Jang Jian-jun felt a little confused. He didn't expect things to get out of hand. It would be fine if I didn't know, but what the hell is going on? Seeing Jang Jian-jun's complicated expression, Aurelia kissed him with her beautiful lips. A human shouldn't be more sentimental than an elf. Come on, my warrior. In the middle of the night, on the collapsed bed upstairs, another long battle began. 100,000 words omitted here. In the early morning, the entire Storm Kingdom was immersed in a sea of joy. The citizens who had not dared to show up for a long time all came out of their homes. This was great news of the day. The orcs retreated. No matter whether they would come again or not, at least this orc army retreated completely. Zhang Jianjun placed 10 jars of spiritual spring water in the space in front of Aurelia. Just think of it as child support for the child you've never met. He didn't know whether his action would change the fate of the elves' addiction to magic. When Illyria saw so many alchemical potions, her blue eyes were wide open and her long eyelashes were trembling. In addition to the immense joy, there was also a slight sense of loss, proving that this alien might be about to leave. The two walked side by side on the streets of Stormwind, arm in arm like a couple in love. None of them said goodbye because they knew this was the last time. Zhang Jianjun first went to Jenny's tailor shop, paid the remaining balance, and took the turtleneck sweater he had ordered. As soon as I stuffed the clothes into the space, that strange feeling finally came. As if it was fate, the vortex on the wrist lit up. Zhang Jianjun walked to the edge of the moat and looked at the elf beside him who seemed to be hesitant to speak. I will find a way to come back to this dimension to see you, my dear. Please believe me, we will meet again. Zhang Jianjun took out the space jade pendant that he got in the first plane. With a smile on his face, he said, Aurelia, tell her or him that this is a gift from his father. The elf also threw an emerald ring, which was a 10-cubic space ring. There seemed to be a mist in Aurelia's eyes, and she hugged Zhang Jianjun's neck tightly. Neither of them spoke at this moment. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jianjun pushed away the elf in front of him. He smiled, waved his hand, and suddenly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there. Windrunner looked towards the horizon of Stormwind City. The blue eyes seemed to penetrate the void. We'll meet again, right? I think so. After feeling weightless and looking at the familiar space, Zhang Jianjun felt as if he was in another world. He first sat by the ancient well to calm his mind for a while, then took a deep breath and smiled. It seemed not bad to have a half-elf descendant. Then he looked at his wrist and saw that only 4 hours had passed. A day in Azeroth is 25 magic clocks, and I stayed there for almost 2 days and 2 nights. However, it was almost night when I passed through, and the fruits and vegetables in the space were ripe. He started to get busy. Zhang Jianjun harvested all the wheat first. Then he scattered the rare herbal seeds he brought with him on more than 20 acres of land according to various types. The harvest this time can be said to be quite huge. 32 kinds of exotic herbs have made their home in this magical land. The most common one is the tranquilizing flower, which is everywhere in Elwyn Forest. This variety alone is planted on more than 5 acres of land. Even if the tranquilizing flower is not used for alchemy, it can be dried and used to make tea. It has a good effect of calming the mind and refreshing the brain, and has no side effects. It has a good therapeutic effect on insomnia, unlike tea and coffee in this world, which can make you unable to sleep if you drink too much. Then use the alchemical crucible to refine it into a potion, which is the world's most perfect calming drink. You can also use it with silverleaf grass to make a primary healing potion. Drinking a bottle will definitely make your wounds heal quickly. All that white medicine and exclusive formula are nothing compared to the healing potion. Zhang Jianjun took out his alchemy notes and compared them while planting. The second most common seed is naturally silverleaf, which is also the herb required for primary healing potions. Zhang Jianjun sorted the herbs while planting, separating the common herbs from the rare ones. Livengrowth is even more amazing. In addition to being able to be used to refine powerful healing potions, it also has a miraculous effect. It can be used to make soup and is an absolute aphrodisiac. Zhang Jianjun touched his old waist and smiled with satisfaction. He almost couldn't get out of bed last night. The body of this kind of professional is simply too strong. When all the herb seeds are planted, Zhang Jianjun looked at the 2 dried green flowers in his hand, which were actually emitting strange energy fluctuations. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help feeling helpless. This dry and very rare herb is the black lotus, and it seems that there is no need to grow it anymore. When Zhang Jianjun was about to start harvesting other fruits and vegetables, there was a violent shaking in the space, much stronger than any other earthquake. The entire space is expanding rapidly, and the edge of the space is also rising rapidly. All the animals in the grove were frightened and ran away in all directions, as if a major earthquake had occurred in the small world. The ancient well also expanded, and the surrounding land was squeezed and cracked. Zhang Jianjun's mental strength is also slowly growing. There was a faint clicking sound in his mind, and his mental strength directly broke through to the 5th ring. This is the first time that mental strength has broken through before the chi refining stage. The expansion of space lasted for 5 minutes, whereas it used to take only tens of seconds. When Zhang Jianjun sent a thought, the space could no longer be measured in acres. It expanded to 5 square kilometers, and this extreme expansion surprised him. This change was so huge that Zhang Jianjun carefully thought about why there was such a big change. Could it be that the herbs from the higher demonic plane brought them here? This is the only explanation for the expansion. After taking a quick look, Zhang Jianjun could only vaguely see the space at the edge, and he felt dazed. Now this land has a bit of the flavor of a lord, but it is still too small compared to a lord. Looking at the small lake in the middle, it is obvious that it can no longer keep up with the situation. Zhang Jianjun pondered for a while about how to reform. Finally, they came up with a way to connect rivers, ditches and lakes in series. In this way, rivers and canals crisscross, meeting both the irrigation needs of plants and the drinking water needs of small animals. Zhang Jianjun thought of making rivers in the space, and the outline of the ditch gradually took shape. The center points are all concentrated at the location of the lake, and they have not been opened yet, otherwise the water level of the lake will dry up. All the various fish species were gone, and the space was divided into 5 categories: herbs, grains, fruits, livestock, mountainous areas, and fisheries. Then 6 wild boars were placed next to the mountain area and raised in captivity using the same method. In this way, your own space will gradually form an ecological system. Then divide the categories into small sections to make the entire space well organized. After Zhang Jianjun finished all this, he began to communicate with the spiritual sea through his thoughts. His spiritual consciousness has actually expanded to an area of 200 meters in radius. This huge increase in space has also caused his mental strength to increase. This time the range was directly increased by 50 meters. The lifting force also became about 5 tons. I didn't expect that the expansion of this space would also lead to a breakthrough in my mental power, which was a pleasant surprise. After Zhang Jianjun used his spiritual sense to estimate his own mental strength, he looked towards the ancient Lingquan well not far away. This time, the mouth of the ancient well has more than doubled in size, from the original 1.5 meters to more than 3 meters. It looked a bit like a small deep pool. The mental force probed downwards but was bounced away at 150 meters. Although the well depth has increased by 60 meters, which has not doubled, the area capacity has increased nearly 3 times when combined with the diameter. Zhang Jianjun was delighted and no longer worried. He broke through to the foundation building stage and drained the spiritual spring water. The concentration of spiritual energy in the space will gradually increase as the ancient well expands, so there is no need to worry about not being able to keep up with the practice. Zhang Jianjun felt that this trip to the plane was the one with the greatest gains. Of course, the first set of exercises does not count. Zhang Jianjun felt a little hungry, so he started to make barbecue. He hadn't seen his little babies for a few hours. This time Zhang Jianjun was also very generous. He planned to roast a whole lamb since the space would not be damaged anyway. To celebrate his great harvest in this alternate dimension, he also needed alcohol to stabilize his emotions. This feeling of being in another world is very bad, and he needs to integrate into the life of the main plane as soon as possible. After all, this is his real hometown. If every world were made of flesh and blood, I'd be really afraid that one day my spirit would really split apart. If he stayed longer and longer in the future, Zhang Jianjun thought he really needed to train his character. Roasted whole lamb is a traditional Chinese delicacy, also known as roasted lamb chops, roasted lamb tripe, roasted whole lamb, etc. It is usually prepared by cutting the lamb carcass into chunks or small pieces. Then it is baked in an oven. Roasted whole lamb is delicious and nutritious, and is a high-end delicacy. Roasted lamb is delicious, tender, and nutritious. It is one of the traditional Chinese delicacies and also a very popular dish. Of course, Zhang Jianjun didn't have so many tricks. He just hung the whole sheep on the barbecue grill. He controlled the temperature with his mind and began to flip the fire. With one thought, he locked onto the 2 kittens and brought them before his eyes. As soon as the 2 little kittens appeared, they smelled the aroma of barbecue, anxiously meowing in Zhang Jianjun's hands. Only then did he realize that when the leopard cat grew up a little, its cry was no different from that of a pet cat. Zhang Jianjun looked at the 2 cute little guys and laughed at their anxious looks. Gradually forget that sense of unreality as you interact with your pet. It's like finding the missing pieces of my soul. After a period of adjustment of mentality, Zhang Jianjun gradually recovered from his shock while enjoying the delicious food and wine. The 2 kittens snuggled at his feet. Little White and Little Black had bulging bellies. Occasionally makes a gurgling sound in the mouth. Zhang Jianjun sent the 2 leopard cats into the grove. So he picked up the 3 magic books given to him by Aurelia, sat by the ancient well and began to study them. Start with the first elementary magic book, and then compare the translated parchments with each other. In the game, magicians only have 3 magic systems in the early stages, but in reality there are too many systems. The energy system, the spirit system, the elemental system, the space system, the shadow system, the undead system, that is, the psychic system. The elemental system is actually divided into several major elemental spells. Necromancer is a forbidden spell. Kel'Thuzad was studying necromancy and was targeted by the Lich King Nizul. After such a careful study, Zhang Jianjun felt that he was thinking too much. Azrotha's magic system relies on the magic network, and it itself has 4 elemental demi-planes. The Blue Dragon King is the guardian of the magic network, and his own plane has no support from the 4 elements at all. In other words, I can only simulate it by myself. I don't dare to modify such a complex magic matrix yet. But the good news is that the arcane system can be learned by oneself, because the arcane system does not require the support of the magic network, and is different from the energy of the 4 elemental planes. It seems that it is almost impossible for me to become an elemental mage, but the arcanist seems to be very powerful too. After you learn how to use portals, you can travel around the world, but you must find the nodes and coordinates first. According to the meaning of the earth, it is longitude and latitude. Once a wizard just learned how to teleport but didn't find the coordinates. It can be directly teleported several kilometers deep underground, and even the urn is not needed. A tombstone can be directly inserted on it. This coordinate node must be very precise for the portal, otherwise a slight error will lead to a huge mistake. Arcane magic is still very good, and Zhang Jianjun was very pleased after reading it carefully. Transfiguration, Arcane Blast, Blink, Teleport, Identification, also known as Magic Detection, Cleansing, and the very strange Bread Spell, etc. In the later large-scale portals, auxiliary spells accounted for more than half. If he becomes a star magician, he can go to the moon or Mars directly through a portal. If you can't open a portal yourself, you can learn how to teleport first. The most amazing thing is that arcane magic can cure diseases and save lives, and removing secondary curses can dispel all negative energy. For ordinary people, it is completely possible to pretend to be an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Then Zhang Jianjun did not rush to learn magic, but first practiced the magic matrix pattern scale repeatedly on the drawing. Only by familiarizing yourself with something over and over again can you better deepen your memory. The first natural life-saving skill to learn is Flash. At the primary level, it can instantly move back and forth within 15 meters, and has the effect of passing through walls in space. The next step is to engrave the magic matrix on the spirit ring, so that you can trigger the matrix and cast magic just by silently reciting the spell. Otherwise, you have to chant spells loudly like a lunatic. Great being, please obey my call. This is similar to the second-rate aspect of Western magic. Zhang Jianjun closed his eyes and began to use his mental power to outline a complex pattern similar to a hexagram on the inner circle of his mental circle. A flash of magic in an instant requires 530 magic circuits to connect, just like a densely packed circuit board. As long as one node is not outlined in place, the entire magic circuit will collapse. This results in every great magician being basically a weirdo like a scientist, otherwise they would not be able to learn all the spells from low level to master level. The more advanced and complex each magic circle is, the easier it is to make mistakes. This leads to some wizards remaining junior wizards throughout their entire lives. If your mental strength is not high enough, you can't outline it. After 4 failures and more than 3 hours of work, he finally outlined the flash magic matrix perfectly. Because it is instant, it can be triggered as long as the mental power drives the matrix. So there is no need to recite magic words silently. The magic circle is only in a charging state for a few seconds after it is activated, which is the so-called magic cooling time. Only when you reach the Grand Mage level can you flash continuously, and with high proficiency in mental power, charging becomes instantaneous. According to the technical explanation, it is the same as fast charging. Zhang Jianjun excitedly triggered the Matrix Man to disappear from its original position and instantly appeared at the target location 15 meters away. It felt like the sudden change of scene made him lose his sense of direction for about a second. Zhang Jianjun became excited, as he finally had a life-saving skill. Although it is only a dozen meters away at the moment, when it reaches the advanced level, it should be about 100 meters away in a flash. The momentary stagnation caused by this scene change requires frequent practice to adapt to this change of position. Anyway, there is no rush for now, just take it slow. So he started to practice his old method and started to practice the small circulation of qi, which was his own innate magic. By the time Zhang Jianjun finished running, the time on his watch was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, so he stopped all activities and left the space. He scanned the outside door lock with his mental power and felt relieved when he saw no signs of it being moved. I crawled into bed, cleared my mind, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. A silent night. When the sun half appeared in the east, another round of firecrackers started in the whole compound. On the second day of the first lunar month, most people go out for a walk. After paying New Year's greetings to those nearby, it is natural to start visiting relatives and friends. The entire city has resumed its hustle and bustle, with people surging on the streets, bringing infinite vitality to this ancient city. Zhang Jianjun also got up early. This morning's plan was to go to the Kaobai River mountain area first. The rivers and ditches in his space were still short of water. The plan for lunch was naturally to go to Zhou Xiaobai's house. Otherwise, people would probably accuse him of not keeping his word. Everyone in the compound also wore new clothes, and every year they could only get a set of clothes at this time to show off. Jang Jianjun pushed his bicycle to the central courtyard and saw Su Daimao pushing a bicycle with gifts, followed by Qin Jingru in a new cotton-padded jacket. When he saw Jang Jianjun, he immediately greeted him with a smile. "Happy New Year, brother Jianjun. I was going to your house at noon to have a drink with you, but you didn't lock the door. So I'll have to wait until tomorrow when I'm free, and then we can have a drink together." Qin Jingru also turned around and said with a warm smile, "Brother Jianjun, we will be back tomorrow, and then we can have dinner at our house." Jang Jianjun also smiled and said, "I wish you two a happy new year as well. Are you two going to Kinjia village? Okay, I won't hesitate to come if I'm free tomorrow. Brother Jianjun, you have to leave early. You'll have to go back to work after the third day of the Lunar New Year and won't have time. Come back tomorrow and have a drink together." That's settled. After this chat, I didn't expect that Su Daimao had changed so much. He was no longer as carefree as before. It seems that my arrival has really changed the trajectory of some people. The three of them talked and laughed as they left the compound and said goodbye to each other. Jang Jianjun rode towards Dongcheng district. Out of the city, the same old tricks were used again. A faint flash of lightning streaked across the sky, flying to Kaobai River. At the foot of a deserted mountain, a large river flows along the side of the mountain, but the water level in the lower reaches seems to be gradually decreasing. The drop in water levels made it possible to clearly see the riverbed, and at the junction where the water flow decreased, a black hole seemed to appear, silently swallowing the rushing river water. Of course, this is what Jang Jianjun did while sitting in the hay, pouring river water into the space while clearing ditches and rivers. The lake in the space was expanded again, becoming 500 meters in radius. This way it really feels like a small lake, and then several small rivers and ditches are directly connected in series to form a mutually circulating water system. This time, Jang Jianjun moved all the stones and watergrass seeds within the range of his spiritual awareness to the river in the space. Naturally, no fish or shrimp were spared and were swallowed by its big mouth, making the entire space seem like a water town in the south of the Yangtze River. What he didn't know was that such crazy flooding surprised the people in the villages and towns downstream more than 10 miles away. This is not the dry season, so the river water level suddenly dropped, so it is naturally difficult to understand this phenomenon. Even personnel from the township government's Water Conservancy Bureau came to investigate and collect evidence. Jang Jianjun was unaware of the impact he had caused, and only stopped absorbing it after drinking it for more than an hour. I stepped onto the Thunder Sword and began my return journey. The ecological environment in the space has now greatly improved. As I sped through the air, I soon saw the outline of the city. I took out my bicycle in an empty corner and rode it. When Jang Jianjun was riding on the street in Sijukan, he looked at his watch and it was almost 11 o'clock, just in time for a free meal. When I was at a street corner and felt that there was no one around, a shoulder bag suddenly appeared on the handlebars, and inside it were the 3 sweaters ordered by Stormwind City. In this way, the family of 3 will have gifts, which is quite impressive in this era. The bicycle traveled through the streets and alleys and arrived at Joe's door half an hour later. Hearing the sound of bicycle bells outside the compound, Zhou Xiaobai quickly got up and opened the compound gate. Today, the family of 3 are all at home and are very happy to see Jang Jianjun coming. Zhou Xiaobai couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Zhou's mother said jokingly, "I just stewed the pig's trotters and you came. Xiao Zhan, did you smell the smell and come here?" Zhou Zhenyi's also laughed out loud. Xiao Zhan came over just in time. "My craving for alcohol has come back. It's no fun to drink alone." Jang Jianjun smiled and said, "Auntie, the food you cook is so delicious. I've been craving it for a long time." Mother Zhou said with a smile, "You are a good talker, child. If you practice slowly in the future, you will be able to cook well." Jang Jianjun smiled and said, "My cooking skills are just passable. Oh, and I'm giving you these goodies. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." The family of 3 became interested when they heard this. What could be so mysterious? In the living room, under Mikami's curious gaze, Jang Jianjun proudly took out 3 sweaters he bought in another world. One is red, one is purple, and one is black. When the 3 sweaters were taken out, Zhou Xiaobai cheered and took them in his hands. Zhou's mother also quickly picked up a purple sweater and began to admire it. "The workmanship of the clothes in the Other Dimension clothing store is even more exquisite than the ones I bought last time. You should know that this is made by the Enchanted Tailor Shop, with exquisite patterns and beautiful shapes, and the style is generous and exquisite, in line with the aesthetics of the human body." Even Zhou Zhenyi's picked up the black sweater, and Zhou's mother took a liking to the purple one at first sight. It is in line with the temperament of her age group. It is a bit too bright for a woman in her 40s to wear a bright red sweater. He smiled happily and said, "Xiao Zhan, I told you not to spend money recklessly, but you just didn't listen. But I'll let it go this time and it won't happen again." After saying that, he stood up, picked up the purple sweater and went into the inner room. They looked at each other and laughed. Jo Xiaobai originally wanted to take the purple one because Zhang Jianjun had given her the red sweater last time, but there was nothing she could do since her mother liked it. She just picked up the red sweater and went into the bedroom happily. Zhou Jianese put the sweater aside and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to have some connections. The material of this sweater feels very thick and the workmanship is exquisite. This is not something you can get casually. Uncle Joe, thank you for the compliment. I got this from a friend of mine. The woolen military coat my aunt gave me is very warm, and I wanted to show my appreciation for it." Zhou Jianese nodded in satisfaction. The holiday is almost over, and Zhou Xiaobai has been making a fuss about wanting to go back to work. I wanted to ask what you think. Uncle, you don't need to consider my thoughts on this. I believe Uncle Joe is more thoughtful than I am in this regard. It's spring and we don't know how the situation will develop. If you ask me, I'd say it's better to wait and see for a while. Zhou Jianese laughed and said, "You have really learned how to practice Tai Chi. You can be so ambiguous without leaking a single word. But the situation isn't clear right now. I'm thinking of waiting and seeing for a while. I originally wanted her to develop in the army. I don't know what kind of magic potion you gave her, but this kid has always wanted to stay in Fortress City." Zhang Jianjun felt a little embarrassed by what he said, and thought to himself that he was also feeling uncomfortable. Having a warm bed in winter is what life is all about. He scratched his head and smiled. "Uncle Joe, you've wronged me. I dare not interfere with Xiaobai's work. I have always respected his wishes. He makes his own decisions about work so he won't regret it. You're still complaining, kid. Xiaobai wanted to go to the hospital before, but now she wants to go to the grassroots. Forget it, just figure out your own business. Don't worry about getting the certificate. I know what you're thinking. You two are still young. Xiaobai is only 18 this year. It's not too late to choose a date to get the marriage certificate next year. You also need to be careful about your words and actions after you go back to work." Zhang Jianjun was not in a hurry to get the marriage certificate. After all, he was not ready to reveal his secret yet. The current space still needs to be taken care of from time to time, and I still need to practice in it. I can't just disappear without telling her. Zhang Jianjun had not considered it comprehensively before. This matter still needs an opportunity. Eventually, she will slowly accept the truth. "Uncle Joe, my family doesn't have any elders right now. You and Aunt Joe are my elders, so naturally, all matters concerning marriage will be arranged by you." At this time, Joe's mother also came out from the inner room with a smile on her face. "Xiao Zhang, I think it's okay for you and Xiaobai to get married in the first month of next year. I also advocate that young people get married more maturely. If you don't have adults at home and you get married so early, you'll just end up having 2 children. Zhang Jianjun also calmed down and nodded with a smile. A lifelong event was decided in this way. The atmosphere among the 4 people at the table was very harmonious. When Zhou Xiaobai learned that she could get married in the first month of next year, her face flushed with shyness and joy. Zhang Jianjun accompanied his father-in-law to drink, and he has completely relaxed since this journey to the other planes. Why is there so much restraint in life? There is nothing that cannot be overcome. Now I have the skills to save my life. As long as he is not affected, everything will be fine. If he is affected, no matter who he is, his magic will not be immune to it." In the afternoon, Zhang Jianjun took Zhou Xiaobai out to play, and Zhou's father and mother naturally did not stop them. After leaving the compound, Zhang Jianjun asked, "Zhou Xiaobai, where are we going to play today?" "I'll leave the afternoon to you." Zhou Xiaobai pushed his bicycle and said with a smile, "Let's go to the Temple of Heaven Park today. I haven't been there for a long time." Zhang Jianjun had also long heard of the Temple of Heaven Park. He had learned about it online in his previous life but had never been there in person. So the two decided on their destination for the afternoon and rode their bikes straight to the Temple of Heaven Park. The Temple of Heaven Park is the largest building for worshipping heaven in the world. The Temple of Heaven has 2 walls, divided into the inner altar and the outer altar. The main buildings are concentrated in the inner altar, and the main buildings of the Temple of Heaven are on the north-south central axis of the inner altar. The circular mound altar is in the south, where sacrifices are made to heaven, and it has the circular mound, imperial vault of heaven, etc. The altar of prayer for good harvests is in the north, where prayers are made, and it has the hall of prayer for good harvests, imperial ancestral hall, the gate of prayer for good harvests, etc. The 2 of them arrived at the park, where many elderly people and children had already arrived. Young people are rarely seen during this time. Young people in the old city still prefer Bihai, or Xiangshan Park in Hating District, or ice skating in Shishaha. After all, daily necessities were difficult to obtain in this era, so relatively few people went out to travel. The places that people in the old alleys like are temple fairs, places where crosstalk and acrobatics gather. After parking their bicycles, the 2 walked in this ancient royal park. Feeling the vicissitudes of history over the past hundreds of years, I unknowingly arrived at the famous Echo Wall. The Echo Wall is the wall surrounding the imperial vault of heaven. It is over 3 meters high and about 1 meter thick, with a circumference of approximately 200 meters. The walls are built with polished bricks with joints, and the tops are covered with blue glazed tiles. The curves of the walls are very regular. The two stood under the Echo Wall and admired the wall. The wall was extremely smooth and perfectly reflected the sound waves. As long as two people stand behind the east and west side halls respectively, and one person stands against the wall and speaks to the north, the sound waves will be refracted continuously along the wall. No matter how soft the voice is, it can be heard clearly by the other party 100 or 200 meters away, and the sound is long and interesting, creating a mysterious atmosphere of communication between heaven and man. So the two of them started the experiment with great interest. In fact, according to physics, it is like the refraction of sound. Zhang Jianjun stood in the easternmost corner and Zhou Xiaobai stood in the westernmost corner and began the conversation. Can Zhang Jianjun hear me? I can't hear you. Zhou Xiaobai. You're a cheeky little puppy. Zhang Jianjun smiled. Then I will also revolve around you every day. You are indeed a gangster. Then I will only be with you in this life. Zhou Xiaobai's face began to turn red. This bad guy was becoming more and more shameless. The two played games for a while and then found a wooden chair in an empty corner and sat down. Zhang Jianjun found the angry Zhou Xiaobai a little funny and pulled her into his arms as she screamed. Zhou Xiaobai blushed and said, Zhang Jianjun, it's not good if someone sees you. Don't act like a hooligan in the park. Xiaobai, my father-in-law and mother-in-law have confirmed our marriage. After this year's spring festival, you will be my wife. Isn't it normal for us to communicate our feelings in advance? Zhou Xiaobai's ears turned red. Zhang Jianjun, you still can't do anything before you get married. Hee, I've never heard of anyone getting pregnant just by hugging. Even if she's pregnant, can't we just get the marriage certificate in advance? Before Zhou Xiaobai could speak, Zhang Jianjun hugged her in his arms. The throbbing at this moment made each other forget everything around them. It took Zhou Xiaobai a while to come to his senses, and he glared at Zhang Jianjun fiercely. Zhang Jianjun, you are becoming more and more dishonest. Zhang Jianjun laughed awkwardly and said, Xiaobai, this is called being unable to help yourself. It's a natural reaction when facing the girl you like. Zhou Xiaobai glanced at Zhang Jianjun, and the blush on her face deepened. You're so shameless. You can't help yourself too much now. I've noticed that many of your little tricks are becoming more and more skillful. Zhang Jianjun took Zhou Xiaobai's hand and said, this is actually all your fault. Why do you have to be so beautiful? If you weren't naturally beautiful, how could I have been so unable to control myself and suffer so much? Zhou Xiaobai was speechless for a while, but his heart was sweet. Women dress up to please themselves, but is it really okay to praise someone like this? But it still sounds very comfortable. Student Abayao, I can't argue with you anymore. I didn't expect you to be even more talkative now. By the way, do you start work tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, tomorrow is the last day of vacation. I want to take advantage of tomorrow's free time to tidy up the floor of my house. This will also provide us with a comfortable environment in the future. He took out 2 oranges from his coat pocket and handed one to Zhou Xiaobai. I've talked to your dad about work. If you're bored, you can come over to my place. But if you're going to work, you'll have to wait and see. Zhou Xiaobai took the orange and began to peel it, then looked up at Zhang Jianjun and said, what can I do? I'm already feeling a bit panicked. What you're saying sounds really serious. I can only wait and see. Don't worry, no matter how things change, your father and I are here and nothing will happen to you. Zhou Xiaobai smiled and said, okay, you can support me if I don't have a job in the future. As you wish, I will support you. The afternoon time slipped away slowly. The sun sets. Zhang Jianjun took Zhou Xiaobai back to the military compound. Zhou's mother invited him to have dinner, but he made an excuse that he had something to do and rode his bike towards Zidane. You can't just bother someone else's house 3 times a day. After all, the two of you haven't gotten married yet, and it would be a bit inappropriate to stay at someone else's house every day. Zhang Jianjun went to Zidane mainly to check on the situation in Courtyard number 2 and see if anyone had touched the lock he had hung last time. Half an hour later, we arrived at the quiet alley in Courtyard number 2. When he was about 100 meters away from Courtyard number 2, his mental power penetrated his body and swept towards the big lock on the door. The lock was still the big lock he bought, but the spiritual consciousness he left on it was gone. Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief after scanning the keyhole with his spiritual sense and finding no signs of prying. It looked like someone had tried it with their own key, and when they saw it wasn't the same lock they had originally locked, they left. There was a hint of murderous intent in Zhang Jianjun's eyes. Ever since he killed hundreds of orcs, he had been tainted with murderous intent. This is the same as the murderous aura of veteran soldiers who have fought in battles. He began to ride his bicycle casually, wandering around several nearby alleys. No matter who he met, Zhang Jianjun decided to make him disappear. There was no point in talking to such a greedy person. I wandered around the nearby alleys for over an hour, but unfortunately my spiritual awareness was not triggered. Zhang Jianjun gave up the idea of searching any further. Anyway, compound number 2 can't escape, as long as it is not seriously damaged. This is your own cake and no one can touch it. It was gradually getting dark, and Zhang Jianjun had no choice but to turn his bike around and ride towards Luoguxiang. Zhang Jianjun rode a short detour all the way to Changguan district. I crossed Huangzai Hutong and was about to turn into Xingfu Street. Just as I reached the fork in the road, I felt a wave of spiritual awareness coming from me. Zhang Jianjun felt dazed. Is this what they call searching high and low for something, yet finding it without any effort? Then his spiritual consciousness began to scan the surroundings and found that the spiritual fluctuations were not in this alley, but at the entrance of the Needle Eye alley next door. You should know that the range of Zhang Jianjun's spiritual awareness has now reached a radius of 200 meters after improvement. It is normal to be able to scan the alley next door, as there are many alleys crisscrossing here. Xinjian Hutong, Bian Hutong and several other alleys are nearby. The names of the alleys in the old city seem to be chosen very randomly. I remember that there was a shortest alley called Yuchi Hutong. The families living in this area of Hutong should be quite wealthy. After all, it can be considered the real city center. Zhang Jianjun looked towards the location of the spiritual consciousness and couldn't help but laugh and cry. It turned out to be him, Comrade Zhao Jianxi from the post-New Year summary meeting. Only then did he remember that Director Yang had told him the location on the day after the last meeting of the year. I thought I had found the greedy eyes behind the scenes, but unexpectedly I saw Deputy Director Zhao by accident. This has to be said to be a kind of fate. It has not been more than a week since the post-New Year summary meeting. The spiritual consciousness that had penetrated into the body had naturally not dissipated yet. I didn't expect to encounter it by chance today. Zhang Jianjun saw that his position was too conspicuous. I rode my bike to Xinjian Hutong and put it away in the deserted narrow alley. After he came out, he had changed into a Zhongshan suit and looked like a middle-aged uncle. Anyway, Li Huide remembered him most clearly. At this time, it was already dark in Siju City, and several nearby families set off firecrackers. Zhang Jianjun activated the breath-concealing technique and moved towards Deputy Director Zhao's compound, stopping at the intersection of an alley. His spiritual sense swept over the compound where Zhao Jianxi was. It is not a separate courtyard. Each house within the wall has its own courtyard and patio, and the roof is a pentagonal hip roof. There are 4 families living there in total. There are different rooms in each courtyard, and each room has its own bedroom, study, and living room. There are corridors connecting the 4 houses, including 4-sided facing sky, 4-sided corridor, and 4-sided single eaves. The courtyard's foyer, patio, stairs, etc. all appear very exquisite. Wow, this is a standard courtyard house. Zhang Jianjun carefully looked at the entire layout, and now he truly understood the meaning of the courtyard house. It's not comparable to the slum where I live. Zhao Jianxi's family lives in the northeast corner, which is the main location of the courtyard according to the layout. Zhang Jianjun began to sweep every room in Zhao Jianxi's house. A family of 4 should be having dinner in the small living room. Zhao Jianxi sat in the main seat drinking wine. The scar on his face looked a little creepy under the light. If he wore a pair of sunglasses, he would definitely look like a gangster. I remember the scene where this guy threatened me for Zhang's Haiqiang. Zhang Jianjun showed a naughty smile, let you feel Li Huide's mood. On the left was a short and fat young man in his 20s, who looked somewhat similar to Zhao Jianxi, both with a smiling face. You can guess at a glance that he is Deputy Director Zhao's son. Sitting on the right was a fat woman in her 40s. Zhang Jianjun was amazed at the sight. She estimated that she weighed about 150 to 160 kilograms, comparable to Jizinshi. There was also a little boy of about 11 or 12 sitting below. After seeing this, Zhang Jianjun was amazed to see that the whole family was so fat. There wasn't a single skinny person in the family. I just glanced around the living room and found that there were no antiques or paintings on display except for a TV, a sofa, and other furniture. Zhang Jianjun was a little puzzled. According to Zhao Jianxi's personality, it was okay that he didn't live in a private compound, but it was a bit unnatural that his home was so simple. Without stopping, he looked towards the master bedroom. At first glance, the furnishings in the house seemed no different from those of an ordinary bedroom. A thorough search of the entire bedroom did not find the safe. 3 large mahogany boxes and 2 large wardrobes against the wall in the room attracted Zhang Jianjun's interest. His mental power swept towards several large boxes, and the situation inside the boxes made him gasp. The boxes were covered with several pieces of clothing, and underneath 2 of the large wooden boxes were porcelain items separated by straw mesh bags. There are blue and white porcelain vases, broken porcelain plates, bowls, and large jars, some of which look like they were produced by Ryukil. The shapes of various porcelains are simple and elegant. The glaze of porcelains produced by Ryukil is like the sky after rain, and the blue waves of thousands of peaks emerge when the clouds break. Among them is a green-glazed three-legged vase with convex string patterns, with fine and smooth clay and a body similar to the dong style. Its glaze is thick and makes a sound like a ching, bright but not dazzling, with pear skin, crab claws, and sesame flowers. It is said by the world to be like jade, not jade but better than jade. Zhang Jianjun felt dizzy when he saw it. There was a blurry icon of the character on the base. It seems that these old items should be in good condition. These 2 boxes of porcelain look like they are ready to be shipped away. Otherwise, they would not all be packed in boxes and separated by straw bags to prevent problems caused by the porcelain colliding with each other. With just one thought, the 2 boxes were emptied of all the porcelain except for the clothes. It would be safest to wait until I have learned the identification technique and then slowly study it and put it in the space. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and realized that many people had probably heard some bad news and started transferring their property. Then I looked at the last big box. Although I had seen small yellow croaker many times, I was still shocked. There were at least 300 yellow croakers of various sizes mixed together at the bottom of the box, covered with a layer of various jade, agate, jadeite, etc. One of them was a longan-sized jade stone that looked like a night-shining pearl. It was emerald green with a faint glow. As people who have traveled from later generations know, the night pearl is not as valuable as gemstones. The night-shining pearl is a common mineral called fluorite, a not rare industrial raw material. Its main component is calcium difluoride, a chemical raw material for the production of hydrofluoric acid. It is somewhat difficult to process the night-shining pearl into a certain shape because it is a crystal. The main materials of the night-shining pearl are fluorite and calcite, among which fluorite is the most common. It was just hyped up to a sky-high price, especially in this era. People are proud to own a night pearl. Even among Sixi's burial objects were night-shining pearls. However, longans of this size and roundness can be considered rare. Zhang Jianjun started a crazy sweep mode. Zhang Jianjun found more than 20,000 yuan in cash at the bottom of the 2 coats. He felt that Zhao Jianxi was still a little behind Zheng Yuanhua. If there were no fine pieces among that pile of porcelain, the wealth would be completely different. Zhang Jianjun thought carefully and concluded that this guy must have other compounds, and it was very likely that his property had been transferred away. The large UN blue and white underglazed red jar in Zheng Yuanhua's home is of the utmost quality. Even Li Huide's family has a pair of chicken glazed cups, but his family is relatively poor. It depends on whether the green glazed tripod vase with convex string pattern is valuable. In the following time, there was basically no gain in the rooms, and there was no shortage of furniture in other spaces, so it didn't matter whether to collect them or not. After walking around for a long time, he took out about 20 bottles of white wine and a few cans of tea, then emptied all the bills in the drawer and quietly slipped away. I just hope to find some surprises among the antiques. By the time Zhang Jianjun returned to the Red Star compound, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Thinking about what expression Fatty Zhao would have when he saw his 3 empty boxes, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What's said about a gentleman taking revenge even after 10 years is something he said only when he has no other choice. I really didn't think of doing anything to him tonight. Let Zhao Jianxi be unlucky. When passing by Shizhu's house in the central courtyard, he performed a prank operation. Zhang Jianjun wanted to see Qin Huiru's expression after she became pregnant, so he took the ring out of Qin Huiru's body. Faster than surgery, absolutely painless, itchy and without anesthesia. If the IUD has a tail thread, it can be removed with a vascular clamp. If it does not have a tail thread, it can be removed with an IUD hook. If the IUD is difficult to remove, don't worry, it can be removed under ultrasound or hysteroscopy. Zhang Jianjun directly shattered her into pieces in the space, leaving her with no pain. When she woke up, she would only feel sore and swollen for a few days at most. This can be considered as a conclusion of cause and effect. If it weren't for his deception, Shazhu would not have married Qin Huiru so quickly, and Lu Xiaoyi's departure cut off his bloodline. As a man, Zhang Jianjun felt a little uncomfortable letting Shazhu help Qin Huiru with her work for nothing. It would be terrible if Bang Gang, this ungrateful guy, occupied Shazhu's house when he was old and had no descendants. In fact, I still feel annoyed by the jokes, but it's a pity that this guy hasn't been to the backyard for a long time. The only thing she could do was let Qin Huiru suffer a little and have a few more babies. After returning to the space, Zhang Jianjun started to cook dinner. He was a bit tired of eating barbecue every day, so he just brought the pots and pans into the space and then brought in the coal stove. After entering the space and seeing the land crisscrossed by rivers, I couldn't help but sigh. When I first took over, it was only the size of 2 football fields, but now it has become 5 square kilometers. Zhang Jianjun had a feeling that the system would eventually return. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and giving himself a space for free was not an option. But I didn't know if I could selectively teleport at that time. Zhang Jianjun put his thoughts aside and started preparing dinner. Let's make pork dumplings tonight, which is also in line with the customs during the Spring Festival. After Zhang Jianjun lit the fire, he sliced the ginger, broke up the star anise, cut the green onion into small sections, and washed the peppercorns with clean water. He then put them into a bowl and poured in Lingquan water. Add the minced meat mixed with the spiritual spring water seasoning in batches, allowing the wild boar meat filling to fully absorb the water. Add the amount of spiritual spring water again to stir the minced meat. Zhang Jianjun saw his mother do this when he was in the countryside in his previous life, but things have changed now. Kneading the dough and rolling the skin is naturally easier. Don't cheat too fast in the space. Then, I was afraid that the two kittens would not eat the dumplings, so I roasted 2 small pieces of wild boar meat without adding any seasonings. After busying around with this meal, put the dumplings into the pot and wait for the water to boil before eating. I miss my family more during the holidays. This can also be considered a kind of remembrance of the mother in the previous life. No matter how high your achievements or how low your life is, you will always think of your mother when you are lonely. If I meet you again in the future, I wouldn't mind helping you secretly. Forget about meeting each other. Since you have been reincarnated as a human, don't disturb your original life trajectory. Zhang Jianjun took out his cell phone and started listening to a cheerful country song. Take Me Home, Country Road is a famous country song written and sung by John Denver in 1971. The lyrics are cheerful, beautiful, and catchy, carrying the author's praise and attachment to his hometown. Very suitable for listening when alone. After feeling the smell, I locked the 2 kittens in place and brought them out. Xiaobai smelled the aroma of barbecue and ran to the barbecue grill, while Xiaohe stared at the phone curiously, probably wondering why this thing could make sounds. 5 minutes later, the man and 2 cats started their dinner. The 2 kittens' skin became smooth and shiny after being taken care of by Zhang Jianjun, and they looked very pleasing to the eye. It's completely different from when I first entered the space. Back then I was so thin and weak. Zhang Jianjun opened a bottle of mutai and listened to music, while the dumplings he made were passable. No one is so extravagant as to use spiritual spring water to cook dumplings. Thinking of the elf, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He wondered what name Illyria would give her child. The excitement of becoming a father has not completely disappeared. I hope that when the undead plague comes, she can listen to my advice and leave Kulthalas. After taking a sip of wine, Zhang Jianjun slapped his forehead and remembered Aurelia. He forgot to tell her about the elf trader. After all, this was his first time being a father, and he didn't want the child to die. If it weren't for a guy named Dalkin who destroyed the runestones of the large magic circle defense, the undead army might not be able to break through this magic barrier that is supported by the energy of the Sunwell. Speaking of Darkon Drathir, he was once a respected mage, but later became one of the most notorious traitors in Kulthalas. This guy has endless ambition and arrogance, which makes him willingly serve as a minion of the Lich King. Empowered by Arthasmanethel, Darkon aided the Scourge, opening a path into Kulthalas and leading the war all the way to the Sunwell. It would have been great if I had told Illyria in advance. I had forgotten about it because of the bronze dragon. Regardless of whether this barrier that has stood for thousands of years can be broken or not, at least there is one less person who would stab us in the back. There's no use thinking about it now. Half an hour later, I was full of food and drink. I put away my phone and brought my own fast charger, not worrying about it running out of power. Although the voltage is unstable in this era, there is still no problem charging a mobile phone. Zhang Jianjun sent the 2 kittens into the space and began today's practice. Sitting by the ancient well and running the small circulation today, I felt it was very smooth. It may be because the concentration of spiritual energy in the ancient well is higher than before. After a small cycle, Zhang Jianjun felt the feeling of being full and couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that he might have another breakthrough in the next day or 2. Ever since I went to the high magic plane, I felt that I was still too weak and not good enough, so naturally I wanted to improve my level as soon as possible to welcome the arrival of the next plane. Picked up the magic book, turned to the arcane page and start reading. An intermediate wizard's mental power cannot open a portal, but he can learn teleportation. Decided to take a look at teleportation first. The process of learning teleportation is both exciting and nerve-wracking. Zhang Jianjun carefully read the basic principles of teleportation, including the preparation of the teleportation object, the mastery of the teleportation language, and the accurate carving of the teleportation matrix. Secondly, you need to find the node you are transmitting to. Many beginners usually make spell marks in advance at the place where they want to teleport, which is similar to marking the spiritual consciousness. Experience the operation trajectory of teleportation, and gradually master the essence of the matrix operation of teleportation by concentrating your attention, perceiving energy transmission and techniques. Finally, communicate the 2 position coordinates and nodes, and communicate the magic matrix to open the channel. Teleportation can only allow one person to travel through it, but a portal can allow as many people as they want to enter as long as the magic lasts. After successfully casting the spell, you will feel your body gradually becoming lighter, the scene in front of you gradually becoming illusory, and time seems to stop at this moment. When you successfully teleport to another place, it feels like you have traveled through a time tunnel and arrived in a completely new place in an instant. The feeling of being transported, both physically and mentally, to a new location is indescribable. The process of learning teleportation must be done with caution, as any mistake may lead to unpredictable consequences. Zhang Jianjun was filled with emotion as he read this translated transmission note. This was very exciting. Once you master the teleportation technique, you can travel freely and start a new adventure. After several hours of careful reading and study, Zhang Jianjun mastered the transmission matrix and roughly carved out the space. After all, I am still a newbie in magic and I am biting off more than I can chew. Besides, other spells can be tried and tested, but if there is a problem with teleportation, it is very likely that you will never come back. A silent night. Early in the morning, Zhang Jianjun was stabilizing the floor at home and preparing to go out to see if he could buy cement. I plan to lay floor tiles on the last day of the holiday this year, and I have plenty of marble in my space. He had scratched all the floors of Zheng Yuanhua's compound himself. As long as you estimate the size from the outside and use the rules to change the shape and the space, no one will be able to recognize the original appearance of the marble. The river's sand had naturally been prepared long ago. In the Kaobai River, all the sand and gravel within a radius of several hundred meters were transferred to the river in his own space. Not many people in the compound got up on the third day of the new year. After all, the excitement of the third day of junior high school has already passed, and life has returned to normal as I have to go to work tomorrow. Zhang Jianjun rode his bicycle straight to Zaidan. He could only buy cement at building materials stores or trust stores. Only there are relatively complete items, and now the state-owned shopping malls and stores have started business. Half an hour later, I spent 2 industrial rolls and bought 2 bags of cement to take home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Yan Bagui, whom I hadn't seen for several days, and he was cleaning his bicycle at the gate of the compound again. When I saw Zhang Jianjun pushing his bicycle over, I felt a little sad. Yan Fugui originally wanted to take advantage of the new year to gain some benefits, but unfortunately Zhang Jianjun did not come to his house to pay New Year's greetings. It would be inappropriate for him to visit the younger generation's home at his age. He was still thinking about Zhang Jianjun's 2 boxes of mutai. He thought he could have a meal with him during the new year, but who knew that this kid was so ignorant? Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yan Bagui's somewhat aggrieved look. Yan Bagui looked at the 2 bags of cement on Zhang Jianjun's back rack, his eyes brightened and he said with a smile, "Jianjun, what are you going to do with these 2 bags of cement? Can you distribute them evenly for me? Several bricks in my house were warped, and I thought it wasn't worth buying a bag. Look, this is just a coincidence." Zhang Jianjun was really speechless now. It was okay to take advantage of the food, but he even wanted to make a profit from the cement. "Uncle, I'm planning to equip my new house with this. You at least have some bricks on the ground, but my house has nothing on the ground. How about this? We'll talk about it after I finish decorating if I have extra. You know I have to go back to work tomorrow, and if I give you something first, it won't be enough, and I won't have time to buy more." After saying that, he pushed his bicycle into the compound, and the third uncle could only smack his lips regretfully. Zhang Jianjun didn't want to be a good guy. After all this trouble, everyone in the compound got up one after another. A dozen people who had just gotten up were washing up by the pool in the middle courtyard. When they saw Zhang Jianjun, they all smiled and nodded kindly. Zhang Jianjun also responded one by one, feeling that the compound was no longer as chaotic as before since the Jia family became honest. Lu Haizhong smiled and greeted people from the crowd, with toothpaste foam still on the corners of his mouth from brushing his teeth. "Jianjun, your wine and food are ready for lunch today. Come over for lunch anyway. You take such good care of Guangtian and Guangfu, I feel a little uncomfortable if you don't come to eat." When the people around heard this, they all showed expressions of surprise and envy. From the meaning of this, could it be that Lu Guangfu was also arranged by Zhang Jianjun? Qin Huiru also showed a complicated expression on her face. She was a woman now doing heavy physical work, and she had not passed the assessment for so many years. "I heard that the propaganda department is much easier than theirs." But his family had had some unpleasantness with Zhang Jianjun in the past, and now he didn't know how to establish a good relationship with him. However, it has been discovered recently that the relationship between Shazhu and Zhang Jianjun has eased. It seems that I need to ask Shazhu to help ask if I can be transferred to the propaganda department. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Second uncle, you've invited me to dinner several times. If I don't go, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? I won't bother you at noon." Seeing everyone's envious gazes, Lu Haizhong said with a flushed face, "What are you talking about? This is not a big deal. I am at least a level 7 worker, right? I still have enough money to buy a few bottles of good wine." Erhuza said from the side, "Second uncle, you have a job now, Guangtian Guangfu, you should at least set up a few tables and invite everyone to have a drink to share in the good luck." Lu Haizhong said with a smile, you are starting to be poor now, wait until they get regular jobs after a few years, and then setting up a few tables will be nothing. But don't waste it. Waste is a huge crime. Zhang Jianzhan's mouth twitched when he heard this. This old man started to imitate the same tune he used when he first arrived. It seems like he's been thinking a lot recently, but seeing such a harmonious and humorous scene, he's still in a good mood. No one wants to live in a depressing compound all day long. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, I have something else to do. See you later. I have to go to work tomorrow and tidy up the house. Lu Haizhong saw the cement on the rear rack of the bicycle and thought Zhang Jianzhan was going to do some renovations or something. He quickly said, Jianzhan, if you need help with the renovations at home, I'll go get Guangtian and Guangfu, they're both at home. Zhang Jianzhan waved his hand and said as he walked away, Uncle, it's not a big deal. Just fix it. If you need help, I'll call for help. Yi Zonghai was sitting at home and felt very heartbroken when he saw the scene outside. It seems that since I have been less active and without my daily supervision, everyone in the compound is now full of smiles. Is it really my fault? What went wrong with the previous management? Yi Zonghai fell into deep reflection. After a busy morning, I finally had the space and mental support. The floor of Zhang Jianzhan's old house is paved with white marble. The square marble originally in the space was changed into a prismatic shape by Zhang Jianzhan under the power of the rules of space. Although it is much smaller, it fits together perfectly, making the whole house seem brighter. After all, marble is still somewhat reflective, so it will be much easier to clean the dirt left on the marble. He first used his mental power to sweep away the dirt, and then used a torn cotton jacket as a mop to clean it. After everything was done, Zhang Jianzhan smiled with satisfaction. This is not as good as the best but better than the worst. It seems that I am the only one in the entire compound who has marble floors. Now the ceiling is hung and the floor is paved with marble. I will find some time to paint the walls and everything will be done. No matter where I move to in the future, this will still be my first home since traveling through time. It is very likely that I will have to live here for another 10 years or so. After the big storm has passed, I will ask my father-in-law for help, and I should be able to move into compound number 2. Zhang Jianzhan was daydreaming when he heard Lu Guangtian's voice from outside. Brother Jianzhan, our family's meal is ready, and my dad asked me to call you over for a drink. Zhang Jianzhan walked to the door and saw Lu Guangtian hesitating and not daring to come in. He stared at his house with wide eyes. A smug smile appeared on his face. How about it, broad daylight? I think I've arranged my house pretty well. Lu Guangtian gave a thumbs up and said, Brother Jianzhan, you have made this room so beautiful. When I came here on the first day of the new year, you hadn't even laid the marble yet. You have really made a huge difference at such a fast pace. Zhang Jianzhan felt a little proud. It was beyond their imagination that he had a cheating device. Lu Guangtian said enviously, Brother Jianzhan, how much did you spend on this marble? It's quite expensive, right? When I get a job and earn some money, I'll decorate my own room with it. It didn't cost much. The marble was donated by a friend of mine, and it only cost the price of 2 bags of cement and sand. Zhang Jianzhan smiled when he thought of Zheng Yuanhua, but he couldn't let this old guy go. If he dared to plot against him, he would have to accept the subsequent revenge. Brother Jianzhan, let's go. My family will be waiting anxiously. Zhang Jianzhan followed Lu Guangtian to the Lu family without any hesitation. The second uncle's face was full of smiles when he saw Zhang Jianzhan coming in. Guangfu, hurry up and bring the dishes over so your brother Jianzhan and I can have a drink together. Lu Guangfu also hurriedly ran in to serve the dishes, and the second aunt also greeted him with a smile and went to help. Zhang Jianzhan sat on the chair and said with a smile, Second uncle, you are spending money again today. Jianzhan, what are you talking about? I'm so happy that you can come over from the same compound. The steel mill will start working tomorrow and I'm afraid I'll forget about it if I get busy. As the two chatted, 4 dishes were served on the table. Zhang Jianzhan saw that the second uncle had invested a lot of money today. Roasted rooster, pork stewed with vermicelli, a portion of dried tofu, and a plate of peanuts. The second aunt said with a smile, Jianzhan, my 2 children are also thanks to your care. Now they both have jobs. We don't know how to thank you enough. Zhang Jianzhan waved his hand and said with a smile, Second auntie, we are all from the same compound. To be honest, you will understand after a long time. I am a person who sticks to one principle. I treat others the way they treat me. I don't like any twists and turns. I just like the 2 brothers more. Besides, the quota is given away anyway. Lu Haizhong opened the bottle of wine and laughed. I used to be foolish and just followed others, but now I've learned a few tricks from you. Sure enough, I feel more energetic now. If I don't learn some slogans every day, I feel like something is missing. Zhang Jianzhan. Second uncle, you better take it easy when the slogans are being shouted. This year you might be able to use your skills. But remember, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow. You must always keep a clear head. Lu Haizhong poured Zhang Jianjun some wine and said with a smile, Jianjun, please rest assured. My Lu family will definitely follow your plan. From now on, we will do whatever you say. Several people started chatting while drinking. Second auntie suddenly sighed, I don't know how Guanqi is doing out there. He hasn't been home for the spring festival for 3 years. Lu Haizhong was originally drinking with a smile on his face, but when he heard what the second aunt said, his expression gradually became silent. Seeing the silence, the second aunt quickly said, Jianjun, don't mind me. I didn't mean to say that. Just drink yours. After saying that, he secretly wiped the corner of his eyes. Lu Haizhong said with a somewhat stiff expression, why are you talking about him when you're having a good drink? Zhang Jianjun also felt a little curious because he had never seen Lu Guanqi before when he passed through the compound. So he asked, second uncle, this is nothing serious, but I haven't seen brother Guanqi for several years. Do you know where he is now? Lu Haizhong sipped his wine gloomily and said, ever since Guanqi ran away with his wife, he wrote 2 letters in the first year. The address was in the northwest. I was one of the third group to go there to build the northwest. I haven't been in touch with them in the past 2 years. I heard it's difficult to come back now. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, second uncle, don't worry. Your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Besides, with this status in building the northwest, you should receive subsidies from the state when you return to the Forbidden City in the future. Aunt Liu's eyes began to light up, and the 2 brothers also pricked up their ears to listen. The second uncle asked hopefully, Jianjun, you're in a higher position now and you know more than us. Is this all true? Seeing the anxious look on the second uncle's face, Zhang Jianjun thought to himself that it was true that the Lu family favored the eldest son. He gave all his love to the eldest brother, but he ran away. Then the 2 brothers Guangtian and Guangfu took the blame for their boss, and the second uncle took out all his anger on them. This also led to the fact that none of the 3 brothers were filial. Zhang Jianjun picked up his cup, clinked it with Lu Haizhong's, and said, no matter when brother Guanqi comes back, there will definitely be subsidies in the future. But there is one thing you can't do, care about the people in front of you. The most important thing is to care about them. After all, they are all your children. If a family wants to develop, it must be harmonious. You don't know when the one outside will come back, and the family is a mess. What will you do when you get old? As a junior, I shouldn't be saying these things, but I can't bear to see you being so confused, right? Lu Haizhong drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and nodded, already 6 points drunk. Jianjun, what you said is not wrong. I may have spoiled the eldest brother too much in the past. Since Guanqi left, I am afraid that the 2 brothers will also leave without saying goodbye like the eldest brother. That's why we're taking the path of a good son is born under the stick. I've considered this issue since your advice last time. Thank you, Jianjun. Second aunt also smiled beside her, perhaps this was what she was thinking. In the broad daylight, there was a faint mist in Guangfu's eyes. This meal might change their trajectory a little and help them resolve their worries. As people's level improves, their horizons also broaden, and they no longer care about the troubles in the past. There will be no more intrigue over trivial matters. No matter what the outcome is, this is my reward for the meal. Zhang Jianjun thought so. Life is like a painting, sometimes short, sometimes long, and many scenes can be engraved in your memory. Time flies like an arrow. A storm ruffled the tranquil surface of the lake, and the number of unemployed young people on the streets increased significantly. They experienced unemployment and confusion, and began to give up on themselves, which was like a vicious cycle. Many industries have been hit and are at a standstill. It rained lightly on August 25, 1966. The sky outside the window looked gloomy under the cover of dark clouds. The winter in the old city is bitterly cold with temperatures dropping dozens of degrees below zero, while the summer is completely the opposite, being hot and sweltering. Zhang Jianjun was reading a newspaper in the propaganda department's office. His tightly furrowed brows showed that he was not in a calm mood at the moment. Looking at the bizarre news over the past 6 months. After Li Huide left the factory, Zhao Jianxi came in. Zhao Jianxi was very satisfied after becoming the deputy director. Although his goal was to become director, the scar on his face had already determined his political future. Perhaps it is thanks to Zhang Jianjun that Director Yang has recovered and has not gone back to his old ways without Li Huide's suppression. I got what I wanted and became the director. Yu Haitang's strong vanity made her become a little crazy and go in the direction arranged by the plot. Chief Zhang of the finance department was also promoted to deputy director, and the position of deputy chief was held by an expatriate. After investigation, it was found that the person was a cotter named Ma who was transferred from the First Ministry of Machine Building. Although the steel mill was also affected by the turmoil, it was still relatively quiet compared to the outside world. After all, workers are still a glorious part of this era. It hasn't reached the point of being shut down, but there are more and more conferences every now and then. The tone was basically criticism and self-review, making the entire meeting empty and boring. The factory leaders were also caught up in a power struggle. After all, it is a key steel unit. When the door is closed, it is like two different worlds from the outside world. Many people in the publicity department of the steel mill are ready to take action. Lee Wyman had his sights set on the position of deputy section chief from the beginning, but unfortunately Ma Zayahwa got there first. He simply gave up on himself and became corrupt, flirting with the newly transferred deputy director Ma. However, since Jang Jianjun has remained firmly in his position as section chief, the publicity has remained relatively stable for the time being and has not caused too much trouble. Deputy Director Chen, who was transferred in May, started causing trouble for Jang Jianjun as soon as he took office. I heard that he disappeared without a trace, which led many people to suspect that there was a towering tree behind Jang Jianjun. Only later did Deputy Director Ma take office. In fact, their guess was not wrong. There is indeed a towering tree behind Jang Jianjun. When the first batch of special steel came out of the melting furnace in April, it was already on the protection list. If he had not insisted on working in the steel mill, he might have been enjoying the treatment of a certain college now. After Ma Zayahwa finally got his wish and became the deputy section chief, he was naturally grateful for Jang Jianjun's help and helped with various tasks in the section every day. Guantian Guangfu has become Jang Jianjun's loyal spy, following these guys around every day. The propaganda department was affected and has stopped the film going to the countryside activities. Although the work started to become chaotic and disorganized, it was actually much easier than before. Originally, Jang Jianjun was offered the position of deputy director, and he could have taken the position by simply nodding his head, but he flatly refused. He doesn't want to engage in intrigue every day. Under Jang Jianjun's operation, Liu Haizhong also became a member of the team. This also fulfilled Liu Haizhong's dream of becoming an official, and his slogans finally began to be useful. Qin Huiru in the compound is pregnant. You read that right, she is pregnant. She is already 6 months pregnant and her belly is already bulging. Qin Huiru didn't take it seriously when she vomited for the first time. It wasn't until she vomited everything she ate and couldn't eat and felt nauseous all the time that she went to the hospital for a checkup and the results confirmed that she was pregnant. Her eyes almost popped out of her head when the doctor told her that the IUD had mysteriously disappeared. Qin Huiru felt that her 3 views were completely shattered. She could only treat it as if the ring had fallen off and was washed away by urine. What else could she do? Bangan also began to become mysterious. No one knows what he does outside all day. It is said that someone saw him hanging out with a group of boys. Qin Huiru's pregnancy caused quite a stir in the compound. Yi Zonghai's eyes were red with envy. This matter was completely out of his control. If Shizhu had a son, it would be a serious blow to him and would completely cut off his thoughts. Zuzi was about to become a father, so how could he think of him? Now every day when Shizhu comes home from get off work, he always hangs around Qin Huiru, his face full of the joy of being a father. The one who changed the most was Yan Bugui, who was re-educated at school for bad conduct. Together with teacher Ren Kaiui, I became a cleaner. This made the family's financial situation even worse, and he became completely depressed and looked much older. Because of Jang Jianjun, Su Daimao was unable to become the deputy director as the plot developed. Now I basically just go with the flow in the factory. After the film sending to the countryside mission was cancelled, I have some free time. The entire compound was disrupted by this incident, with inexplicable people coming to conduct searches from time to time. It just seemed that after leaving the Red Star compound, a few of them always disappeared silently. In addition, with the communication among the Liu family, things are much more stable now than they were a month ago. Jang Jianjun withdrew his thoughts from the newspaper and sighed inwardly that personal strength is ultimately just a drop in the ocean. The space has not increased in the past 6 months. Due to a strange reason, he never traveled through time again after returning from Azeroth. Jang Jianjun's space vortex has mutated from 1 to 4. This phenomenon puzzled him, just like the system being silent after hanging up, which made no sense at all. Since returning from the Warcraft plane, a complete space vortex suddenly disappeared. When the vortex appeared again, it had turned into 4 vortexes the size of bowls. Until now, the 4 whirlpools have become more than 1 meter in size, and Jang Jianjun still doesn't know what has happened. The final guess is that perhaps all 4 vortices light up together, or one of them lights up. It is more likely that he would choose to travel through time, and Jang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept through the space. The huge pile of flour in the northeast corner made him smile helplessly. After donating flour 3 more times, I never dared to donate again. Jang Jianjun glanced out the window. The rain is still falling. My father-in-law warned me that many people were watching and it would be best to take a break for a while and not take out flour in the near future. Jang Jianjun had long wanted to change his thinking. When his flour production reached an astonishing 10,000 tons, Jang Jianjun stopped growing wheat and began to vigorously develop herbal medicine. The other vacant land was used to plant various vegetables. With the help of his father-in-law, he obtained a variety of vegetable and fruit seeds. Now there are all kinds of fruits and vegetables on the black soil, no longer just cucumbers and radishes. Ginger, pepper, eggplant, tomato, cabbage, bok choy, spinach, green beans, sweet potato, apple, red date, chestnut, etc. After more than half a year of various cultivation, Zhang Jianzhen's vegetables have become seasonings and fruits have also become more abundant. Other open spaces began to be used to plant herbs on a large scale. The space has become a paradise for growing herbs from other worlds, and the 5 acres of ginseng that were previously planted have all turned into 100-year-old ginseng. It can be said that it is stronger than wild ginseng. After all, the lake water contains some spiritual spring water when it is irrigated. Another change in the space is the addition of many insects such as bees and butterflies. With these little insects, the space is no longer so monotonous, and the small world can be made more complete. Zhang Jianzhen's cultivation did not have any major breakthroughs, and his cultivation speed in the intermediate qi refining stage was just passable. Ever since I broke through to the 6th level of qi refining and entered the advanced stage, my daily practice has basically lacked the kind of visible growth. It took half a year to break through from the 4th level to the 8th level, and now the practice feels even slower. This is the same principle as the blind men and the elephant. He has never eaten the so-called elixir. From the 1st to the 8th level, this is purely through meditation and practice. If you tell this to the world of cultivation, I guess no one will believe it. Even if you are in the qi refining stage, you can still get a few low-level pills. It would be great if the space channel could be opened again and I could encounter the immortal cultivation plane. I would try my best to exchange some pills or something for it. After all, people in the magical world cannot make pills, and I don't know how to do it yet. Zhang Jianzhen's mental strength was originally higher than that of the qi refining stage, and now his mental strength is on par with that of the 8 rings and the qi refining stage. It was just like the beginning when he was stuck in a bottleneck, because the next breakthrough would require the mental power of the 9-ring mage. This means that Zhang Jianzhen's mental power will reach the level of a great wizard. The lifting force has now reached 10 tons. There should be a big change when the bottleneck is broken. Of course, without the support of magic power, he is not a great wizard. But after the breakthrough of spiritual energy, he can compete with the great wizard. Following Zhang Jianzhen's random thoughts, the bell for the end of the get-off work at the steel mill rang, and the rain just stopped, but the sky was still covered with dark clouds. Zhang Jianzhen rode his bicycle towards Luoguxiang, wearing a t-shirt without a trademark. Below are the Dacron trousers, a very popular fabric during this period. When Zhang Jianzhen arrived at the gate of the compound on his bike, he saw Yan Bagui sitting tiredly at the door from afar. The bicycle at home seems to be broken, but I haven't been willing to spend money to repair it. Seeing Zhang Jianzhen coming over, he gave a bitter smile. Jianzhen, how is the situation at your factory now? My Jifang can't find any casual workers outside right now. Can you help me think of a solution? Zhang Jianzhen said with a smile, Uncle, don't even talk about quotas during this period. If Su Daimao wasn't a veteran worker in the factory, he would probably be out of a job. The 3 projectionists have nothing to do and are doing odd jobs. It's the same everywhere now, Uncle San, you should understand. Yan Bagui sighed and said, an iron rice bowl is still better. To be honest, I was really wrong before. My family is the worst off in the entire compound. Don't be discouraged, third uncle. There is no hurdle that cannot be overcome. Believe me, I will get better in the future. When the third aunt heard the voices, she came out of the house with a gloomy look on her face. Zhang Jianzhen just nodded and walked over. He doesn't want to be a pushover now. There has to be a process of adaptation under such a common phenomenon. Shazhu also came back riding a bicycle. After cooking out a few times after the new year, I finally got a bicycle ticket. When Yan Bagui saw Shazhu's new bicycle, he felt both envious and disappointed. It's not that my bike can't be repaired, but I don't dare ride it anymore for fear that it will be confiscated at school. This made him feel very disappointed, and made the self-proclaimed scholar, the third uncle, feel at a loss. Shazhu bought the bicycle mainly for Qin Huiru. After all, he was worried about her big belly. Qin Huiru took leave from the steel rolling mill last month. Shazhu now has a good relationship with Director Yang, so it is natural for him to take a long vacation. Zhang Jianzhen walked across the middle courtyard and saw Jiazhang, who was walking slowly towards him from the direction of the toilet with a single crutch. I can't help but sigh that this old woman has a really strong life. No wonder the real model lived for over 100 years. Although his legs and feet were still inconvenient, he was able to walk with a single crutch. However, he still couldn't speak clearly. Qin Huiru was walking in the yard with her hands on her belly. The air in the house was still very stuffy during the rainy period. My face started to get a little swollen due to pregnancy. The nutrition at this age is still not enough and not rich enough. Seeing Zhang Jianzhen, he greeted him with a smile. Zhang Jianzhen nodded with a smile and returned to his old house. The inside of the house has changed a lot now, and it was painted 4 months ago. The entire wall is now as white as new, and it complements the marble on the ground. It is no longer as dark as before, and all the sofas in my house have been put into the space. I also put away all the old mahogany items. Although I'm not afraid, it's still a bit troublesome. There are still many crazy people nowadays. If someone outside sees old items in the house when you are not at home, you will definitely be reported. So he could only use the power of rules and space to build a set of wooden tables and chairs by himself. Not to mention that after careful polishing, these tables and chairs look quite good. He also renovated all his old cabinets and built a Kong in his predecessor's parents' room. The underground pipe passes through the wall and leads to the stove, which was also built for Joe Ziobai after marriage. It doesn't matter whether you have a Kong or not since you are not afraid of the cold. It's better to prepare one for Joe Ziobai when he comes over next time. Then he used the space to transform the small room he had separated into a bathroom. All the soil dug out by the pipeline was put into the space, leading all the way to the underground ditch in the wasteland outside. The toilet bought from another world was installed. The trademark and other things had been erased, so there was no need to worry about outsiders checking. Zhang Jianzhan entered the space and started cooking. Eat early and go out to have a look at night. Is there anything I gained? Zhang Jianzhan entered his house and slipped into the space. No matter how bleak the outside was, the inside was full of greenery. The flowers of various plants are colorful and vying for beauty, the bees are busy collecting pollen, and the butterflies are flying among the flowers. The scenery in front of you is like a paradise. Zhang Jianzhan looked up at the vortexes in the space again. The 4 vortexes were arranged in a row and rotating separately. The diameter of the 3 in front has reached about 1.5 meters, and the one in the back is still around 1 meter. It was like 4 black holes that made people dizzy after looking at them for a long time. At this time, 2 cat meows were heard under their feet. Zhang Jianzhan looked down and saw that they were Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The 2 kittens are now basically adults, and each weighs about 10 pounds. The fur on their bodies turned from light yellow to golden yellow, and the black spots on their bodies became more obvious. The 2 kittens ran over when they saw their owner coming in. Zhang Jianzhan built a small wooden house for them a few months ago, and the area around the house has become their territory since then. They also learn to hunt when their owners are away. It's like it's in their genes. Zhang Jianzhan played with the 2 kittens for a while and then started making today's barbecue. More than half an hour later, a fragrant roast chicken was out of the oven, and now the chickens and ducks in the space were also beginning to overflow. I was too lazy to process it, so I just let it grow in a random place and it became a recipe I often eat. After dinner, Zhang Jianzhan circulated a small circle of qi by the ancient well, and then put on a black nightgown that he had modified himself. He wore an ordinary black sweatshirt on top, black jeans on the bottom, and a pair of black canvas shoes on his feet. Recently, many unemployed people have been smashing and looting everywhere at night, and Zhang Jianzhan has also made considerable gains. The sky outside the space was still covered with dark clouds, and a figure suddenly appeared outside the backyard wall. This was exactly the flash technique that Zhang Jianzhan had learned before. In the dim alley, a figure was running fast like a ghost. The breath-concealing technique made his entire body look like a wisp of green smoke, floating silently through the streets and alleys. Zhang Jianzhan was about to cross the alley in front of North Street when he heard cursing and a woman crying from a large courtyard. He felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar, so he floated towards the compound without hesitation. There were more than a dozen young people standing in a mess in the courtyard. There were 2 people, a man and a woman, lying on the ground in the middle, and they were being kicked and slapped by 3 or 4 people in turn. Zhang Jianzhan stood outside the yard and swept his spiritual sense over, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Another one was actually tearing the girl's upper body, while the middle-aged man was struggling to resist and using his body to block the girl. "You can't do this. My daughter is innocent. I have to bear my own problems." A short, wretched young man in front cursed, "You old thing, you still dare to resist? Do you know what happened to the others before you?" After saying that, he slapped the middle-aged man in the face again, and the other young men who were dressed in tattered clothes started to make a fuss. "Liangzi, lock up this old guy first. This woman must be examined by everyone. I heard that she works at a newspaper. What good can she do?" Liangzi smiled lewdly and said, "Everyone is right. Ma Dazwang, Erzi, Gangzi, the 3 of you drag this old man away and take him out for a few more spins tomorrow. If you don't behave, we'll beat you to death. It's these bureaucrats who are sucking our blood every day." Erzi said with a smile, "Brother Liangzi, the 3 of us can go over there, but you can't eat alone. Wait for your brothers." The young people around burst into laughter, and more than a dozen people had a look of understanding on their faces. "What the hell are you talking about? We are all here to serve the people." After Liangzi finished speaking, he was about to go forward and tear the girl's clothes off, but before he could even stretch out half his hand, he fell straight down. A bloody hole appeared on the back of his back. He fell to the ground with a groan, twitched a few times, and then became motionless. Blood gushed out of the triangular wound. The ground was damp from the rain, and the blood quickly mixed with the mud. The second son who started the proposal later let out a low roar, and a bayonet appeared in his hand at some point. Blood was dripping from the bayonet under the dim light, and it was obvious that it was this man named Urtzi who did it. Then his eyes turned red and numb, and he began to stab the people around him frantically. The young men around didn't know what was going on at first, and were stunned for a moment by Brother Liang's sudden fall to the ground. When they woke up, 4 more people fell to the ground screaming in pain, either stabbed in the abdomen or in the waist. The scene was in chaos and the remaining 8 people began to scatter and try to escape. Those who were not stabbed in the fatal spot were desperately pressing their wounds, and the waves of wailing seemed even more miserable in the night. But the wound caused by the 3-edged bayonet could not be covered up, and the blood kept gushing out of his mouth and he started to cry for help. Second son, are you crazy? Damn it, how could you attack your own people? What the hell are you doing, you bastard? If you don't stop, Brother Liangzi might be in trouble. Gangzi, run. This guy is crazy. Quickly grab your weapons and subdue Urtzi. The scene was in chaos under the dim light, and murderous intent appeared in Zhang Jianzhan's eyes. He knew both people underground, one was Director Li and the other was his good friend Li Wanting. No one would have thought that they were father and daughter. This weird scene was naturally caused by Zhang Jianzhan. Zhang Jianzhan used the skill in arcane magic, illusion. Once hit by the illusion, all the people in front of him will gradually expand along with the evil thoughts in his heart. It's either the hatred of the murderer of one's father or the hatred of the stolen wife. This is a standard negative emotion spell. It is more effective against ordinary people who have lost their conscience, as they do not have the strong will to resist illusions. If there weren't so many people, he wouldn't bother with so much trouble and would just pull them all into the space and crush them to use as fertilizer. This also made him feel a little creepy. These unemployed people were simply crazy. A glimpse of the whole picture reveals the whole picture, and you can imagine what else has not been discovered. These people just shouted when they were suddenly in trouble. It would be fine if they were allowed to smash, loot, and rob, but when they saw something like stabbing someone, no one dared to stop them. Several young men were running towards the gate of the yard. Whoever falls in love with whom doesn't matter. Just go back and find some other people. Li Wanting, who was lying on the ground in dishevel, stopped sobbing, and her face, covered in wet mud, was filled with fear. I thought I might be persecuted today. The consequences of being taken away by several men at night can be imagined. In a desperate and helpless situation, I was shocked and terrified to see this scene. Director Li burst into tears when he saw his daughter's appearance. Because he had not eaten for 2 days and was tortured, he gradually became unconscious and fell to the side. Zhang Jianzhan now feels that his 3 views have exploded. Then leave them all. The night is getting darker. The dark clouds in the sky seem to be getting denser. Zhang Jianzhan saw several young men preparing to run away and launched a mental attack on them. The brains of those who were hit felt like a knife was twisting. They all cried out in pain, and some fell to the ground due to inertia, even trying to create the illusion of infighting among themselves. Zhang Jianzhan did not use his full strength to perform soul piercing. If I use my current mental strength to launch a mental attack, my brain will turn into a mess even if it doesn't explode. The next operation becomes simple and clear. Control the person who is under the illusion to come up and finish him off. The screams of several young men, whose souls were pierced, drifted away in the night sky and alarmed people in the nearby compound. But no one dared to come out to watch, thinking that these crazy homeless people were playing a prank on people. Because they have seen this phenomenon many times under the current circumstances. No one dared to take the lead during this period, and those with conscience could only sit in the house and sigh. At this time, a light rain began to fall. The last one, named Urtzi, under the guidance of a spirit, stabbed the triangular spear into his own chest. He only woke up when he felt a sharp pain, but it was too short-lived and was swallowed by the endless darkness. A figure flew over and held the 2 of them, then floated gently into the distance like a bat spreading its wings. Li Wanting in the air was about to open her mouth to scream when a familiar voice came to her ears. Don't shout, it's me. These 4 simple words made her ecstatic, and she couldn't help but open her mouth wide as she watched the constantly changing positions. She was a reporter after all, but she was also shocked by the scene before her. What kind of kung fu was this? Could this really be the same light kung fu as by Yutang's? Journalists like them have naturally read all kinds of literary books. He was also familiar with stories like The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants, and The Golden-Haired Mouse. By Yutang's martial arts skills were well known. The southern hero Zhan Zhao is also described in the novel as flying around. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this bizarre scene. Feeling the wind blowing in front of me, my face gradually became visible under the rain. But the red glow was looming in the darkness, and its bulging part seemed to be firmly clamped, completely squeezed out of shape. Zhang Jianzhan didn't pay attention at first, until he felt the warmth and softness on his hand, which made him feel a little embarrassed. You can only pretend that you don't know. You can't let go of a person who's already in the air, right? When the spiritual sense is fully opened, the area of nearly 300 meters is covered. At this time, the drizzle had gradually turned into heavy rain, and the raindrops fell down with crackling sounds. The three of them were soaked. Zhang Jianjun hesitated for a moment, but still flew to Luoguxian with the two of them and quietly floated into the backyard. Only after they arrived at her old house did she put the two of them down. Li Wanting breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly looked at her father. My whole body started to feel a little sore and I felt like he had touched me a few times, but at this moment I didn't want to think about anything else. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept across the entire compound. There was no outsider in this scan, and everyone in the compound was fast asleep in their beds. Only the unemployed were awake day and night. Zhang Jianjun has only brought the father and daughter back so far. He will not put people into the space unless it is absolutely necessary. This is his biggest secret, unless he sends the father and daughter in a coma. Zhang Jianjun opened the door and carried the unconscious Li Suo, followed by the tearful Li Wanting. After the lights in the house came on, Li Wanting threw herself into Zhang Jianjun's arms. Brother Jianjun, please save my dad quickly. He is still unconscious. Zhang Jianjun nodded. He smiled and said, Li Wanting, how can I save your father if you are like this? Do you think we can wait a while and let me see the situation first? But let's speak quietly. If we are discovered, we will be doomed. Li Wanting's face was as red as fire. When she met the person she once had a crush on in this crisis, she naturally regarded him as her only support. She was so excited that she threw herself into someone else's arms, but when she talked about her father, she became anxious again. He quickly broke free from his arms, lowered his head, not daring to look at Zhang Jianjun, walked to his father's side, squatted down, and began to shrug his shoulders. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to scan Li Suo. After carefully examining him from head to toe, he breathed a sigh of relief after finding that apart from some external injuries, there were no other internal injuries. It's just that the whole person is short of energy and blood, which is caused by hunger and fatigue. Zhang Jianjun closed the curtains and the door tightly and said softly, Li Wanting, please stand aside for a moment while I treat Uncle Li. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Li Wanting turned around and saw Zhang Jianjun's eyelids jump. Several buttons on his outer shirt were broken because someone had torn them. The small vest inside was white and was completely wet by the rain and stuck to her body. Li Wanting looked at Zhang Jianjun's slightly bulging eyes and subconsciously lowered her head. The blush on her face instantly spread to her ears. I quickly turned around and tried to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This was so embarrassing that I almost cried out loud again. Zhang Jianjun coughed awkwardly. Li Wanting, you'll get sick if you don't change your clothes when they get wet. Go to my inner room and change first. There are clean t-shirts and pants in the closet. Don't worry, Uncle Li will wake up soon under my care. After hearing that she was a reporter, Li Wanting quickly adjusted her mentality and hurriedly walked inside. There's really no need to stand outside in this situation. Zhang Jianjun saw reporter Li walk into the inner room, then he squatted down and transferred a trace of spiritual power into Li's body. Then he took out a cup of medicinal soup from the space. He made it after returning from the Warcraft plane because he felt his waist was not feeling well. In addition to nourishing yin and strengthening yang, this medicinal soup is also very effective for deficiency of qi and blood. It just takes a process of adaptation. This was made when I was refining the advanced healing potion. After drinking a cup of living root herbal soup, Li Suo's pale face gradually became rosy. A defective product of advanced healing potion, it is still quite effective in treating ordinary people. Seeing that it was effective, Zhang Jianjun quickly helped Li to a chair. Li Suo uttered intermittent words, Ting Ting, run quickly. Jianmei, wait for me to save you, everything will be fine. We are not wrong. Then his eyelids twitched a few times and suddenly opened, and the sweat on his forehead mixed with the raindrops on his hair flowed down. After looking around blankly for a while, he looked at Zhang Jianjun and his eyes widened. Xiao Zhang, where am I? Have you seen Ting Ting? There seems to be a strong wind outside. The eaves whistled. The night deepens. When Zhang Jianjun saw that Li Suo had completely woken up, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, Uncle Li, I didn't expect you to recognize me after not seeing me for half a year. The Ting Ting you mentioned is Li Wanting, right? She's in the back room of my house right now, free of charge. After hearing this, Li's anxious expression eased. Li Wanting in the inner room heard the conversation outside and ran out in a hurry. At this time, she had changed into a large t-shirt without a trademark, and the overalls newly issued by Zhang Jianjun's steel rolling mill, but it looks very loose and baggy on her. Li Suo turned around and stood up with tears in his eyes. Li Wanting threw herself into her father's arms like a young swallow flying into the forest. Both of them cried with joy. Zhang Jianjun looked at the father and daughter in front of him silently. He could understand the feeling of struggling in despair. Any mistake can lead to irreparable consequences. Zhang Jianjun walked into the inner room and picked up a big watermelon from the space. It is best not to overeat when people are hungry for a long time. Especially greasy and high-protein foods have a great impact on the body. There is a saying that goes, the weak cannot be nourished. Jang Jianjun sat inside for more than 10 minutes before going out, giving the father and daughter some time to relax. Watermelon is currently the most perfect fruit to fill your stomach. It can replenish lost water and temporarily fill your stomach. At this time, both of them were sitting on chairs and talking in low voices. After Jang Jianjun brought out the watermelon, neither of them was polite. I was so thirsty and hungry that I started eating without caring about etiquette. Li was also stunned after understanding the general process from his daughter's narration. This reminded him of the scene at the end of last year. He was indeed a strange man with unfathomable depth. I still remember that last year Jang Jianjun helped me remove shrapnel, and I invited him to be a police officer. I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Later, the police station received a call from Zhou Zhenyi's, asking them to pay attention to and take care of Jang Jianjun. Only then did they realize that they had underestimated this guy. Director Li calmed himself down and spoke. Xiao Zhang, I don't know how to thank you. My family is in a very bad situation right now. I just hope you can help take care of Tingting for me. Jang Jianjun asked seriously, Uncle Li, logically speaking, you shouldn't be being persecuted. You're also a veteran who's experienced the battlefield. What exactly happened during this period? The expression on Li Suo's face began to become complicated and angry. He smiled bitterly and said, Xiao Zhang, this is a long story. Since you saved my father and I'll talk to you about it. My father-in-law was a professor during the Republic of China era. Before liberation, many intellectuals moved to the islands, but my father-in-law was reluctant to leave his hometown. My 3 older brothers-in-law all received higher education and became teachers in schools after liberation. Because my father-in-law was a little famous in the early days, he had a lot of money. Who knew that this was the source of cholera? I don't need to explain what happened next, but you should already have a general understanding of the consequences of being a professor at this stage. Because my wife Zhang Mei was also implicated, the chain reaction quickly affected me. My father-in-law's family has never done anything harmful to the world. Even after liberation, several of his sons worked in education. It's just that fortune and misfortune can change everything in the blink of an eye. Li Wanting next to her began to sob softly again after hearing this. My mother was also taken away, and I heard that she was locked up with my grandfather's family. Jang Jianjun was also deeply moved after hearing this. A happy family fell apart in an instant because of the issue of family background. This is like a microcosm of an era. If you have a good family background, you can still get by, but if you have any shortcomings, you will be worried. Jang Jianjun didn't know how to comfort her. He was not a savior and it was impossible for him to be a nanny every day. If you meet someone, you will naturally help them. Everyone knows that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. There are so many strange things happening that if they are all connected at one point, they will most likely be exposed. Jang Jianjun said, Uncle Li, there's nothing we can do about this situation. I believe they will get through this difficult period, and one day they'll be able to clear the clouds and prove their innocence. Li looked at his daughter and then turned around and said, I don't understand the current situation anymore. As a former veteran, I can't afford to back down. Some difficulties still need to be faced by someone. Xiao Zhang, I just want to ask you for a favor. Can you promise me first? Seeing that the atmosphere was so serious, Jang Jianjun wondered if Li Suo wanted to go back. Uncle Li, you're not planning on going back, are you? Going back in this state will be very troublesome. You might as well look for your old friends outside to help you. If you go in, the road will be really difficult to navigate. Li Wanting also spoke anxiously at this time. Dad, aren't you walking into a trap if you go back? Is there really no way out now? If you want to go back, I will go with you. Li Suo said with a look of reproach on his face. Tingting, how can you be so old and still be talking nonsense? We have to endure a little hardship, but nothing will happen. There will always be a day when the clouds will clear. You're still young and you can't afford to waste time. Don't you understand the consequences of what you just experienced? You're a journalist, don't you know these principles? If something happens to you, who will support me when I'm old? Dad. Alright, listen to me on this matter. Go to the inner room for a while. Xiao Zhang and I will have a few words alone. Li Wanting could only reluctantly go back into the inner room. Xiao Zhang, I've also thought about the situation you just described. Some of our close comrades are either out of reach or struggling to protect themselves. If I drag others into trouble because of my affairs, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Even if they come forward during this period, it won't be of much use. I know you are a remarkable person with a strong supporter, so I can only ask you to look after Tingting. This is also a father's last hope for his daughter. This way, I can continue to fight against fate without any worries. I also firmly believe that my family has done nothing wrong. I just hope that the organization can clear my family's name as soon as possible. After saying that, Director Li stood up from his chair and bent down to kneel towards Jang Jianjun. Jang Jianjun was shocked when he saw it. He couldn't bear the kneeling of an elder. He quickly stepped forward to support Li Suo and helped him back onto the stool. While supporting her, he said, "Uncle Li, you are embarrassing the younger generation. I am friends with Li Wanting. Even if you didn't say it, I would have found a way to help her." Li Suo's eyes lit up when he heard this while he was sitting on the stool, and he seemed to relax. He said gratefully, "Xiao Zhang, I know the seriousness of taking in problematic people. It will bring many uncertain risks. I'm imposing my selfish desires on you. Your help is worth my kneeling, because she is the only hope of my family. It's no harm kneeling once for saving my life twice." Zhang Jianzhan's nose also felt a little sour. This is the heavy love a father has for his daughter. "Whenever the danger is most severe, I will always stand in front of my children to protect them from the wind and rain." It reminded him of a classic quote from his previous life. "If you never come back." Then he left and never came back. Director Li left in the deep darkness. Taking the oil paper umbrella and flashlight given to him by Zhang Jianzhan, he resolutely plunged into the darkness. After trying to persuade him a few times without success, Zhang Jianzhan did not try to stop him because he knew that this was the last stubbornness of an old soldier. It was impossible for him to abandon his beloved and disappear alone. His belief would not allow him to do so. When Li Wanting saw her father leaving, she burst into tears. Zhang Jianzhan didn't try to comfort her and didn't know how to comfort her, so he just let her vent her emotions for a while and maybe she would feel better. Then he went into the inner room, took out a big crucian carp, and started to cook crucian carp soup on the stove. It's useless to eat a lot of watermelon, after all, most of it is just water and you will get hungry quickly. Zhang Jianzhan was thinking hard while cooking. It is a bit unrealistic to let Li Wanting stay at home. It is impossible for me to protect her at home every day. Besides, if people knew that a single man and a single woman were living together, it would be an endless source of trouble. Even if I put it in my father-in-law's house, it is not a long-term solution. What will my mother-in-law and Xiaobai think after a long time? Her mind was running like a crazy machine. The space was safe but a little unrealistic. Zhou Xiaobai didn't even know this secret, so it was naturally impossible for her to reveal it. Zhang Jianzhan suddenly thought of the southeast and remembered that Lu Xiaoyi and her family were in Hong Kong. Now he is a high-level chi-refining cultivator, and his spiritual energy reserves are enough to easily support him to reach Hong Kong. The straight-line distance from Taipei to Hong Kong is about 1,900 kilometers, at the current maximum speed of 600 kilometers per hour. That's less than 4 hours. Zhang Jianzhan is not too worried about the steel rolling mill at the moment, as he has a very good relationship with Director Yang. Besides, Ma Xiaohua was there to block the way at the steel mill, so no one would notice if he disappeared for a day or two. At this time, Li Wanting gradually calmed down. The aroma of crucian carp soup made her swallow her saliva. With his eyes still a little red and swollen, he looked towards the stove. That tall and busy figure had once been a pain in his heart. After I learned that Zhang Jianzhan had a girlfriend at the end of last year, I never visited him again. She wanted to forget this person from her mind and start a new life. As a result, the more I want to forget something, the clearer the fragments in my mind become. Li Wanting could only devote herself to work actively every day, trying to forget this vague relationship through busy work. What I didn't expect was that our next meeting would be in this kind of setting. When this man fell from the sky, the floodgates of memories that had been gradually closing were easily opened by the flood. Nothing could be more dreamy than seeing the man she once had feelings for come to save her in despair. This is just like the foreign literature I used to secretly read with my colleagues, and we were often moved to tears by the romantic plots in the books. It magnified her already extinguished and vague emotions many times, with complexity, sweetness, confusion, and uncertainty about the future. At this moment, she didn't know how to sort out her thoughts. The moment he turned his head, the smile on the corner of his mouth made her heart flutter and her face began to blush again. Zhang Jianzhan turned around and saw Li Wanting, then walked over with the dishes and a gentle smile on his face. "What are you thinking about? Don't think too much. Everything is in the past. Dawn will eventually come." Li Wanting temporarily forgot her sadness and said, "Zhang Jianzhan, thank you so much for tonight. I can't imagine what would have happened without you. I never thought you were a martial arts master." In ancient times, this meant being proficient in both civil and military matters. She originally wanted to ask about the abnormal conditions of those people and whether it was his secret doing, but smart women know what to ask and what not to ask, so they suppressed their strong curiosity. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "To be honest, I didn't expect to meet you. Your father and I have met once, but I didn't expect Uncle Li to be your father. My martial arts skills were common in ancient times. Now I only dare to show off my skills at night. You know why. Would you like to eat first or have something to drink? Is there any wine? I'm feeling really upset and want to drink some." "Of course there is wine, but you should drink less in your current state and replenish your nutrition first." Zhang Jianzhan went into the inner room and took out a bottle of Lai Mao, but unfortunately he had already finished his beer. These Lai Mao were bought recently, otherwise they would have been drunk up. "Just fill up the 2 small cups." Zhang Jianjun said softly. Li Wanting, do you have anywhere else to go now? Of course, I'm not trying to drive you away. If you have a good place to go, that would be even better. I can escort you there. If not, then leave the rest to me. Li Wanting downed the wine in her glass and said with a bitter smile, where else can I go now? Most of my colleagues are in the same boat as me. Our unit has basically been replaced by a whole bunch of people. You've probably read the articles from the past few months. The layout is so unfamiliar to me, an employee who has worked here for 3 years. Zhang Jianjun thought about the articles he had written recently and felt helpless because the power of public opinion is usually controlled first. This has been the case in every era. In order to unify the writing system, Qin Shi Huang directly burned the writing systems of the other 6 countries. This would make the Qin dynasty's ruling position more stable. Li Wanting, since we're friends, I'll be frank. The sky will clear up, but not now. This place is no longer suitable for your development. Have you heard of Hong Kong? Because of drinking, Li Wanting's pretty face flushed, and her big watery eyes looked over with questioning eyes. Zhang Jianjun, I know about Hong Kong, and you know my profession. We have also had contact with the unit there, and they even established a branch in the early days of Siju City. You mean? Zhang Jianjun smiled and nodded. Yes, I want to send you to Hong Kong. I have a very good friend there, but it will take some time to find him. He was also someone who went there last year. His family is not the only one in this situation. Many people have gone to Hong Kong or Southeast Asia. Come to think of it, you might know him. He's the once famous Lu Bangheng. With his talent and circle, if he hadn't been so unlucky, he would have become a little famous by now. Li Wanting asked in surprise, Lu Bangheng? Is he the director Lu who donated so many factories? Yes, it's him. Even the predecessor of our third steel rolling mill was his business. But what will happen to my dad if I go there like this? Besides, how can I get through now? I guess the trains are being inspected very strictly these days. Zhang Jianjun smiled mysteriously and said, as for how to get through this, I naturally have a way. Your father's matter is not something you can handle right now. I will find a way to ask for you when the time comes. Just like Uncle Li said, the innocent will be innocent. You may suffer a little in the early stages, but only when you reach there safely can he be at ease, right? If anything happens to you, your father's faith will collapse instantly, so what you have to do now is to live a good life. Make a name for yourself over there so that when your father gets out he won't be left with nothing. Don't worry about work issues. Lu Bangheng still owes me a favor. I can just say something based on his personality. Li Wanting took a sip of wine and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head, with a determined light in his eyes. I'll listen to you. I won't let him down. I originally wanted to be lazy and play with the inventory for 2 chapters tomorrow, but he really gave too much. Thank you user 10565855 for the extra chapter, and thank you all for your support. The 2 people at the table thus determined the initial goal. After being anesthetized by alcohol and guided by Zhang Jianjun, Li Wanting gradually calmed down. The anxiety she had been feeling for the past few days was relieved at this moment. Although I am still worried about my family, what else can I do in this situation? I can only pray silently in my heart that I can get out soon. She could only follow Zhang Jianjun's advice and live a strong life, looking forward to the dawn. I secretly looked at Zhang Jianjun's fair and jade-like face, and my heart couldn't help but beat fast. Why did he look younger and more elegant than last year? 2 words popped up from the bottom of my heart. The man on the street is as white as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. How does this person maintain this skin? It feels whiter than mine. Thinking back to the moment when he saved me, I felt like an ancient knight, and my heart was filled with a sense of security. At this time, the man opposite raised his head and their eyes met in the air. Seeing his clear and bright eyes, Li Wanting lowered her head in panic. I didn't expect that I would be caught red-handed while stealing a peek. How could Zhang Jianjun not know Li Wanting's little tricks? He naturally felt happy when being secretly glanced at by a beautiful woman. It seems that my handsome face cannot be hidden in the dark. I am secretly a little proud of myself. I am afraid that my appearance is comparable to that of the readers. To liven up the atmosphere, Zhang Jianjun said with a mischievous smile, Li Wanting, is it because I haven't seen you for half a year that I seem to have become more handsome? Actually, this has caused me a lot of trouble. Now I dare not walk in crowded places, for fear that my handsome appearance will cause traffic jams. Puff. Li Wanting smiled. The whole room seemed to brighten up with the smile. The light reflected on her pretty face. Her originally slightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and 2 shallow dimples were faintly visible beside her slightly upturned mouth. I didn't expect that Mr. Zhang has such a narcissistic side, but your skin is really fair, and you seem a lot younger than last year. Zhang Jianjun was helpless and didn't want to. How could he not look younger if he drank spiritual spring water every day? It probably varies from person to person. I've been sitting in an office and haven't been out much lately. My skin looks pale because I haven't been out in the sun for a long time. But Li Wanting, are you full? If you are, we should set off now. Are you leaving at night? How are you going to get out? Li Wanting, look, there's a plane overhead. Well, looking at the unconscious Li Wanting, Zhang Jianjun withdrew his hand. He now knew too well which part of the human body could cause someone to fall into a coma instantly. It's just that my neck will be sore for a while when I wake up, which is not a big impact. I could have done it with my mental power, but I was afraid that if I didn't control it well, it would leave some sequelae. In order not to expose the space, this is the only solution. You can't fly in the air with a sword while carrying someone on your back. That's too shocking. After sending the unconscious Li Wanting into the cabin in the space, Zhang Jianjun looked at his watch and it was exactly 10 o'clock. He also gathered together the US dollars that Li Huid and several other places had collected. He didn't know whether the mainland currency would be useful in Hong Kong at the moment, but after a rough look, he found a total of more than 30,000 US dollars. Zhang Jianjun quietly walked out of the courtyard. He had changed into clothes from another world and a pair of Adidas shoes. Even if he went to Hong Kong, he would not be out of fashion and would even be a little ahead of the times. After all, I still don't know where Lao Banshan is. If I need to ask, I'll be too dressed up and no one will pay attention to me. That place is a bit hostile to outsiders. Zhang Jianjun was speeding through the alleys. To be safe, he didn't dare to fly with his sword over the capital. There must be dense radars in the capital's important areas. If he was discovered and a missile was fired at him, it would be a big deal. Running at full speed towards the south gate, a wisp of green smoke flashed by at every intersection, as silent and invisible as a ghost. Zhang Jianjun from the southern suburbs rose into the air and flew towards the horizon at a very fast speed. A layer of light spiritual shield on his body isolated him from the wind and rain. The green mountains and clear waters flashed by under my feet. Dividing line. The North Street compound was bustling with people. About 20 people of various kinds came to the scene. Although the heavy rain had washed away many traces, the scene before them made them unable to believe their eyes. 14 people were lying in the yard in a mess, leaving many traces of struggle on the ground. Some of them were not fatally injured, but the instinct for survival made them unrecognizable. His eyes bulged out of their sockets with fear, carrying a hint of desire for life. This is what is called dying with eyes open. Although many systems were shut down, they still had their own law enforcement team. After careful investigation by several law enforcement officers, they found that all the wounds were caused by a weapon. Mitsubishi Thorn. The rain was so heavy that they had to drag the stiff bodies of more than a dozen young men into the house, and the murder weapon was found in the hand of one of them. A young law enforcement officer walked up to a middle-aged man and spoke cautiously to the team leader with a sullen face. Team leader Liang, all 14 of them have lost too much blood and their hearts have stopped beating. 7 of them died on the spot from wounds in vital areas. The wounds were caused by this 3-edged bayonet. After saying that, he handed over the bayonet. Director Liang just glanced at it indifferently and did not take it to check. I just want the result. Have you found the reason? Team leader Liang, the scene has been washed away by rain, making it difficult to trace the wounds. Judging from the location of the wounds, it seems the same person did it. This bayonet was found in this man's hand. Judging from where he fell, he may have first launched a sneak attack from behind, and then began a frenzied killing spree. After stabbing everyone, he committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Due to the intense pain, his muscles contracted, and he still tightly grasped the bayonet before dying. After the law enforcement officer finished speaking, he looked at Director Liang nervously. Useless. Are all these people just here for nothing? I can't believe they were all taken down by one person. Search carefully to see if there are any other people who entered. They are all loyal and capable personnel. There's no way this kind of infighting is happening. Investigate this thoroughly and give the organization a satisfactory answer tomorrow. The people nearby were so frightened that they dared not breathe. They knew the temper of the man in front of them too well. More than a dozen people braved the heavy rain and began to investigate inside and outside the hospital. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianjun came in without any contact, which made their investigation doomed to be full of difficulties. Team leader Liang was almost furious at this time. How could he explain to the organization how such a big thing happened to the team he led? This completely disrupted his plans to ascend to power. How can we operate if we have lost so many people? The heavy rain raged for more than 3 hours and finally stopped gradually. After a 5-hour flight, Zhang Jianjun finally arrived in Bao'an, which is the famous science and technology city in later generations and has the title of Window of the World. It was still a small fishing village at that time. It would have taken him 4 hours to get there, but he got lost. At the beginning, we deviated from the direction and arrived at the border between Guangdong and Guangxi. We didn't dare to cross directly across the sea. If we got lost on the sea, we would be in tears. After all, he is still in the qi refining stage, and his spiritual energy cannot be consumed. I could only fly from the seaside to Bowen County, looking at the lights on the other side. Hong Kong, here I come. Hong Kong in the mid-1960s was a period full of change and challenges. During this period, Hong Kong's economy and society underwent many major changes, and a number of important figures and events emerged. Hong Kong's economy and society underwent a comprehensive reform to adapt to the trends of globalization and modernization at the time. These reforms included comprehensive tax and fee reforms, wage increases, strengthened government management and control, and improvements to public service facilities such as schools and hospitals. These measures laid the foundation for the further modernization of Hong Kong's economy and society. During this period, Hong Kong's cultural background and social values also underwent profound changes. Zhang Jianzhun stopped in a remote corner of Yuen Long district. Although it had experienced the erosion of 2 centuries, it must be said that this pearl of the Orient had begun to prosper at this time. He looked at the watch on his wrist and it was already 3:20 in the morning. He summoned the unconscious Li Wanting out from the space. Li Wanting woke up from her coma with a mental touch. She was confused and didn't know what had happened. The scene in front of me suddenly woke me up. I could vaguely see the outline of the building under the light of the street lamp in the distance. She couldn't help but open her mouth in amazement at this dreamlike scene. Looking at Zhang Jianzhun, who was smiling and pushing a bicycle in front of her, Li Wanting's watery eyes couldn't help but widen. The long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing the unrest in her heart. At this time, Zhang Jianzhun was wearing slim black jeans and a pair of very trendy Adidas sneakers, paired with a large white t-shirt. Is this still the same Zhang Jianzhun? This is too Western style. He has completely transformed into a handsome man. Li Wanting's face was dazed and she thought she was in a dream. Zhang Jianzhun laughed and said, "Why? Li Wanting didn't recognize me after sleeping? Get on the bike and I'll take you for a ride." Only then did Li Wanting feel a little soreness in her neck, and she still remembered the words she heard before she lost consciousness. Look at the plane. What the hell is this airplane watching thing? My goodness, the place has changed in the blink of an eye. It would be strange if I wasn't confused. Zhang Jianzhun, where is this? Why do I feel like this isn't in Forbidden City? Haha, that's right. You'll know once Li Wanting gets on the bike for a while. Li Wanting could only suppress her thousands of questions and jump onto the bicycle. A man and a woman were riding on the road, gradually approaching the new territories and Yuen Long in Hong Kong. When Li Wanting saw the rows of billboards on the buildings, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide again. All kinds of advertisements came into her sight, and the movie posters with various big titles opened her eyes. The herbal tea shops, grocery stores, dance halls, and buildings on both sides of the road are all standard buildings of this period, which the locals call Tanglu. This type of building was very popular at the time, with some being 8 or 9 stories high and some being 2 or 3 stories low. The lower floors are basically shops, and from the second floor upwards are all residents. There were no real skyscrapers during this period. If Zhang Jianzhun remembers correctly, Hong Kong's first skyscraper with more than 50 floors was built in the 1970s. According to the above text description, we have arrived in Hong Kong. Li Wanting was completely numb. She felt that her 3 years as a reporter had been in vain. Who would have believed that she could arrive in Hong Kong thousands of miles away just by sleeping? This was beyond her expectations and completely incomprehensible. The question marks in my little head seemed to be spinning non-stop. Looking at Zhang Jianzhun riding a bicycle, she wanted to ask several times, because this curiosity was like a cat scratching. The streets were naturally empty at around 3 in the morning. After all, this was not the bustling streets of Mong Kok in Hong Kong. Zhang Jianzhun rode for more than 20 minutes and arrived at Yuen Long, which is the center of Yuen Long district. Located on the alluvial plain in the northwest of the new territories, it faces the future science and technology city across the sea. By the time we got here, things had basically started to get busy. Zhang Jianzhun's main purpose of coming here was to find a hotel. They couldn't go looking for someone at this time of year. If they spent some US dollars during the day, someone would help them find the person. Zhang Jianzhun came to a hotel with the lights still on. When he saw the name of the hotel, Tulip Jasmine Hotel, he thought it looked very literary, so he walked over without hesitation. The two knocked on the door 7 or 8 times before a vague middle-aged man's voice came from inside. After opening the door, Zhang Jianzhun took a look at the uncle, who looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. These two pieces of clothing are very popular in this era. Of course, those so-called elegant gentlemen still prefer suits and trousers. Zhang Jianzhun smiled and said, "Hello, boss. Do you have any rooms available?" The uncle was stunned when he heard the standard Beijing Mandarin, but seeing that Zhang Jianzhun's clothes were exquisite and novel, he did not show any impatience. He spoke in a thick Cantonese accent. "Are you from mainland China? Do you have any identification? There have been a lot of people from mainland China coming in lately, and the police are checking them very closely." Zhang Jianzhun didn't speak to the uncle again. He took out $200 bills from his pocket and handed them to the boss. The uncle was stunned at first, then took the US dollar and looked at it carefully for a while. When he raised his head again, the smile on his face was like a bunch of chrysanthemums blooming instantly, and he quickly welcomed the two of them in. You should know that the Hong Kong dollar is now directly pegged to the British pound, while the US dollar is the most common currency for many companies to transfer overseas. In the 1960s, one US dollar was exchanged for about 5.5 Hong Kong dollars. Wow, this one move costs more than 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. What's the big deal about more than 1,000 Hong Kong dollars in this period? The boss smiled warmly and said, "Handsome boy, we don't have any double rooms available. It's the peak fishing season, but there's a room with a single bed on the second floor. What do you think? If that's not convenient, there's a long sofa inside where you can sleep." Zhang Jianjun hesitated for a moment and then smiled. "It's okay. We'll only be staying for a few hours and check out at dawn." After hearing this, the boss happily brought 2 thermoses and enthusiastically led the way. After going up to the second floor and pushing open the door of room 203, Zhang Jianjun walked in and felt that it was not bad compared to now. Although the big bed was a bit old, the sheets and quilts were relatively clean. The boss put down the thermos, gave an ambiguous smile and left. He closed the door and smiled. "I was originally thinking of finding a pretty girl for the pretty boy, but it seems that's no longer necessary." Zhang Jianjun felt embarrassed. This uncle seemed to have some knowledge. Then he remembered that this was how two bros smelled. Li Wanting was still feeling unreal. When there were only 2 people left in the room, she suddenly felt her heart beating violently. Mainlanders' thinking is still relatively conservative in this era, so it felt a bit uncomfortable to be in the same room with him. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Don't think about anything. You will be reborn at dawn. Comrade Li Wanting, are you ready? I'll sleep on the sofa tonight so far away, you won't be worried, right?" Li Wanting's face started to heat up again and she gave Zhang Jianjun a cold look. She said shyly, "Great talent, anyway, I am in an unfamiliar place now, what can I do?" Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly. "Okay, good night." Zhang Jianjun walked to the sofa and lay down with his clothes on. He had flown thousands of miles on his sword, and coupled with the rescue work he had done earlier, he was a little tired. Even a cultivator would find it hard to bear. He fell into a deep sleep in a short while. Li Wanting couldn't fall asleep. "Maybe it's because I've been unconscious for more than 5 hours. I feel sad when I think about what happened to my family, and I don't know when I can go home after coming here." His eyes couldn't help but look at the person lying on the sofa. His profile in his sleep looked like a child, as warm as if lying in his mother's arms. Thinking that he had lost both his parents, he must be as lonely as I was. The moment he appeared, she was deeply impressed, and she knew that she would not see him again for many years. "I lost my family and was left alone, and my loved ones were separated from me. If we meet again many years later, I am afraid that he may not recognize me. By then, I am afraid that my youth will be gone and I will be old and ugly. Why not have a romantic love at this time of parting?" She was shocked by her own thoughts, which once emerged had mushroomed like mushrooms after rain. "Maybe it will be difficult for me to tolerate other men in the future. If it weren't for him, he would have lost his virginity long ago." She bit her red lips tightly. A large t-shirt fell on the bed. The weather in the south is strange. There was no cloud in the sky, but it was drizzling outside the window. Zhang Jianjun felt a little sore in his arm and woke up from his daze. Li Wanting was resting her head on his arm, her big watery eyes staring at him intently. "It's as if I want to carve his appearance into my bones." When Li Wanting saw Zhang Jianjun open his eyes, her face turned red like a big apple. "Zhang Jianjun, are you going to leave after you've arranged for me?" "Don't worry, I'll come see you. Is it convenient to travel such a long distance?" "Ting Ting, have you forgotten how you came to Xiangjiang last night?" "Jianjun, can you tell me how this happened last night? This is a bit too sci-fi and I still can't believe it. There is a saying that goes, if money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. If it still can't be solved, it means you haven't given enough." Zhang Jianjun only understood the meaning of this sentence after holding the US dollars in his hand. Under the guidance of the local human traffickers, we found a local society, and then found Simsha Sui after asking the society members. At this time, taxis already existed on the streets of Hong Kong. The taxis used during this period were all European and American cars, including Morris, Austin, Citroën, Peugeot, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, etc. During this period, cars from countries with a comfortable life were not able to occupy this market. It was not until after 1968 that small cars from countries with a comfortable life gradually emerged. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when a Beetle-style Citroën taxi stopped 100 meters in front of a luxurious villa in Simsha Sui, a young man and woman opened the back door and got out. As I walked towards the villa, I began to look around. It seemed that the surrounding area was basically a wealthy area. The villa is more than 100 meters away from the road by an asphalt road, with lawns and ornamental trees on both sides of the asphalt road. There is a 3-story villa some distance away. Zhang Jianjun looked at the scene in front of him and felt like he was in his previous life. Zhang Jianjun, is this the time? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, if the intelligence is correct, Boss Lu should be here. Wouldn't it be a bit rash for us to go there empty-handed? Ting Ting, do you think people who live in a house like this would care about our little gifts? Don't worry, I have something good in my shoulder bag. At this time, Li Wanting had changed into a blue floral dress bought locally, revealing a pair of white calves and a pair of women's leather shoes on her feet. With her outstanding appearance, she looks a bit like an elite female office lady. The two of them walked and talked until they arrived at the gate of the villa. Zhang Jianjun pressed the doorbell at the gate of the villa. The two waited for less than half a minute before the door opened from the inside. A middle-aged woman dressed as a servant looked at them in confusion. What are you doing? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, hello, Auntie. Is Boss Lu home? Please let me know that an old friend from mainland China is visiting. Thank you. Before the maid could speak, a voice came from inside. Auntie Wang, who's outside? A middle-aged man in a suit walked out, and his eyes met Zhang Jianjun's in the air. There was a moment of surprise before a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He quickly walked out of the house and hugged me. He laughed and said, my dear nephew, I was wondering why the magpies were chirping non-stop on the branches today. It turns out you're here. I never thought I'd come. I never thought I'd come. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, I didn't expect Uncle Lu to look so much younger now. If I hadn't heard your voice, I wouldn't have recognized him. It seems Uncle Lu is doing well here. After they separated, Lu Bangheng smiled and said, haha, nephew, this is all thanks to you. Ever since you treated me last time, all my hidden ailments have been cured. It's a bit hot outside, let's go inside first. Who is the girl behind you? Hello, Uncle Lu, I'm Zhang Jianjun's good friend. My name is Li Wanting. Great, great. I didn't expect to see my friend from Siju City today. Aunt Wang, quickly take out the best jar of tea from my study. At this time, an aunt in Cheongsam came down from upstairs. Zhang Jianjun took a look and realized that it was Aunt Lu. As expected, no matter what kind of environment or what kind of dress she wears, time doesn't seem to have left too many traces on this woman. At this moment, she looked like a graceful and elegant lady. When Lu's mother saw the look of surprise on Zhang Jianjun's face, seeing the girl next to Zhang Jianjun showing a hint of surprise, a fleeting smile quickly disappeared on her face. Xiao Zhang, we haven't seen each other for half a year. I didn't expect you to come to Hong Kong. Come on, sit down and talk about how things are going in the city. The four of them sat down on the sofa in the living room of the villa. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Auntie, I haven't seen you for more than half a year. You look even more charming than before. I almost didn't recognize you now. Lu's mother said with a smile, Xiao Zhang is really good at talking. Tell me about the recent situation in Siju City. Lu Bangheng also spoke seriously beside him, my dear nephew, I've been a little busy with some investments recently, and I haven't heard any news from my hometown in a long time. I've heard bits and pieces of information from work, but I heard things haven't been going well lately. What's the situation like now? Zhang Jianjun smiled bitterly and said, Uncle and Aunt, the situation in my hometown is more than a little bad. Since April, Zhang Jianjun recounted what had happened in the past 6 months, and Lu's father and mother frowned inside as they listened. They also knew that something was amiss and that there would be a lot of trouble later on, but they never imagined it would be this bad. The four of them sat on the sofa in silence for a long time, each with a complicated or sad expression. But when the old couple of the Lu family learned about Li Wanting's situation, they were all sighing and their eyes softened towards the girl. Zhang Jianjun took the tea handed to him by the servant, put it to his lips and took a sip. It was fragrant with a hint of bitterness. He wanted to ask several times why he didn't see Lu Xiaoyi, but I didn't feel comfortable speaking at this time because I had a girl with me. Putting down the teacup, he said, Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, this matter will pass. In 10 years at most, these storms will subside. Lu Bangheng sighed, his eyes slightly red as he spoke, my dear nephew, I was indeed a little discouraged when I first arrived. People of our age believe in returning to one's roots. No matter how good a foreign land is, it is still a foreign land. I won't hide it from you. At that time, I even dreamed of returning to Beijing. That's where I fought so hard in my youth. How could I just forget it and let it go? But I have to cheer myself up and live well. If it really only takes a dozen years for things to get better, I think my current physical condition can last until then. You can't take money with you when you're born, and you can't take it with you when you die. I donated so many factories. Although it was for self-protection, it was also a way of cherishing my homeland. Lu's mother then smiled and said, Old Lu, today should be a happy day, and we can't keep talking about such sad topics. It's getting late, so I'll go pick some vegetables with Auntie first. You should talk about something happy. We finally get to meet each other, but you're acting like we're parting forever. When a few people heard this, they couldn't help but laugh, and the heavy atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Li Wanting also stood up and said with a smile, "Auntie, I can't get a word in while sitting here, so let me come over and help you." Mother Lu smiled softly and said, "How dare you ask for help for the first time, kid? It's okay. I used to help my mother cook at home." After saying that, he thought of something and his eyes turned red again. Mother Lu said with a bit of pity, "Miss Li, everything will be fine. If you don't mind, just call me niece." Li Wanting nodded her head with a smile, and the two of them walked to the back together. Zhang Jianjun saw Lu's mother and Li Wanting go to the back and felt that the time had come. He smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, why haven't I seen Sister Xiaoyi for so long? Isn't she at home today?" Lu Bangheng smiled brightly and said, "My dear son-in-law, Easy Eye is still resting on the second floor. She is pregnant." Zhang Jianjun was holding a cup of tea. The words "good son-in-law" almost made him throw the teacup away. This? Holy shit. Zhang Jianjun almost popped his eyes out. The word "good son-in-law" caught Zhang Jianjun off guard. It seemed like fate was playing a joke on him. Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Lu, did I hear wrongly? Is Sister Xiaoyi pregnant?" Lu Bangheng smiled brightly and said, "My dear son-in-law, although I was a little angry about this matter, it's because you saved my family. But this is a good thing. I'll be a grandfather soon. I'm over 7 months pregnant, and the baby will be born in 2 more months at most. My belly is so big now that it's a little inconvenient for me to walk, so I've been staying at home to take care of the baby." Zhang Jianjun was both happy and complicated. He had 2 children even though he was not married yet. After careful calculation, I found that I had been drinking at Su De Mao around January 10th, so it is now August 27th. Wow, the child is almost 8 months old now. Liput's father opened the door for Liput's baby and Liput came home. When did getting pregnant become so easy? I didn't expect that I had the potential to be a sharpshooter. Lu Bangheng looked at Zhang Jianjun's complex and changing expression and said with a smile, "My dear son-in-law, you don't have to worry. My Lu family just happens to have no descendants, so we will let the child stay here. After all, you're still unmarried in the city, so it's not a good idea to raise a child, right? When I'm older, won't I have my own children?" Zhang Jianjun was speechless. My goodness, this cheap father-in-law is afraid that I will take the child away. But what can I do now? Let alone raising a child. If I bring the child to Beijing, I guess my mother-in-law will fight with me. Besides, the situation in the old city is not realistic, so we can only plan it slowly in the future. Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Lu, this is also my fault for being young and drinking a few more glasses. I was originally trying to enlighten Sister Xiaoyi, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. But don't worry, I still have some good things here, and I won't let Sister Xiaoyi down." Lu Bancheng's eyes lit up. He had experienced some good things before. If this kid could reveal some of them to the Lu family, it would benefit greatly. No matter how much money you make, it is not as important as good health when you are old. This is something he deeply experienced when he was in Beijing. So he laughed and said, "My dear son-in-law, I feel more at ease with your words." After thinking about it, Zhang Jianjun let go. Smiling, he said, "Uncle Lu, what kind of business are you doing here now? I can learn from your experience and perhaps start my own business in the future." When Lu Bangheng heard people talking about his old profession, he immediately became excited. "My dear son-in-law, Hong Kong's industry has been developing rapidly recently. Many bosses like me have come to Hong Kong with capital and technology. The plastics industry has been particularly strong, and this has also led to the toy manufacturing industry becoming a mainstream modern industry in Hong Kong. There's also the development of the watch industry. I didn't realize how famous Hong Kong's watch industry was until I arrived. Now people from Southeast Asia come to Hong Kong to order watches and sell them back home. It's known as the Switzerland of the East." Secondly, garment factories began to gradually improve their industrial systems, and I also invested in several garment factories. When I first arrived, I learned that Hong Kong's economy has flourished since the late 1950s. The textile industry, in particular, has driven rapid growth in the garment industry, which has now become a major exporter of Hong Kong products. Zhang Jianjun listened to Lu Bancheng's endless narration. As expected, Lu Bangheng had a keen business acumen when it came to doing business. Zhang Jianjun thought of the mountains of tranquilizing flowers in the space, and had an idea, so he asked, "Uncle Lu, how is the beverage industry in Hong Kong right now? Are there any large beverage companies?" Lu Bangheng sat on the sofa, thought for a while and shook his head. Hong Kong's current beverage industry is still dominated by imports, and local beverages are mostly herbal teas. Currently, there's only one company that seems to be doing well. It's Vitasoy, a beverage developed by Mr. Luo in the 1940s. This industry is still a bit sluggish at the moment. After all, there's nothing much to show for local beverages. The competitiveness in the international market is almost zero. Zhang Jianjun's eyes lit up after hearing this. If his tranquilizing flower were made into a beverage, wouldn't he be able to quickly dominate this vacant market? However, he doesn't have time to take care of it. If it becomes a unicorn company in the future, his cheap father-in-law may not be able to take it over. Just as Zhang Jianjun wanted to test out Lu's father's network of connections, he heard two footsteps coming from the corner of the stairs. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to scan his consciousness and sensed that a servant was supporting a pregnant young woman walking down the stairs. The young woman has slightly curly hair, and her fair and soft face reveals the radiance of motherhood. The big dress couldn't hide her bulging belly, and she walked carefully with two white hands supporting her belly. Zhang Jianjun saw that it was Lu Xiaoyi. How could he sit still? What if she fell? He felt a little resentful towards his cheap father-in-law. How could a pregnant woman with a big belly live on the second floor? Zhang Jianjun quickly stood up and went to greet him. At the corner of the stairs, their eyes met in the air. Lu Xiaoyi looked at Zhang Jianjun, who was walking towards her with a dazed look in her eyes. She thought she was hallucinating because of her pregnancy, and quickly rubbed her eyes with her hands. Looking at that familiar smile more closely, her eyes instantly turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. Amid the servants' surprised gazes, the young man gently embraced their young lady in his arms. Zhang Jianjun, is that you? Am I dreaming? Sister E, I feel like I'm dreaming. I didn't expect that I'm going to be a father soon. What could be more dreamy than this? Lu Xiaoyi said shyly, I followed your advice and went to Xiangjiang University to enrich myself. I didn't expect to find out I was pregnant 2 months later. The school was quite tolerant and helped me take a leave of absence at 4 months. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but sigh. The current environment here is still pretty good as long as you don't go to those communities. Small gangs don't dare to come to the rich areas to cause trouble, and the big gangs have naturally taken care of them long ago. It's all about profit. After the two separated their arms, Zhang Jianjun took over the servant and helped Lu Xiao walk into the living room. Lu Bangheng smiled with satisfaction when he saw Zhang Jianjun helping Lu Xiaoyi down the stairs. He also quickly dragged the single sofa to the table himself. Easy Eye, you should be happy now that Jianjun is here. You looked so distracted a few months ago. Dad, what are you talking about? Weren't you a little worried when you were pregnant? Lu Bangheng burst into laughter. After sitting down, Lu Xiaoyi straightened her hair and looked at Zhang Jianjun carefully. Zhang Jianjun, when did you arrive in Hong Kong? Are you doing well at the third steel rolling mill in Siju City? Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, I came here last night, but it was a bit late. I also asked around for your accommodations during the day, so I'm only here now. I'm doing fine at the steel mill at the moment, don't worry. Why are you still living on the second floor with such a big belly? Isn't that inconvenient? Lu Bangheng interrupted, saying, I've also tried to persuade Easy Eye. She's been pregnant lately, and she's lost her appetite. She's also been retching a lot, so she can't go for a walk. She says she's been feeling too stuffy staying indoors, and that being by the second floor window, where she can see farther, can help her relax. Zhang Jianjun thought about his herbal medicines and wondered which ones could treat post-pregnancy anxiety. I don't dare let her drink the spiritual spring water now. For fear of directly harming the fetus, sperm washing and marrow removal should not be performed on unborn children. Thinking of the efficacy of tranquilizing flowers, it should be the best one so far. My own century-old ginseng can also be produced. It was 6 in the afternoon and the sun had not yet set outside. 5 people gathered in the hall of the Lu family villa, and the table was filled with a variety of dishes. After the two were introduced, Lu Xiaoyi soon started chatting with Li Wanting, but the two of them cast strange glances at each other from time to time, which made Zhang Jianjun very embarrassed. Lu Bangheng originally planned to open 2 bottles of foreign wine. After all, it is difficult to get wine in the mainland under the current circumstances. Zhang Jianjun took out 2 bottles of Lai Mao from his bag. Lu Bangheng was overjoyed. Businessmen naturally like to drink, and this is a habit they have to develop. How can I not be happy when I see mutai from my hometown? Zhang Jianjun looked at the round table covered with a tablecloth. Scallops, oysters, conchs, clams, mantis shrimps, etc. The main dish is tuna. Mrs. Lu smiled and said, Ting Ting, Jianjun, when you come to the south, you naturally have to try seafood. I wonder if you two can get used to it. If not, it's okay. The kitchen still has a few mainland dishes. This scallop dish is steamed directly, which not only preserves the scallop's freshness but also makes it very chewy. Mrs. Lu began to introduce the varieties and how to eat them one by one. Nowadays, many people may never leave their hometown in their entire lives, so the cuisine in different places is naturally different. Father Lu smiled and said, there used to be seafood for sale in the city. Hairtail was the most common at that time because it was easy to transport. Fresh ones like this are rare. You two shouldn't be so polite. I've arrived home. Zhang Jianjun opened the moutai and poured the wine while laughing. I have been wanting to try a seafood feast for a long time. These dishes look very appetizing, so I will definitely not hesitate. Father Lu asked, Jianjun, have you ever considered staying here to develop together? After all, the situation in the mainland is a bit bad. I have the startup capital and everything. I can personally guide you for a while. With your talents, you should be able to adapt quickly." When the two women heard this, they pricked up their ears and looked at Zhang Jianjun. Mrs. Lu glanced at Li Wanting's expectant expression, and her guess in her heart was confirmed that this Xiao Zhang was also a passionate man. Zhang Jianjun took the initiative to clink his glass with Lu's father and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, I don't want to start doing business too soon. Although the current situation is not ideal, it's like you said, it's hard to leave your hometown, right? I can still be considered a decent person, even though there's a huge gap between ideals and reality right now. But if even young people like me learn to escape, what's the future of this society?" After hearing this, Lu Bangheng drank the wine in his glass in one gulp, put down the glass, clapped his hands a few times and laughed. "My dear nephew, I am narrow-minded. There is a saying that goes, care leads to confusion. I didn't expect you to have such a broad mind. What you said about good wine is also good." Several women also listened with great delight. Zhang Jianjun thought to himself that if I didn't have the plug-in, I probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Anyway, there was a big tree behind him, and the size of the tree determined how big his words were. Anyway, nice words don't cost money. Seeing the expressions of everyone at the table, he nodded with satisfaction. "I think this way. During these turbulent days, one's character can be tempered. Time will always pass by in a flash. Even if there is a lot of commotion and noise, I will just drink a cup of fragrant tea and watch the clouds roll by. Waiting for the dawn with a smile may be lonely and even a little dangerous, but isn't this also a test of the laws of survival? 2 glasses of wine at a time." Zhang Jianjun's addiction to chicken soup articles came back, leaving everyone stunned. Mrs. Lu had a faint smile on her face. No wonder this kid was so lucky in love. His mouth was simply too amazing at this time. Li Wanting was so excited by Zhang Jianjun's words that she almost waved her fist and said, "Come on." Lu Xiaoyi felt a little happy and a little lost, just like she said on the night of parting, "I am just a passerby in your life," but what made her happy was that she had his child. Looking at Zhang Jianjun, who was talking incessantly, his eyes were a little dazed. He was still that outspoken big boy. Lu Bangheng laughed heartily and said, "My dear nephew, your work in the publicity department is not in vain. If I hadn't been doing business overseas for many years, I would have been so excited by you." After saying that, he burst into laughter. Zhang Jianjun gave up the urge to continue talking after seeing this. As expected, chicken soup articles have only half the effect on these worldly wise people. He also laughed and said, "This is not just to liven up the atmosphere, it's because we must always look forward. There are no obstacles that cannot be overcome. This can also be regarded as a spur and encouragement to ourselves." Several people at the table also laughed. The scene was indeed much more lively. Lu Bangheng smiled and said, "Since we've had some wine, I'll just ask directly. Jianjun, how do you plan to arrange things for Miss Li? Do you want her to find a job at the newspaper or do you want to follow her wishes?" Zhang Jianjun looked at Li Wanting. "Wanting, everyone sitting here is one of us. If you have any ideas, please share them. We can help you with future work arrangements while we're all here." Li Wanting also said calmly, "I still want to do my real work. I've been a reporter for 3 years. Although there are many differences between here and the mainland, I also worked with Hong Kong reporters in the early days at the Sijukan Daily. My plan is to find a newspaper as an intern and learn for a year or 2. I believe I'll be able to fit in quickly." Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "I didn't expect that Wan Ting was a reporter for a newspaper in Siju City. I've always wanted to find a job, but unfortunately the circumstances at the time didn't allow me to do so. After coming here, I became a transfer student in the finance department. I didn't expect to get pregnant again." After saying this, he looked at Zhang Jianjun with a bit of resentment. Li Wanting felt depressed when she saw Lu Xiaoyi's expression. She thought she had succeeded before Zhou Xiaobai, but she was overthinking it. She got pregnant right away. He also gave Zhang Jianjun a blank look. "Zhang Jianjun, we were talking about work. Why are you looking at me?" I could only change the subject awkwardly and say, "Uncle Lu, you think this problem is easy to solve. How is the working environment at Xiangjiang newspaper now?" Lu Bangheng took a sip of wine and thought for a while. There are about 40 newspapers in Hong Kong, many more than in Taiwan. Among them, the Xinchen Evening News, the New Evening News, the Ming Pao, the Express, and the Ta Kung Pao are the most famous. It's divided into 2 major factions, the left and the right. Of course, it's not the left and the right like in mainland China. Competition is fierce now, so we've added literary supplements. Serialized martial arts novels are very popular right now. According to Lu Bancheng's narration, many famous writers and commentators have emerged, including Ni Kuang, the 3 sub-brothers, Sima Changfeng, Su Su, Su Dongbin, Dong Qinli, Yu Guo, Yi Shu, Lin Yani, and others. Mr. Jin and Mr. Liang have already started publishing the martial arts novels. This is an era when Hong Kong literary works are flourishing. So many works have also brought vitality to Hong Kong films. Since I decided to go to the newspaper, I must do some research first. Work matters will only take a day or two to get results. Everyone enjoyed the dinner very happily. Night falls unknowingly. I wish all readers a happy May Day. Wine is a good thing. When you meet old friends in a foreign place, you will naturally drink more happily. Some people use it to boost their courage, some use it to relieve their sorrow. It can bring a variety of emotions to people, and all the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are in the wine. Only Zhang Jianjun and Lu Bangheng were left at the table. The two girls had already run into the room and were talking in private, and Mrs. Lu also made space for them. Lu Bangheng was already a little tipsy at this time, and it had been a long time since he had a good drink like this. Drinking in business has its own purpose. You also have to pay attention to your words and actions, so naturally you won't be as relaxed physically and mentally as you are at home. My dear nephew, how long do you plan to spend in Hong Kong this time? Unfortunately, many things cannot be brought back to the mainland for use. If you need anything, let me know and I will send someone to buy it for you. Zhang Jianjun thought about it carefully and realized that there was nothing he needed for the time being. What the space needed most now was naturally seeds. However, since the space has become 5 square kilometers, the ordinary seeds in his main world seem to have little effect on the energy of the space. I have no shortage of food, clothing, housing, and transportation now. There are many good things in the space, even a car. That SUV is still gathering dust in the corner of the space. If that car were taken out now, it would be 50 or 60 years ahead of the world. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Uncle, if possible, please keep an eye out for computers for me. I know that only government agencies have them now. If you can get one, please keep an eye out for it for me. Don't rush to buy it now that you've found the way. I'll come back a few more times in the future." Zhang Jianjun just wanted to give one to his father-in-law, as computers were still in short supply at that time. It can also be regarded as an indirect way to consolidate one's own position. If that doesn't work, go to a small island country and shop for free. Lu Bangheng laughed and said, "As you said, computers are indeed a bit difficult at the moment. It's not a matter of money. I'll talk to my business partners about the situation." At this time, the two of them drank more than a bottle of white wine and walked towards the study. After Zhang Jianjun entered, he sat opposite Lu Bangheng. "Uncle, don't be in a hurry. After all, this is not a trivial matter. If it doesn't work, don't force it. I didn't bring any gifts this time. Please accept these things." Zhang Jianjun took out 3 bottles of wine from his shoulder bag and handed them over. Lu Bangheng smiled and said, Okay, I'll accept this hometown liquor without hesitation. I'm really craving it here." After saying that, he happily took it, but was stunned because he felt that one bottle was heavier than the other two. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, the liquid in the bottle is the unique potion I gave you the first time, but this time it's purer and twice as effective. The 2 lighter bottles are another kind of health powder I prepared. It's called tranquilizing flower tea. One of them is specially prepared for Sister E. It has the effect of calming the mind and refreshing the brain, and is very effective for anxiety and insomnia. Tranquilizing flower tea, take 2 spoonfuls each time, add boiling water to a cup, stir well, and you're ready to drink. As for the unique potion, each dose is 2 liang. 1 bottle is just enough for 5 people. You can distribute it as you wish, but it's best not to let outsiders know. You should all understand the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. Just drink it first. If it's not enough, I'll bring some next time." It's not that Zhang Jianjun was reluctant to give more, but he was afraid that if he gave too much, the Lu family would not be able to control it and it would be a disaster. After hearing this, Lu Bancheng's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. "Good job. The last time the amount of half a cup per person changed so much. Hearing that this time is better than last time, isn't this taking off on the spot?" He carefully placed the 3 bottles on the table and planned to lock them in the safe later. It is no exaggeration to say that these are completely used to prolong life. Ha ha ha. Lu Bangheng was smiling with a rosy face at this moment. "My dear son-in-law, your gift is too valuable. I thought it was liquor. You brought such a valuable thing in an empty bottle. You are indeed a unique person who does things in an unconventional way." Looking at Lu Bancheng's flushed face, he was speechless. He almost blushed because of the compliments. "Uncle, these are all our family, but I can't give this unique potion to little Goose for the time being. I'm afraid it's too strong and will affect the fetus. It won't be too late to give it to her after she gives birth. The tranquilizing potion can be brewed at will. As long as you don't overdo it, you can drink it as tea. There's absolutely no problem with that. I'll take care of wanting share, you just take care of your family." Only then did Lu Bangheng calm down a little. With a smile on his face, he said, "My dear son-in-law, I will follow your arrangements. With these good things, I firmly believe that I will be able to return to the Forbidden City one day. Don't worry, uncle. When the storm calms down, I might start a business. Some good things cannot be exposed for the time being, and I can ask Sister E to help take care of them then. Just think of it as child support. No one else can tell what this concentrating flower tea is. I can also test the waters with my close network of connections. If the results are good, you can run a small business next time you come back. I suggest that you go for the high-end elite route to build your brand in the early stages. The more Lu Banghung listened, the more excited he became. The good stuff this kid mentioned must be one of a kind. His Lu family might become glorious again. The two talked in the study for more than an hour, and Lu Banghung finally returned to the living room with satisfaction. In a large side room downstairs, Lu Xiao and Li Wanting were chatting with each other. As time went by, the two of them began to talk about everything, just like friends who had known each other for a long time. When Lu Xiaoyi heard about Li Wanting's experience and Zhang Jianzhun's complicated and tangled feelings, she couldn't help but sympathize with them. Lu Xiaoyi also began to talk about the past of the Sijukan compound. From having a bad background to being forced to marry into a slum, how did she get help from Zhang Jianzhun and expose the man's infertility? He told the story of what happened between him and Zhang Jianzhun after drinking without reservation. The two women couldn't help but sigh after hearing each other's stories. Wanting, I've been through this myself. How far has your relationship with Zhang Jianzhun progressed? Sister E, this. What's there to be embarrassed about? This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Well, Li Wanting's face turned red like a big apple at this time. Has this person become so open-minded after arriving in Hong Kong? Thinking of that moment this morning when the bad guy hugged me from behind, my face turned even redder with embarrassment. In the living room, Lu Banghung looked at his watch and smiled. My dear son-in-law, it's getting late tonight and there's too much to say. There's a master bedroom on the 3rd floor that almost no one has ever slept in. I'll have the servants take you up there. I know you guys still have things to talk about. Wait until tomorrow morning to chat with EZI. You've been basically stuck at home for the past few months of pregnancy. Zhang Jianzhun thought about it, but he couldn't just fly back overnight. Okay, Uncle Lu, I'll stay for another day tomorrow to chat with Sister Xiaoyi and the others. I'll probably leave tomorrow night. After all, I've been away from the steel mill for too long, and I'm worried something else might happen. I'll leave Wanting's matter to you. Lu Banghung nodded and said, I believe you have already made plans for your matter. I may not be home tomorrow morning, but I will try to get back by noon. I plan to personally visit various newspaper offices to investigate the situation. Don't worry, niece Li's affairs are my business. After the two chatted for a while, Zhang Jianzhun was taken to the 3rd floor by the servant. After entering the room, Zhang Jianzhun lay down on the bed, thinking that he had missed a day of practice last night. He stood up, locked the door and slipped into the space. The current cultivation process is slow. Can't delay any longer. I wish all readers a happy May Day. Zhang Jianzhun began his routine training beside the ancient well in the space. After completing 36 small cycles, he began to practice magic again. He specially prepared a platform for practicing spells, with an area of more than 300 square meters, which could be bombed at will. After all, there are so many herbs in the space now that it would be a pity if they were destroyed accidentally. After Zhang Jianzhun reached the high-level Qi refiner, he finally got his first group attack spell, Thunder Dragon Roar. Standing in the distance, he silently chanted the mantra of the mental method and kept changing his hand gestures. A ball of lightning with a radius of more than 10 meters appeared in the air and instantly smashed towards the target. The trailing arc of electricity is like a dragon's tail. This gorgeous tail is the origin of the name of the spell. The high platform 100 meters away was suddenly covered with lightning. The entire platform seemed to be in the lightning, and the sound waves from the continuous explosions gradually decreased layer by layer. A huge pit with a diameter of more than 80 meters and a depth of 1 meter appeared on the platform. This kind of group attack spell naturally has poor penetrating power, but the explosion range was very wide. Just like the Mage's Blizzard, it has a large area and high mana consumption. Zhang Jianzhun can only use it 4 or 5 times at his current level. He teleported to the high platform and looked at the charred soil in front of him, with a faint arc of electricity flashing occasionally. Zhang Jianzhun showed a satisfied smile. This spell was simply the best for clearing out minions. It just consumes too much spiritual energy. He then looked at his two friends, and with a quick glance he discovered that Xiao He and Xiao Bai were tearing a rabbit apart, so he didn't call them over to tease him. Now that they are 2 adult leopard cats, it is normal for them to be a little wild. He just needs to cultivate their relationship from time to time. In the master bedroom on the 1st floor, Lu's mother and Lu Banghung were chatting on the bed. Old Lu, how should we handle the relationship between Zhang and EZI? We can't let our daughter be without a legitimate status for the rest of her life. As a woman from a wealthy family, Lu's mother naturally attaches great importance to a woman's status. Lu Banghung pondered for a moment and said, Madam, our son-in-law is no ordinary man. It was Xiao Zhang who showed me the way when you and I were still in the Forbidden City. He was able to accurately predict what would happen this year last year. You and I are now so young, and it's all thanks to him. What can we say about what happens when young people get drunk? Besides, there's still a lot of time. As long as this child is still in the Liu family, isn't he half a son of our Liu family? When Liu's mother heard this, she thought it made sense, and she started to get nervous again when she thought of her child. After all, her daughter has suffered a lot during this period. If the child is taken away again in the future, Ezi probably won't be able to bear the blow. Old Liu, have you two discussed this issue with your child? What's Xiao Zhang's attitude? What did he say? Haha, don't worry about this, madam. I have discussed this issue with Xiao Zhang, and judging by his attitude, he doesn't object to leaving the child at the Liu family. After all, the current situation in Siju City doesn't allow it. Liu Banghong added mysteriously, Madam, guess what gift our son-in-law has brought to our Liu family? After hearing that the previous child stayed in the Liu family, Mrs. Liu felt relieved. When I heard that there was a mysterious gift, I couldn't help but think of Siju City. After drinking the formula that day, earth-shaking changes began to occur in the evening, and I couldn't help but get excited. Which woman doesn't want to maintain a beautiful appearance after she is in her 50s? Old Liu, what exactly is this mysterious gift? You're starting to become a bit fussy now. Seeing that his wife was a little anxious, Liu Banghong felt relieved and couldn't help but smile complacently. Hey, ma'am, it's the same thing as last time, and the effect of what Xiao Zhang sent this time is even better. This is a good thing that can't be bought with any amount of money. So now all we have to do is live a good life and let the children handle their own affairs. After all, isn't our grandson also born to our daughter? This blood relationship cannot be erased. After hearing this, Liu's mother's eyes lit up. Good job. This thing is much better than any beauty cream or pigment nourishing cream, and I'm so happy about it. At this time, Liu Banghong said with a smile, Madam, do you think we should? Liu's mother, are you okay? Who are you looking down upon? Dividing line. In the early morning, the entire Hong Kong River wakes up under the rising sun in the east, covering this oriental pearl with golden morning glow. Zhang Jianjun woke up a long time ago but was not in a hurry to go downstairs. He was reading a newspaper on the big bed. It was an iron rule of survival that one must understand the local situation when arriving at a place. When I turned to the supplement, the big headline of demigods and semi-devils caught my eye. Unexpectedly, this famous martial arts novel started serialization in 1963, and now in 1966 it is still so popular, worthy of being a master of martial arts. Zhang Jianjun recalled his past life and calculated the time in his mind. The next book should be Swordsman, published in 1967. If I play a prank and send the book out early, I wonder what expression Mr. Jin will have on his face. I couldn't help but laugh when I thought about it. Of course, he would not do such plagiarism that is too recent. The work was first published in 1967, and Mr. Jin probably has an outline or framework of it by now. It would be a bit unkind to interfere now. Hong Kong is currently experiencing a period of flourishing petty bourgeois literature, so it would be nice to publish the first intimate contact from my previous life. This book touched a generation of college students in the 1990s. It is recognized as the pioneering work of online literature and the first best-selling novel after the advent of the internet. I remember that many social media avatars were changed to Pai Zicai or Ching Wu Fei Yang. Even though he is a plagiarist, who made him travel through time? Maybe this can help Li Wanting. Journalists and editors all have to speak with achievements. If my book becomes popular because of her, my future will be much easier. I looked at my watch and it was 6:30 in the morning. If I did a quick sketch myself, it should be almost done by the time I get home in the evening. Although this book is a classic, it only has 60,000 words. According to the online novels of later generations that often have millions of words, it can only be regarded as a short story. The only thing that needs to be done is to change the social software to letter communication. This slight change will not affect the main plot of the story. If a cultivator cheats in space, it is still very fast. Zhang Jianjun planned to hand the novel manuscript to Li Wanting before leaving tonight. Zhang Jianjun was reading the newspaper while thinking about the future. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. I looked at the time and it was already past 7 o'clock. I got up, put on my clothes and opened the door. A middle-aged aunt stood outside and spoke softly. Mr. Zhang, Madam asked you to go downstairs for breakfast. Zhang Jianjun was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted. Wow, this feeling of being in a wealthy family is overwhelming. Most of the maids in Hong Kong come from Southeast Asia, and the Philippines is the favorite choice for many wealthy families. The training in all aspects of guest reception and hospitality is very professional. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Okay, Auntie, go ahead and do your work. I'll wash up and come down soon. A new day is about to begin. Maybe it's a good start. A large sunshade was erected on the lawn not far in front of the villa. A man and two women were chatting together. Zhang Jianjun, what changes have taken place in the compound? Are all the people inside okay? Sister E, there's basically no change in the Red Star compound right now. Although there's some chaos outside, the compound is still pretty good and hasn't been affected. If anyone in the compound has been bullied, it's only Uncle 3 who's had some bad luck, but the problem shouldn't be too serious. He was just punished by being a cleaner. Lu Xiaoyi asked in surprise. Third uncle is a calculating and prudent person, but how could he be persecuted even though he's a senior teacher? This situation isn't about whether you're cautious or not. To put it bluntly, if you don't handle the meeting right, they'll find something to blame you for. Otherwise, people might say your unit isn't doing enough to learn. Li Wanting also sighed and said, it's the same situation as my family, but it's much more serious than his. Now I can only pray that they are safe. Zhang Jianjun said soothingly, don't worry, Wan Ting. I'll ask for you when I get back. Even if we can't rescue them in time, it shouldn't be a problem to make sure they live a better life in there. When Li Wanting heard this, she was overjoyed and felt sweet in her heart. Her big eyes began to become moist. Zhang Jianjun, I don't know how to thank you. Lu Xiaoyi jokingly said, we're all family, so why should we be grateful or not, right, Zhang Jianjun? Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said, well, you are all right. Well, the moon is really big today. When the two girls saw Zhang Jianjun's funny look, they covered their mouths and laughed. Lu's mother was looking at the three people in the distance from the second-floor window, with a look of relief on her face. It has been a long time since she saw her daughter so happy. She also figured out that children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and as long as they are happy, that's all that matters. After hearing Zhang Jianjun's assurance, Li Wanting completely relaxed. She was afraid that her family's problems would bring her emotions into work. Ever since I saw Zhang Jianjun climbing walls and flying over rooftops the night before last, I knew that the man in front of me was not an ordinary person. So I asked curiously, Zhang Jianjun, can you tell me where you learned your martial arts? I've been wanting to ask you these past few days. When I came to Hong Kong and saw martial arts novels in the newspaper, I actually started to believe them. Lu Xiaoyi also became interested when she heard it. Since the spiritual spring water had been transformed once, she knew that Zhang Jianjun had some tricks up his sleeve. During their conversation, the two heard that Zhang Jianjun actually knew martial arts, and they were shocked. They didn't expect that this guy was so good at hiding his skills. When Zhang Jianjun saw the two girls staring at him with curiosity, he couldn't help but feel happy. He laughed and said, my martial arts story is a long one. It all started when I was in elementary school and I met an old beggar. He was so hungry that he collapsed on the curb, so I gave him a steamed bun. He woke up and saw that I was a martial arts genius, so he gave me a martial arts secret book, and later I learned it. Anyway, I said this to Li Suo before, so it should be okay to tell his daughter now. Now is not the time to reveal it. Lu Xiaoyi seemed to believe it a little, but Li Wanting's expression was a little strange and half believing and half doubting. Zhang Jianjun saw that reporters were indeed not easy to fool, and that it was quite appropriate for Lu Xiaoyi to be nicknamed Silly Moth. The three of them chatted enthusiastically until noon. When they felt that the parasol could no longer block the scorching sun, they returned to the villa. Zhang Jianjun's task today was just to accompany Lu Xiao. After all, she was pregnant with her own child and he had to fulfill his obligations. After returning to the villa, he asked the servant to bring 3 teacups and took out a plastic bag from his shoulder bag. The bag contained more than half a pound of dried mind-concentrating pollen, and a little was placed in each of the 3 teacups under the curious gaze of the two people. Then he poured in boiling water and brewed 3 cups. At this time, Lu's mother also came over and Zhang Jianjun had to brew another cup. Then he smiled at the 3 of them and said, this is my unique creation, the tranquilizing flower tea. It has the special effect of calming the mind, refreshing the brain, and relieving fatigue. It can also perfectly solve symptoms such as insomnia. I've already given Uncle Lu 2 bottles, one of which is for Sister Xiao Yi. Wan Ting can drink the rest of the bag for fun. This is also very helpful for the mental work of journalists. Lu's mother naturally knew last night that old Lu had accepted the gift, but he left early today and had not been able to taste it. She was also very interested when she saw the cup in her hand. So he smiled and said, Xiao Zhang, I'm sorry for the trouble you've taken. I can't wait to try out its effects. When the 2 girls heard Zhang Jianjun's miraculous statement, they curiously picked up the cup and smelled it. The light fragrance makes people feel refreshed, as if the irritability brought by the hot summer has disappeared a lot. So they all tasted it slowly. It has a soft and natural fragrance that is neither bitter nor astringent when you first drink it, and it has a hint of sweetness that stays on the tip of your tongue for a while. Just like the spring water from a mountain stream, it has no strange smell. Maybe it's the preconceived psychological effect, but after drinking it, I feel relaxed all over. Several people couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised that it really was a good thing. Zhang Jianjun threw the bag to Li Wanting. Li Wanting blushed and took the plastic bag and quickly tied the bag tightly. Mother Zhou smiled gently and said, Ting Ting, if you use plastic bags to wrap such a precious thing, I'm afraid the scent will dissipate, which may damage the efficacy. Xiao Zhang has always been unconventional in his work. I'll find you a copper teak and that will seal it better. Zhang Jianjun felt embarrassed when he heard this. To put it nicely, it means he is unconventional, but to put it bluntly, it means he is careless. I didn't care whether they were surprised or not. After all, I had to leave at night and it was not good to stay outside for too long. Taking out 4 more 100-year-old ginsengs from his backpack, Zhang Jianjun began to divide the spoils. The Lu family had 3 ginseng plants and Li Wanting had one, and when they heard that it was a 100-year-old ginseng, they were a little numb. Although the Lu family can afford it, this thing is not cheap. There are so many of them at once. Where did they get them from? Several people found it a little unbelievable. Although everyone was curious, no one asked. Among them, only Lu Xiaoyi was simple enough to know that some secrets were better not to be pried into. Then he poured another glass of spiritual spring water for his stepmother-in-law and Li Wanting. Lu's mother took Li Wanting, who looked confused, into the bathroom. Zhang Jianjun saw that Lu Xiaoyi had a somewhat resentful look in her eyes. He smiled and said, "Sister-y, I have prepared your drink a long time ago. I dare not give it to you in your condition now, for fear that it will affect the baby in your belly. You can drink it after the baby is born." Lu Xiaoyi nodded happily when she heard this. Seeing that Zhang Jianjun had taken out so many good things in such a short time, she could guess in her heart that he was probably about to leave. "Zhang Jianjun, I see you're getting ready to leave by handing out things like this. Sister-y, don't worry. I'll come over before the baby's due date. I'm leaving tonight. After all, I can't be away for too long." Lu Xiaoyi could only nod after hearing this. "So, did you arrange to sneak across on a private boat tonight? Is that dangerous? I'm a martial arts master now. For me, there's no question of whether it's dangerous or not." At noon, Lu Bangheng hurried back, bringing good news. Ming Pao happens to be short of an intern reporter. Li Wanting's new career is about to begin. Time flies. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks at the dinner table in the evening. The 2 girls felt a little reluctant to see Zhang Jianjun leave soon, knowing that he was about to leave. Lu Bangheng asked, "Nephew, do you have to go back tonight? Do you want me to have a driver take you to the dock? Or do you have other plans?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle, there's no need to bother. I've already arranged a way to get back. It would be hard to explain to my work if I don't go back. I calculated the time and it won't be too late to come back on November 5th or 6th. Mother Lu smiled with satisfaction and said, "Xiao Zhang, the estimated due date is around early October. Try to come over and check on the situation as soon as possible. This will also make EZI feel more at ease." Zhang Jianjun nodded and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I will take this matter to heart. I still have a way to get here." After hearing this, Lu's mother felt relieved. The old couple looked at each other, stood up, exchanged a few words, turned around and left, leaving the space to the 3 young people. They are all experienced people, so they naturally know that young people have some secrets to say. Zhang Jianjun glanced at Li Wanting and couldn't help but be amazed. After the transformation of the spiritual spring water at noon, the fatigue of many days had long disappeared. Her skin is now as white as snow and exudes a fresh lemon scent. Her big watery eyes are brighter, and her high nose bridge and rosy mouth make her facial features even more charming. Sitting on the sofa, her body leaned forward slightly. Her long legs seemed to become more slender as she leaned forward, and her chest seemed to become a little bigger. The long legs under the skirt perfectly support her graceful curves, making her entire body proportions more coordinated and making her look more confident and elegant. Zhang Jianjun decided that next time he went to the other world, he must remember to bring back some black stockings. It would be a pity not to wear stockings on his long legs. Thinking of those scenes, I couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in my heart. Li Wanting blushed when Zhang Jianjun looked at her, and Lu Xiaoyi next to her showed a mischievous smile. He joked, "It's better to be young. Some people don't like me anymore because I'm pregnant." After being influenced by the environment, Zhang Jianjun became more thick-skinned. He said seriously, "Sister-y, after our child is born, I will teach you some of my unique martial arts. You knew my skills when I was in the compound." Lu Xiaoyi blushed after hearing this. Thinking of those strange moves in the compound, I couldn't help but feel restless and embarrassed. How can someone so young have so many strange postures? Li Wanting asked curiously, "Sister-y, when did Zhang Jianjun teach you martial arts? What martial arts have you learned? Can you teach me too?" Lu Zio. Zhang Jianjun laughed out loud when he saw Li Wanting's confused and curious look. Lu Xiaoyi gave Zhang Jianjun a cold look, leaned over, and whispered a few words into Li Wanting's ear. After hearing this, Li Wanting's cheeks flushed. Seeing Zhang Jianjun looking at her, she lowered her head in panic. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Zhang Jianjun has been with me all day today, so it's time to let him go to you. If you have anything to talk about, you two can chat. I'm a little sleepy." Li Wanting said shyly, "Sister-y, there is nothing much for him and I to talk about. Isn't it nice to chat with a group of people?" When Zhang Jianjun saw Lu Xiaoyi stand up, he hurried forward to support her. At this time, the servant in the distance also came over to support her. Lu Xiaoyi smiled and said, Jianjun, all good things must come to an end. Just come and visit us often. Seeing Lu Xiaoyi walking towards the bedroom on the first floor, Zhang Jianjun finally felt relieved. It was not very convenient for a pregnant woman to live on the second floor. Looking at Li Wanting, who was still blushing, he smiled and said, Ting Ting, let's go up to the third floor. I have some literary works for you. Maybe they will be of some help to you in the future. Li Wanting looked suspicious and whispered, Zhang Jianjun, you're not trying to do anything bad again, are you? What kind of work can't you talk about downstairs? Ting Ting, what do you think of me? Am I that superficial? I really have a literary work you'd like to consult on, a novella of its kind. Li Wanting became interested when they talked about literary works, and without hesitation, she followed Zhang Jianjun to the bedroom on the third floor. Master bedroom on the third floor. Li Wanting took a stack of manuscript paper and looked at it carefully. As time went by, the expression on her face changed from surprise to sadness. This novel tells the story of the protagonist, Pai Zicai, who met a girl named Qing Wu Fei Yang because of an article. The two became close friends as they gradually got to know each other. The novel describes a series of story scenes, including a large Coke, 2 servings of French fries, the Titanic, and perfume rain. In the end, the heroine suddenly passes away due to illness. There is a classic sentence in it that is unforgettable. If I had 10 million, I could buy a house. Do I have 10 million? No. I danced gently among the crowded crowd. You gave me a strange look, be it surprise or appreciation. It never messed up my dancing steps, because what makes me fly is not your gaze, but my young heart. These lines may seem outdated in the post-21st century, but they are definitely a killer in this era. After reading the first part and the outline, Li Wanting glared at Zhang Jianjun with red eyes. Zhang Jianjun, you are too cruel. You actually killed King Wu Fei Yang. Zhang Jianjun smiled awkwardly. Ting Ting, she has to die. The heroine's death elevates the entire novel. It's hard for them to be together after all. One is the unruly and unruly Cai, and the other is the innocent and kind-hearted King Wu Fei Yang. Zhang Jianjun thought that if you watched Korean dramas in later generations, you would be embarrassed to film them unless the male and female protagonists had cancer. Looking at Li Wanting's coquettish and angry look, Zhang Jianjun pulled her into his arms passionately and kissed her pouting red lips. Zhang Jianjun, don't be like this. Didn't you say we were just exchanging ideas about literature? Hey, there are many kinds of literary works. Why are you behind me again? This is more in line with human mechanics. If Auntie and the others knew, 10,000 words are omitted here. 9:30 p.m. A remote pier in Yunlong. A faint arc of lightning streaked across the sky. Looking at the different lights on both sides of the river below him, Zhang Jianjun sighed. People today would not have thought that in 30 years this place would become a special economic zone. In the future, this place will be no worse than Hong Kong, and it may even surpass the other in terms of urban vitality. I still feel a little uneasy when I think about having another baby after coming to Hong Kong. In my previous life, I was a greasy programmer who would become bald if I continued like this for a long time. I never thought that after traveling through time, my experiences would become so bizarre. I hope the nearest space gate opens and I can go back to that time and take a look. Time flies. When Zhang Jianjun saw the outline of the city of Siju in the distance, it was already past midnight. He landed his flying sword in a remote corner in the south of the city. I took out my bicycle and rode towards Nanluoguxiang. Zhang Jianjun rode his bicycle through the streets and alleys. When he was almost at Nanluoguxiang, he felt a few people approaching nearby, and his mental power immediately became like a big net, covering the area within a radius of 300 meters. Zhang Jianjun was still thinking in his heart, it's almost 1 o'clock and there are still people outside. In my consciousness, I saw 3 young men at the corner of the alley, walking and chatting with flashlights. Lu Meng, it's too late today. I guess we can't find the target. Hey, Dachenzi, did you hide some private goods yesterday? Brother Meng, from what you said, it seems like neither of you has gained anything recently. Gangzi, don't say that outside. Be careful, there are ears. I don't know what the team leader has done recently. He has us brothers searching for someone here day and night. I heard they were looking for a suspicious woman. SHH, someone seems to be coming. When a few people saw Zhang Jianjun riding a bicycle, the flashlight light was directly hit on his face. Kid, stop the car. You're still wandering around outside in the middle of the night. Are you an enemy spy? Zhang Jianjun got out of the car and smiled. We're all family, so I'd like to invite you guys for a drink and a chat. What do you think? After hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other. Damn, this guy seems to be either a bit fierce or has some important background. The 3 of them looked at each other and surrounded them in a horn-like manner. The leader, Lu Meng, sneered, "You're still trying to act like a big shot in front of us, aren't you? Okay, the three of us will treat you to a drink. Come with us somewhere and have a good drink." Zhang Jianjun didn't say anything but chuckled. "In that case, then I'd better obey your command. Let's go." The three of them disappeared instantly. Intuitively, I was in a wooden house. When the three people woke up after a brief loss of vision, their pores couldn't help but shrink and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The fear in my heart reached its peak. Zhang Jianjun sat on the mahogany chair and looked at the three people indifferently. When I heard one of them say he was looking for a woman, I knew things might be a little complicated. "How are you guys feeling now? Welcome to my world." The three men slowly recovered from their shock and wanted to grab their weapons from behind. But something even more terrifying happened. The bodies of the three people seemed to be imprisoned by a pair of invisible big hands. No part of the body can move at all. Only the eyes and mouth can move. This unscientific phenomenon made the three people feel like they were falling into an icy cave, and fear and terror took over their entire body and mind. Zhang Jianjun looked at the three people and no one spoke. An ice cone appeared in his hand and he pierced it into the thigh of Qinzi with a wave of his hand. This is the simplest elementary magic ice cone technique. Advanced magic cannot be learned without the magic network, but basic spells can still be simulated using the 5-element spells. A shrill howl was heard. A 5-inch long ice spike was stuck in Qinzi's thigh. Due to the rapid freezing, not a drop of blood flowed out of the wound on his thigh. The entire thigh began to turn white and gradually frost formed. Zhang Jianjun felt that the screams were too loud, so he immediately sealed the other person's mouth, and Qinzi could only hum through his nose. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from his head. He was completely exhausted and couldn't even lie down on the ground. The three of them were so frightened that two of them started to urinate, and when the urine reached the base of their thighs, it seemed as if it was frozen and could not flow down. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I don't want to repeat myself. Who are you and who are you looking for? And who ordered you to come here?" Gangza stammered in extreme fear. "Brother, are you a human, or a ghost?" Suddenly, a fireball appeared in Zhang Jianjun's hand. The fireball was spinning in his hands, and the scorching temperature made the three of them tremble with fear. "Oh shit. Could it be that I have done too many bad things and ended up in the underworld? This is both ice and fire, and no one can stand it." Lu Meng suppressed the fear in his heart and spoke. "Brother, can you please let me go after we've talked about this? I have elderly parents and children at home who depend on me for their livelihood." Zhang Jianjun was amused when he heard it. No wonder TV dramas in later generations were filmed like this. This line sounds so familiar. He said coldly, "Do you think there's room for bargaining in this situation? If you say it, there might be a glimmer of hope. If you don't, you'll definitely die." Lu Meng's eyes were rolling in his sockets. I was frantically thinking about how to survive. Escape was no longer possible. Not to mention being unable to run, it was too weird. Gangzi next to him spoke first. "Little Immortal, we are the subordinates of Team Leader Liang of the committee. 2 days ago, a dozen people died mysteriously in a large compound on North Street nearby. After checking, we found that they are all our people. The owners of this compound have been found and detained. So far, it seems that only one woman has escaped. Team Leader Liang thought she might know something, so he searched the area day and night. Gangzi also took the risk. This kind of method must be from a god or a ghost. You can't call him a ghost." After using his spiritual sense to investigate, Zhang Jianjun found that the boy was not lying and nodded in satisfaction. A murderous intent suddenly filled my heart. This Team Leader Liang is a bit cruel. Since he likes to wipe out the roots, don't blame himself for being cruel and ruthless. Lu Meng opened his mouth and then closed it dejectedly. This hesitation was interrupted by this kid. Suddenly thinking of something to add, he spoke up. "I know where Team Leader Liang lives. Can you, Little Immortal, give me a chance to live?" Before he could finish, Gangza spoke again. "My lord, Team Leader Liang lives at number 35, Manhwa Hutong, Dongdan. I escorted a batch of small yellow croakers to their compound a while ago." "Lu Meng? You said everything, what did I say?" Zhang Jianjun put away the fireball with a smile. He said to the three of them, "Tell me all the bad things you have done recently, and I will see if it is worth letting you go." The first person who was pierced by the ice spike had lost feeling in his thigh, so Zhang Jianjun gave him the right to speak. "Let's start with you. Master God, I have done nothing wrong, please forgive me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from the spot, and according to the rules of space, he returned to dust. Using the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness to detect whether a person is lying is more effective than a lie detector. Zhang Jianjun is not a saint. He wants to take someone across to another world to see if the person he brings over can stay in the other world. If it is possible, his life and death will depend on himself. When they saw that one person was missing, they couldn't help but feel shocked again. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "No one in my world can lie." Unfortunately, he lied. Lu Meng, right? It's your turn to tell me what bad things you have done. Lu Meng was so frightened that his face turned pale. If I confess all my crimes, I will be sentenced to death. It seems that there is no one I can survive. What's the point of talking? I just gritted my teeth and didn't open my mouth. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "Before you die, be brave and be a good person in your next life. There is no absolute right or wrong in this world, but greed is the original sin." Lu Meng disappeared silently. In the end, only Gangzi was left with tears and snot all over his face. "Master Immortal, I really haven't done anything bad. I just joined their organization at the end of last month and I'm just a small fry following them. Every day I'm either on patrol or helping transport things. I've never done anything that would harm anyone. Please spare my life." Wang Dachui said with a smile after hearing this. "Congratulations, you survived. But I also lost my freedom to help me take care of the watermelon field and radishes. When there's nothing to do in the wild boar pit next to me, just throw some radishes into it to feed them. Remember to stay within the range of these two breeds. You can eat whatever you want when you're hungry, but don't waste it. If you leave the range, you will disappear just like the other two." Gangzi doesn't care about freedom or not. Being alive is better than anything else. I couldn't help but cry for joy. Suddenly, my eyes blurred and I arrived at a watermelon field. The space welcomes its first temporary worker. 2 o'clock in the morning. A ghostly figure stopped in Manhwa Hutong, Dongdan. The figure was dressed in black and looked like a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, he looked very much like Zheng Yuanhua from the military compound. It is probably because Zhang Jianjun felt a little guilty and it was not good to keep catching Li Huide, so he changed his disguise target. There is a saying that goes, if your heart has a sharp weapon, it will kill you. When it comes to troublesome matters like this, the key is to cut the Gordian knot quickly and without any delay. Zhang Jianjun directly wanted to get rid of this team leader Liang, and the other young players would be caught up in the struggle for power. This way, Uncle Li's family should feel better in there, and then his father-in-law can see if he can take care of them. It is absolutely impossible to rescue all of them. The fate of this generation has already been determined. I can only make their lives easier. It is unrealistic for me to be a nanny every day. I haven't reached that level yet. The alley was quiet at around 2 o'clock in the morning, with the occasional chirping of insects coming from the cracks in the blue bricks under the alley. Zhang Jianjun approached the wall of the compound and activated the breath-concealing technique, as if he had completely merged with the entire darkness. The sea of spirituality penetrated his body and swept towards compound number 35, a separate compound with a bit of history. Zhang Jianjun's face couldn't help but become even colder. He lives in a luxurious compound, but smashes old things outside. This is a typical example of allowing officials to set fires but not allowing ordinary people to light lamps. The spiritual consciousness circled around the east and west wing rooms and stopped at the master bedroom. An old man and a young wife were sleeping on the mahogany couch in the bedroom. The man looked to be about 47 or 48 years old and the young woman was at most 25 or 26 years old. The middle-aged man was exactly team leader Liang that Gangzi had described. After searching the entire bedroom, there was nothing eye-catching, so Zhang Jianjun began to search the entire compound. I found something fishy under the south ear room. I scanned the floor with my spiritual sense and found that it was empty. I didn't stay there for long and just went down with my spiritual power. The basement under the ear room is about less than 3 meters and 2.5 to 8 meters high, but its area is more than 100 square meters. It covered the entire area on the south side of the ear room and the compound. The calligraphy and paintings and antiques inside were piled up like mountains. Zhang Jianjun was dumbfounded when he saw how many families had their belongings robbed. The leader of a small committee, who was only at the director level, was able to collect so many properties and old items. You can imagine how many old items were burned. No wonder Gangzi said that he often escorted things here. He was using the basement as a warehouse. His spiritual sense carefully scanned the entire basement. There were 4 large boxes filled with yellow and white objects, and countless antique small items. The upright cabinet in the corner caught Zhang Jianjun's attention. When his mental power penetrated into it, his eyes narrowed. 2 brand new universal radios were lying at the bottom of the cabinet. A handout folder similar to a code book was placed on the radio, and a blue sky, white sun badge was found in the corner compartment of the cabinet. It would be difficult to notice this badge if it weren't for the spiritual sense search. 2 words were revealed under this badge: enemy spy. Zhang Jianjun thought about it and realized that it was no wonder that many places were in such chaos. It turned out that there had been enemy spies lurking in these waves, taking advantage of the situation to wreak havoc. I remembered what Mr. Ye said to his father-in-law during the Chinese New Year: in special periods, enemy spies must be killed without mercy. Naturally, Zhang Jianjun could not hide their conversation from him, so he did this as a last resort. After all, I have caused so many problems. If there is any bad news, it is better to make plans in advance. Zhang Jianjun began to ponder whether he should give the credit to his father-in-law or do it quietly himself. If you give in to the disadvantages of your father-in-law, some secrets may be at risk of being exposed. The advantage is that it can effectively deter the scoundrels in the old city. The army can directly go out to arrest the leader of a committee, which has the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This will also allow some unemployed people to calm down a little and prove that the country's violence machine is still operating normally. Done. Although he doesn't want to be a savior hero, these trash have become more and more arrogant recently. It would be good if he could ease the current turmoil a little bit. Having made up his mind, he began to put away the old items and gold bars inside. Being a hero doesn't mean you can just work for free, you still need to eat. When everything inside was put into the space, Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense swept towards the bedroom again. The figure landed gently in front of the bedroom door like a large bat with its wings spread. With a slight shake of his body, he appeared in the bedroom. The ability of Flash to penetrate walls was particularly suitable in this place. He could come in without unlocking the door, and then he tapped the necks of the two men with his fingers. The couple passed out in their sleep, and a packet of colorless and odorless powders suddenly appeared in Zhang Jianjun's hand. This is the product brought from the Warcraft plane, a sleeping potion made from purple lotus. The effect of using it in the game is to make the drinker enter a 12-second dreamless sleep. In reality, it can definitely make an ordinary person sleep for a day, and it is also the most useless potion among alchemical potions. Normally, no one would learn this kind of potion, but it is very good in one's own dimension. It is much stronger than the so-called knockout drug. Its colorlessness and odorlessness mean that it cannot be detected without sophisticated instruments. Zhang Jianjun quickly poured the powder into the two men's mouths, chuckling in his heart. He thought that by the time the two men woke up, they would probably have moved to another place. To be on the safe side, he injected another spiritual consciousness into Director Liang's body. After doing these things, his spiritual consciousness carefully checked for traces again. I let out a breath after finding nothing wrong, floating away like a ghost. They rushed all the way to the Red Star Courtyard without stopping. Zhang Jianjun flashed into the backyard and felt relieved after finding nothing unusual with his spiritual sense. He took out the key to open the door, but the key wouldn't fit in. He quickly scanned the padlock with his spiritual sense, and found that the lock had not been changed, but a few thin bamboo pieces had been stuffed into the keyhole. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel angry again. It seemed that someone wanted to cause trouble for him. It may be difficult for ordinary people to get rid of this kind of bamboo strips, but Zhang Jianjun doesn't care about this little trick. He put them all into the space under the control of his mental power. I came back from Hong Kong today and spent a lot of time running back and forth. When I looked at my watch, it was almost 4 o'clock. After entering the house and locking the door, Zhang Jianjun quickly entered the space. He was a little tired after running around all night, so it seemed he had to give up practicing today. Zhang Jianjun swept his consciousness across the space and couldn't help but laugh. In a watermelon field 2 kilometers away, a young man named Gangzi was eating a watermelon with a happy smile on his face. At this time, Gangzi was very excited. Seeing such a large space world, he thought he had arrived in heaven. He never expected that he could pass the test of the little immortal, and believed that the day when he would become an immortal was not far away. The watermelon fairy here said that you can eat as much as you want. How could he eat such a good thing outside? He thought it was a reward from the fairy. I was naturally ecstatic. People of this era have not been influenced by later online literature, so they can only imagine supernatural powers as gods and immortals. Thus began his pig-raising business. There are now more than 70 wild boars in the huge pit in front. This is still under the control of Zhang Jianjun. Wild boars that have enough food and water can be quite fertile. After washing up, Zhang Jianjun glanced at the leopard cats and was relieved to see that Xiaobai and Xiahe had round bellies. I left the space and lay on the bed, waiting for the dawn to come. Tomorrow could be a wonderful day. Zhang Jianjun got up early in the morning and rode his bicycle to the Zhou family compound. This trouble must be solved early today. There are fewer pedestrians on the streets of Sijukan than before, probably because it's too early. Half an hour later, Zhang Jianjun got off the car at the Zhou family compound. His mother-in-law was washing her face by the pool in the compound. She was a little surprised to see Zhang Jianjun coming so early. Mother Zhou wiped her face and smiled. "Xiao Zhang, it looks like you have something to do today, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be up so early." Zhang Jianjun felt a little guilty when he saw his mother-in-law. After all, he couldn't let the two women in Hong Kong know about it now. "Auntie, your prediction is really accurate. Uncle Joe hasn't left yet, right? I have something to discuss with him now." Mother Joe said gently, "You came at the right time. Your uncle just got up a while ago. The military has been quite busy these days, so he got up early." At this time, Zhou Jenny's heard voices outside, pushed open the door and walked out. Seeing that it was Zhang Jianjun, he waved and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to come so early. If you have anything to say, come inside and talk. I also want to ask you something." Zhang Jianjun responded with a smile and followed Zhou's father into the study. Zhou Jianese asked seriously, "Xiao Zhang, you are not here for no reason. Are you encountering any difficulties? If you have any questions, just tell me directly." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Now that I have your support, what difficulties can I face? However, I discovered the whereabouts of an enemy spy last night." Zhou Jianese's face immediately turned serious after hearing this. Under the current situation, all the gods and ghosts have come out, and their secret department has also captured many spies and enemy agents recently. They are all taking advantage of the situation, and there are even insiders among these enemy spies. This phenomenon also put their garrison departments under high pressure. He asked seriously, "Xiao Zhang, where did you find it? I hope it didn't alert the other party." Zhang Jianjun's expression turned serious as he said, "Uncle Zhou, this person is very cunning. He's the team leader of a certain committee. There's a basement under the south wing of his compound. And hidden in the closet in the basement are 2 brand new radios, located in the independent courtyard at number 35 Manhwa Hutong, Dongdan." Zhou Jianese couldn't help but be surprised. The 2 brand new radios indicated that it was most likely an enemy spy with dual-line communication. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 radios in one compound. This is obviously an organized and premeditated case. Zhou's father did not ask how he knew it. He knew that this kid liked to play by the rules, so if he found any enemy spies, he could report them in time. Judging from his mysterious donations of so much flour on several occasions, it was obvious that this kid had a secret. Zhou Jianese walked to the landline and made an internal call. By the time the call ended, the network of the violent organization had been spread out. "Xiao Zhang, due to the blockade abroad, many medicines are in short supply recently. I see that you can always mysteriously get some food. Is there any way to get some anti-inflammatory drugs or something? If there is no way, don't force it." After listening to this, Zhang Jianjun thought about it carefully. He felt that his herbs were too magical. Who could bear it if he couldn't take out the hemostatic potion to heal the wound immediately? By then, I would really think of myself as a monster, and there is not such a large amount. Zhang Jianjun thought of the small island country and decided to visit it next time he goes to Hong Kong. The biotechnology of the small island country is still very impressive. So he smiled and said, "I'm afraid there's no way to do it in the near future. It should be possible in about 2 months. I'll go get you a batch." Zhou Jianese was very happy when he heard this. Although he didn't have it at the moment, he still believed in his son-in-law's ability and said that he would definitely be able to get it in 2 months. "That's good. I'm relieved by your words. The main thing is that the troops are starting to run out of medicine. You can imagine that the situation is very bad now." Zhang Jianjun thought there was nothing that could be done about it, as the mainland's pharmaceutical industry was still in its infancy. Thinking of Li Wanting's father, Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle Zhou, the family of a journalist friend of mine was arrested. He's director Li of the North Street police station over there. I heard that it's a bit difficult in there. Can you help investigate the situation? If not, just make it easier for their family to have a better life in there." Zhou Jianese pondered for a moment and nodded. "These are all trivial matters. If I remember correctly, I spoke with the director of the North Street police station on the phone. I never thought he would be in jail." Zhang Jianjun told Director Li everything, including how he was implicated by his father-in-law's family and how these unemployed people had committed many evil deeds. Zhou Jianese sighed, "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Although the possibility of being released is not high, it should be no problem for him to live a better life. There are some things we can't intervene forcefully. If there are indeed enemy agents and spies, we will resolutely capture them no matter who they are." Zhang Jianjun felt relieved after hearing this. Even if he took action, there would be no way. He couldn't destroy all the bodies and that was unrealistic. At this time, Zhou's mother's voice came from outside the door, "Old Zhou, if you have finished talking, come out for breakfast." Zhang Jianjun saw Zhou Xiaobai in the living room. He had just come in with a toothbrush and a towel, and his eyes were still a little dazed. When he saw Zhang Jianjun coming out of the study, he was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Curiously, I asked, "Zhang Jianjun, aren't you guys working today? I've been so bored these past few days. Why didn't you come over on Sunday?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I still have to go to work in the morning. I have something to discuss with my uncle. If you feel a little bored, you can come with me to the steel mill to play. I wanted to come on Sunday, but some trivial matters delayed me." Zhou Xiaobai looked at her parents and was delighted to see that they didn't say anything. These past few days, her mother had not allowed her to go out on the grounds that it was too chaotic outside. Zhou's mother said, "Xiaobai, don't run around when you go to Xia Zhang's place. It's a bit chaotic outside right now, so try to come back early at night." Zhou Xiaobai said sweetly, "I know, Mom. The breakfast was simple, consisting of porridge and 2 buns. After eating, Zhang Jianjun took Zhou Xiaobai and rode to the third steel rolling mill. Zhou Xiaobai hugged Zhang Jianjun's waist from behind. After more than half a year of communication, he is now much more relaxed. Half an hour later, the 2 men arrived at the steel rolling mill. The patrolmen from the security department all wore armbands, which was also a unified requirement of the Revolutionary Committee. The patrol officers were quite polite when they saw Zhang Jianjun. Everyone knew that this young man had a good relationship with Yang Zhenhua. The 2 came to the section chief's office. A new day is about to begin. When we arrived at the propaganda department building, a group of people just walked out of it. Zhang Jianjun swept his spiritual sense over Yu Haitang, and 7 people including Li Weiman and Chen Kunfu filed out with their marks. When Yu Haitang, who was walking in front, saw Zhang Jianjun, the excitement on his face became unnatural, and it looked even more unpleasant when he saw Zhou Xiaobai behind Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun didn't want to talk to them at first, as these people were basically the most active group of people in the steel mill. Li Weiman in the crowd saw Yu Haitang was a little dazed, and then he looked at Zhang Jianjun and couldn't help but feel angry. Ever since he heard that Zhang Jianjun and Yu Haitang didn't interact much, Li Weiman was ecstatic during that period. Thinking that his chance had come, he began to pursue Haitang madly for half a year. What Li Weiman didn't expect was that Yu Haitang was still as indifferent to him as before, and the restlessness in his heart became more and more intense. As a result, the hatred towards Zhang Jianjun also grew. He didn't expect that he couldn't even catch up with the ones left by Zhang Jianjun, which was a bit hard for him to accept as he claimed to be a junior college graduate. When Li Huide was transferred, he had no support and could only endure it. However, when the new deputy director Ma of the Revolutionary Committee took office, he actually extended an olive branch to him. Li Weiman thought he was fine again. When he saw Zhou Xiaobai behind Zhang Jianjun, he became even more jealous. Why could a person with worse academic qualifications than him live such a carefree life? Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Li Weiman stood in front of Zhang Jianjun as if he had lost his temper. He sneered and said, "Section Chief John, under the current circumstances, bringing an unidentified woman from outside to our steel mill is not a violation of organizational regulations." Zhang Jianjun almost laughed out of anger. It's ridiculous that a passerby who has always ignored him actually jumped out to cause trouble today. He patted Zhou Xiaobai, who was a little nervous, and gave him a reassuring look. Zhang Jianjun chuckled and said, "Oh, I need your approval to bring my friends in for a visit and study." When did the steel mill regulations prohibit relatives and friends from visiting? Yu Haitang and the others didn't say anything. Only Chen Kunfu in the crowd had a flickering look in his eyes, as if he was eager to try. They have tasted the sweetness of criticizing others these days. Most people dare not speak out and are completely subdued by them under various pretexts. So he joined the crowd and said, "The steel mill belongs to our fellow workers, not a place for outsiders to wander around. Since we're here to visit and learn, Chief John, do you have any proof?" Zhang Jianjun was a little angry. This was like a tiger that didn't show its power and thought it was a sick cat. Since you like to talk about evidence, then now is the publicity department's working hours, not the official activity time. You guys are gathering without any organization or discipline. Who gave you the courage? I didn't want to talk to people like you who were so restless before. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just by saying a few slogans? Li Weiman, you've been absent from work without reason for over 20 times since June. Comrade Chen Kunfu is even more outstanding, having been absent for over 30 times. What do you think a steel mill is? An amusement park? You're absent from work every day and you leave whenever you want. Even the activities of the Revolutionary Committee are carried out on time. Since you like to argue so much, then in the name of the head of the propaganda department, I will apply for a major disciplinary action against you too. I will submit this application for a serious disciplinary action to the higher authorities. You two can now go back and write your appeal materials and face the upcoming investigation. Everyone shuddered with fear when they heard this. A serious punishment would ruin a person's future. Especially at this sensitive moment, if the higher authorities really approve a serious punishment, it will be the end of them. It will not be them criticizing others but others attacking them. Chen Kunfu was so scared that he shrank behind a few people. Li Weiman's face turned ashen. He didn't expect Zhang Jianjun to make a big deal out of it at this time. With a grim expression, he said, "Zhang Jianjun, we are collectively studying great ideas and closely surrounding the higher UPS. How dare you retaliate against me for delaying my work just because I've been studying for a little bit?" Zhang Jianjun laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, "Comrade Li Weiman, you're calling your superior by his first name. Is this Western liberal democracy that you're studying?" After hearing this, Li Weiman's face turned all colors. Everyone was frightened and took a few steps back. Wow, this big hat of Western democracy is a bit scary. Zhang Jianjun's eyes rolled, and a mental guidance attacked the two men. The two men were stunned for a moment, raised their fists and rushed towards Zhang Jianjun. This was naturally Zhang Jianzhen's doing. He always has to find a reason to take action. Zhou Xiaobai exclaimed from behind Zhang Jianzhen, "Be careful." Before Zhou Xiaobai could finish his words, the two people who rushed over felt a sharp pain in their abdomen, and a big foot had already completed 2 consecutive kicks. Zhang Jianzhen was as fast as a ghost, punching and kicking the two of them. The two of them felt dizzy before they knew what was happening, and they didn't know why they were so impulsive to hit someone. Zhang Jianzhen slapped the 2 men who fell to the ground violently in the mouth. "Studying and skipping work, ha. Snap snap snap. You're insulting your leader, right? No organization and no discipline, ha. You're the one who's attacking your leader, aren't you?" This time, Zhang Jianzhen carefully controlled the strength and knocked out most of the 2 men's teeth. Those that couldn't come down were pulled down using the power of space. Since you want to establish your authority, you should do it all at once. Otherwise, your life will be a bit boring if you have to deal with these clowns every day. The shrill screams of the 2 people on the ground drifted away, and the eyes of several people who originally wanted to come up to separate them couldn't help but shrink. They only saw 2 people rushing over to beat someone, but they didn't expect them to fly away in the blink of an eye. They never expected that their weak and gentle section chief was actually a martial artist. It's okay if they are allowed to jump around, but forget about getting beaten. They will just run as far away as possible. Zhou Xiaobai stood at the back with his mouth open, also stunned. I remember the first time they met, I had seen my man fight at the skating rink. At that time, I just felt that Zhang Jianzhen was very fast. Today I realized that he was still holding back. This shrill howl finally attracted the security personnel in the distance. 5 or 6 security guards rushed over in a hurry, and when they got close, their scalps tingled. Zhang Jianzhen squatted between Chen Kunfa and Li Weiman, slapping them left and right without leaving any trace. Their faces were no longer recognizable as human, and their lips were swollen and turned outward like 2 sausages hanging on them. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. There were some corn-like particles scattered on the ground. Looking closely, they were actually teeth stained with blood. The screams had turned into subconscious groans, and the 2 were already in a semi-comatose state. Zhang Jianzhen saw that the show was already going strong. He stood up and smiled at everyone. "Every one of you is an elite in our propaganda department, right? They were the ones who started the fight by insulting the leader, right?" Everyone was so frightened that the corners of their mouths twitched. Nodding my head subconsciously, Deputy Chief Wang of the security department walked up and took a look at the 2 men. Seeing that the 2 men had lost their front teeth, the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. "This is too cruel. Hasn't the propaganda department always been the cultural department? How come they're even more violent than their own security department?" He said seriously. "Section Chief John, what's going on here? Isn't it a bit unkind to kill your own people?" Zhang Jianzhen said calmly. "Section Chief Wang, Li Weiman and Chen Kunfa insulted their superiors. Naturally, I patiently taught them to stay on the right track. Is it wrong to be absent from work without reason during working hours? After I gave them a few words of advice, they rushed over and prepared to attack me. I tolerated their insults to their superiors, as we were all from the same unit, but when it escalated to violence, it was a serious violation of rules and regulations. Thankfully, I learned a little bit of martial arts since I was a kid, so I was able to restrain their violent actions." "Excuse me, Chief Wang, is there anything wrong with this? If you don't believe me, you can ask the comrades around you." Several security personnel looked at each other and felt that their worldviews were shattered. The guy was beaten unconscious, and the pain was barely managed. If he had been hit harder, wouldn't he have died on the spot? Deputy Section Chief Wang's eyes flickered. It seemed that the young man in front of him was not someone he could easily provoke. So, in a businesslike manner, they began to question several propaganda officers who had frightened faces. The remaining 6 people had already been frightened by Zhang Jianzhen, and told everything that had happened like a bamboo tube pouring beans. When Deputy Section Chief Wang heard that it was indeed the 2 who started the fight, there was nothing else to say. He just sent the patient to the infirmary first and then wrote a report on the incident and submitted it. Let the people above worry about it. Thinking of this, Deputy Section Chief Wang waved his hand and asked several security personnel to carry the 2 people away. Deputy Section Chief Wang finally smiled and said, "Section Chief Zhang, please excuse my abrupt tone, as I was a bit anxious earlier. We also need to understand the situation, and we can only handle it in a fair and impartial manner." Zhang Jianzhen laughed and said, "Section Chief Wang was acting outside the scope of his job duties. It's normal for him to take appropriate measures under unclear circumstances. If you need materials like the investigation report or a signature, you can come to the publicity department office to see me at any time." Then he turned around and snorted coldly at the few people who were still in a daze. "Normally I rarely talk and I'm too lazy to discipline you, but your recent behavior has really disappointed me. From today on, if you want to go out unless there's a special event, you must ask for leave. If you're not convinced, you can come to my office to talk to me, or you can jointly report me if you think I'm arbitrary." But if anyone tries to act rashly before I fall, I'll crush them to death. If you don't believe me, you can try it out. Any requests for leave will be reviewed by Deputy Section Chief Ma. These domineering words appeared in the propaganda department for the first time, causing Deputy Section Chief Wang, who had not yet left, to shrink his eyes. I was shocked. Anyone who dares to say such things under the current circumstances is either a madman or has a towering tree behind him. I couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from my forehead. Fortunately, I handled this matter today in a relatively formal manner. Otherwise, he might have offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and he left quietly without saying goodbye again. It is also inappropriate for a clerk to stand while others scold him. Several staff members of the propaganda department also fled in all directions. Today's shock to them was too great. Yu Haitang felt devastated in the crowd. She had finally gotten a chance to shine at the steel mill, but she didn't expect to be devastated by just a few words from Zhang Jianjun. It turned out that the gap between him and himself was so huge, and everyone also experienced the wrath of thunder for the first time. I didn't expect that Section Chief Zhang, who was rarely seen in normal times, has such a scary side. Chen Kunfa and Li Weiman are probably victims. Zhou Xiaobai stood behind with stars in her eyes, feeling proud as she looked at Zhang Jianjun's back. This powerful man is her partner. Just like he said, from now on, all she needs is him and her father. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Jianjun nodded in satisfaction, and threw the first punch to prevent 100 from coming. He had long wanted to clean up the atmosphere in the propaganda department, and these two people just happened to become his targets. After all, he is also a high-level cultivator. It would be a disgrace to the entire time-traveling army if a few passers-by messed up the propaganda department. He was too lazy to care about other parts of the steel mill, as long as he took good care of his own piece of land. When Zhang Jianjun saw that there was no one around, he took Zhou Xiaobai to the office. After the two of them sat down, Zhou Xiaobai said excitedly, "Zhang Jianjun, you looked so majestic just now, it made my blood boil." Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed when he heard this. There is nothing more comforting than receiving praise from your loved one. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into an arc and smile. Actually, I've been keeping a low profile in the propaganda department for over half a year and haven't been involved in managing them. But there are some things where you can't just be a good guy. Although I have been able to protect myself by keeping a low profile, I still feel bad that more people have been implicated because of my inaction. After all, I'm the head of the propaganda department. I shouldn't interfere in matters that are not my responsibility. That's all. Zhou Xiaobai smiled playfully after hearing this and said, "Zhang Jianjun, honestly, I really like your current state. Although I am sometimes worried that something might happen to you, a man still needs to be responsible." After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun felt warm in his heart and gently embraced Zhou Xiaobai in his arms. Smiling, he said, "Xiaobai, thank you for your understanding. Everyone dreams of being a hero when they are young, but when they grow up, they realize that not everyone can be a hero. I don't want to be a hero either. I just want to live an ordinary life with the one I love. Many things are beyond my control. No matter what happens in the future, I will try my best to live." Zhang Jianjun, what do you mean by trying to live? That's too scary. Hee, not scary at all. Only when you're alive can you produce results. Don't, we have you. The two fell into a passionate kiss in the office. Zhou Xiaobai has also gone from resistance to adaptation in the past 6 months. This feeling is very wonderful, from awkwardness to mutual interweaving. The little tongue also learned to cooperate. Zhang Jianjun's hands started to become a little dishonest again, but he was not able to easily occupy the high ground in the past 6 months. Zhou Xiaobai felt her breasts being grasped, and immediately pushed Zhang Jianjun away. He panted and rolled his eyes at Zhang Jianjun. This bad guy always liked to launch sneak attacks. Zhang Jianjun could only rub his hands regretfully and put them to his nose to smell it. Zhou Xiaobai's ears turned red when he saw this little action. Section Chief Zhang, who was so upright just now, looked so wretched now. Zhang Jianjun took out a big watermelon from the cabinet. Zhou Xiaobai is no longer surprised. Only if you pull a watermelon out of your pocket will she be curious. It seems that Zhang Jianjun's things are hidden everywhere now. You can take something out anytime, anywhere. Steel Mill Office. Deputy Director Ma listened to Deputy Section Chief Wang's report. When he heard that 2 of his right-hand men were beaten and sent to the hospital this morning, his face turned cold. After he was transferred to take office, the first thing he did was to win over and use the people there, and he never dared to cause trouble for Zhang Jianjun. It was said that his predecessor in the position of deputy director disappeared because of him. Although he had a backer, he never dared to test the young section chief. So I thought of the tactic of winning over and dividing them. But today, Section Chief Zhang, who rarely shows up, suddenly lost his temper and disrupted his deployment rhythm. There are currently 3 deputy directors in the factory, and I am the latest one to arrive, so naturally my position is not stable yet. Having power without people is just an empty title. Deputy Director Zhang is still Yang Zhenhua's man, so it is a bit difficult for me to achieve results in this struggle for interests. So we set our sights on the propaganda department. When Deputy Director Ma heard that he had to ask for leave every time he came out before the scheduled time, he began to feel a little uneasy. Old Wang, did you really hear him say that? Deputy Section Chief Wang nodded and said, I and 5 security officers were at the scene at the time. If I heard correctly, that's exactly what he said. Deputy Director Ma said with a very grim expression, have you investigated this Section Chief John? Which department is behind him? Deputy Section Chief Wang gave a helpless smile and said, Deputy Director Ma, you're putting me in a difficult position. This guy rarely showed up in public and was very low-key. I only know that he had a good relationship with Director Yang. I really don't know anything else. After all, we don't have the right to look for him. Asking a section chief to cooperate with an investigation for no reason is unrealistic. Deputy Director Ma's fingers tapped on the desk, his mind working rapidly, thinking about how to deal with this problem. Thinking of something, he asked, Lao Wan, do you know the details of the girl he was with today? Deputy Section Chief Wang said, the girl next to him has been here before, but no one paid attention to her because they thought she was his girlfriend. What does Deputy Director Ma mean? Deputy Director Ma said coldly, everyone has their weaknesses. Since this girl often comes here with him, let's start by investigating her family situation. Come and report to me when you have the results. You can go down first. Deputy Section Chief Wang nodded and walked out of the office. Deputy Director Ma snorted coldly as he watched the figure disappearing from the door. He also investigated Zhang Jianzhen's file and found out that he became famous for writing a classic song in the early days, and his family background was simple, he was just a resident of a slum. Even if he has a backer, with his less than 3 years of experience, he shouldn't be that strong. As long as we catch his weakness, he will never be able to turn over. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. If someone dares to block your way, you can only test his strength. Zhang Jianzhen never expected that Deputy Director Ma would become interested in him. He was currently discussing something with Ma Xiaohua, and Zhou Xiaobai was sitting in the distance reading the newspaper. Brother Zhang, are you really going to do this? Isn't it a bit risky to do this at this time? Zhang Jianzhen laughed and said, Brother Ma, you've known me for such a long time. When have I ever made a joke? Actually, I've been wanting to clean up the atmosphere in the propaganda department for a while now. I can't be afraid to do it just because I'm afraid of something going wrong. You should have heard about what happened this morning, right? Brother, think about it. I'm their immediate superior, and they dare to treat me like this. How arrogant will they be outside every day? How many employees in the factory will suffer unnecessary trouble because of our inaction? Ma Xiaohua felt his face flush after hearing this. He had thought about this problem, but his words were insignificant. His small body can't handle it. After hesitating for a moment, he showed a serious look on his face. Anyway, my position was obtained by my brother. The worst that can happen is that I step down and get criticized. That's all I have to do. They seem to have forgotten their responsibilities. I have been fed up with them for a long time. Zhang Jianzhen was very satisfied with Ma Xiaohua's statement. Although he was suspected of taking advantage of him, he helped him get the position of deputy section chief. Interpersonal relationships will not last long if there is no mutual benefit. But this old man is still quite grateful. So he said with a smile, Brother Ma, don't make it look like you're going through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. Don't worry, I'm here to take care of you. As long as they're absent from work without reason and without asking for leave, I'll make them unemployed and leave them hanging around outside every day. I won't even let them enter the steel mill. Since I dare to say this, I dare to do it. You just need to record their daily work status, and I will arrange everything else. After Zhang Jianzhen finished speaking, he sneered in his heart. He had no place to use the promises made to him, so he might as well use them on these people. I didn't want to care about it. If this situation happens to my small piece of land every day for 10 years, it will definitely be a stain on my reputation. I can't just silence everyone. On the day when everything is calm, he doesn't want anyone to poke his spine, as many people will be held accountable later. After hearing what Zhang Jianzhen said, Ma Xiaohua felt reassured. A smile appeared on his face and he said, Brother, I have long seen that you are not an ordinary person. It would be a bit unreasonable for me to hesitate after hearing what you said. I can guarantee this matter, so leave it to me without worry. I will keep a record of their whereabouts. Zhang Jianzhen nodded in satisfaction. Brother Ma, I trust you to do the job. That's all for today. Go ahead and do whatever you need. If you need anything else, just come find me as long as I'm around. Ma Xiaohua stood up, glanced at Zhou Xiaobai who was sitting in the distance, winked at Zhang Jianzhen, and turned away. Zhou Xiaobai heard the sound of Ma Xiaohua leaving and closing the door, then walked forward and sat next to Zhang Jianzhen. Curiously, he asked, Zhang Jianzhen, are you planning to start reorganizing the propaganda department? Zhang Jianjun nodded and smiled. No one knows where things will go in the future. If I'm ever transferred, I don't want to leave a mess behind for others to gossip about. You men can't afford to lose face like this. Zhou Xiaobai blushed and said coquettishly, Zhang Jianjun, we haven't gotten married yet, can't we be more tactful when we talk? Hey, Xiaobai, we're getting married after the new year. What's there to be shy about as a proper married couple? Zhou Xiaobai's face turned even redder. After 6 months of training, she had learned a lot of new words. My ears are burning when I think of this. Girls of this era still don't know much about this aspect. After knowing some secrets, I feel curious and shy. I wanted to ask several times if there was anything else, but I couldn't open my mouth. Zhang Jianjun looked at Zhou Xiaobai's blushing face and found that his self-control had decreased a lot. But don't overdo it. 7 o'clock in the morning. Dongdan Manhwa Hutong was filled with many nearby residents standing in the distance, and everyone's face was full of curiosity. But no one dared to step forward to ask questions. More than a dozen soldiers armed with live ammunition got out of 5 military jeeps. Everyone was dressed in wartime gear, wearing a helmet and holding a submachine gun. This kind of scene was rarely seen by ordinary people. When all the soldiers rushed into the private compound of number 35, except for 2 soldiers standing guard outside, the rest of the soldiers were directly divided into 2 groups. 7 people quickly rushed to the basement of the south wing, and the rest rushed towards the master bedroom of the compound. Every soldier had a solemn look on his face. At first glance, they are all veterans who have experienced the test of war. Basement. When 2 brand new radios and code books were discovered, it meant that the operation was half successful. After a careful search by an old squad leader, the blue sky and white sun badge was found again. When team leader Liang woke up from his daze, he was already tied up. In that era, being tied up was a symbol of punishment for death row prisoners. Even if you have all the skills of kung fu, you can't escape unless you have the legendary bone shrinking technique. Team leader Liang felt as if his arms had lost sensation. If he was tied up with special care in this way, it would be easy for his arms to become disabled. The lack of blood circulation will cause muscle nerve necrosis. Team leader Liang was still shouting loudly at first, but when he was escorted out of the bedroom door and saw the 2 radios in the yard, his face instantly turned pale as paper and he knew it was over. I couldn't even get the pill between my teeth today. This is the poison that many spies often prepare for fear that they will not be able to withstand the interrogation after being caught. Just lightly poke the wound with the tip of your tongue and bite hard, and the blood will be instantly cut off. The poison, similar to potassium cyanide, takes effect quickly, and even a little powder on the wound can be fatal. The mistress behind was so frightened that she had lost control of her bowels and bladder. She was so limp that she couldn't stand up and was dragged out by 2 soldiers. A thunder operation is about to begin. At noon, Zhang Jianjun brought Zhou Xiaobai back to the compound. Except for some old men, women, children, and other women, most of the men were outside. But when she saw Zhang Jianjun coming back, her eyes were a little evasive. When the second aunt saw Zhang Jianjun, she hurried over and whispered to him, Jianjun, don't rush back yet. I'm afraid the 3 young generals went to the backyard to look for you. When Zhang Jianjun heard this, his mental power was like a big net, instantly covering the entire compound. The door of his own house in the backyard had been pushed open, and 3 young men were rummaging through the drawers in his house. The room was in a mess after being searched. The marble floor was covered with black footprints, and a young man with a horse face was gnawing on a chicken leg left over from the morning. Zhang Jianjun withdrew his spiritual sense and spoke to Zhou Xiaobai, who was a little nervous. Xiaobai, go to second aunt's house and wait for a while. I'll be right back. Zhou Xiaobai said a little worriedly, Zhang Jianjun, why don't you go to my house and ask my dad to bring some people over? These people are a bit vicious and I'm afraid you will get hurt. Zhang Jianjun patted Zhou Xiaobai's head and said, have you forgotten my martial arts skills? I can easily handle a few mediocre guys. Second aunt was also shocked when she heard Zhou Xiaobai go to call for help. Their Lu family knew something about the situation through Guangtian's narration. I had previously speculated that Zhou Xiaobai might have a background in a military compound, and today when I heard Zhou Xiaobai say this, it was confirmed. Zhou Xiaobai knew that he could not help, so he nodded and followed the second aunt into the house, but his eyes were still full of worry. Zhang Jianjun walked towards the backyard without stopping for long. As I walked, I was thinking about my keyhole last night and wondering if they were the ones who stuffed the bamboo sticks in it. Was it? Did you find anything valuable? Did we misjudge this family and tell them they are just poor? The horse-faced youth snorted coldly, little stone, look at this family's floor, it's all marble. Do you think it's reasonable for such flooring to appear in such a large compound? Besides, we at Suji don't need a reason. As long as it's capital, we're in charge. Just as the 3 were still searching and talking, a cold voice came from the direction of the gate. Oh? Who gave you the guts to break into the house when no one is home? Have you learned anything? The 3 of them stopped what they were doing and looked towards the door. Seeing that it was just a clean-skinned young man, everyone smiled. The horse-faced young man named Hwaza spoke up, "You're the head of the household, right? How dare you talk back when our committee is investigating suspicious individuals? Who gave you the guts?" A short young man with pimples on his face slowly approached Zhang Jianjun. "Why don't you go out and ask what we do? Your house is decorated so extravagantly, it's obviously capitalism. Be good and hand over all the hidden money and old things inside so we can take them back to the committee, or you will suffer the consequences." "Sanpang, why are you nagging him? Just arrest him first." Two men walked over with a sneer, one grabbed Zhang Jianjun's arm and the other slapped him in the face. "Damn it, you bastard, you're dressed like a nobody, and you think you're a nobody. I'm going to discipline you guys." Before they could finish their words, the two men were punched in the face. They fell to the ground on the spot, twitching all over, their faces black and purple, and their noses were collapsed, obviously breaking the bridge of their noses. The two men's shrill howls spread throughout the entire compound. The horse-faced young man who was still waiting to see the joke was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his stiff face was not yet put away. "It looks very inconsistent and weird." After recovering a little, he quickly reached behind him, ready to take out a short steel pipe to smash things. "You're looking for, Before he could feel the flying knife stuck in his thigh from behind, another scream of agony was heard. The pain of the blade piercing his thigh bone made him want to faint. The stinging pain like scraping his bones made him roll on the ground. One could imagine the feeling of the blade getting stuck in the bone. Zhang Jianjun had already thought of a solution, because during the mental scan he discovered that the three people were carrying these 2 or 3 small yellow croakers. There was another person who had a few jade ornaments like rings in his pocket. Since they liked to frame him, he could do the opposite. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard outside the yard. Zhang Jianjun used his mental power to scan and found that it was Zhou Xiaobai running over. "I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart." Zhou Xiaobai heard the screams and ran over to see what was happening, regardless of the danger and the second ant's obstruction. When she saw Zhang Jianjun smiling at her in the room, Zhou Xiaobai patted her towering chest and let out a breath. "Zhang Jianjun, are you okay?" He was also shocked to see 3 people lying on the ground wailing. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I'm fine. Please go to the middle courtyard and wait for me. I'll be there soon." Seeing that Zhang Jianjun was fine, Zhou Xiaobai obediently turned around and left. Zhang Jianjun saw Zhou Xiaobai walking away and was too lazy to ask them which faction they belonged to. Amid the 3 people's fear and wailing, they were dragged together. A long hemp rope appeared in his hand at some point, as if it had been prepared for the 3 of them long ago. In less than a moment, the 3 of them were tied together. Then he pulled the rope and dragged it towards the middle courtyard. He decided to make an example of someone in the intermediate court. The old, young women and children who were still at home in the compound. Seeing the 3 people still wailing on the ground in the middle courtyard, everyone was so scared that they watched from afar. Zhang Jianjun hung the 3 people on the moon gate from the middle courtyard to the backyard. The soles of the feet are only 2 or 3 inches from the ground, and you can still touch the ground by standing on tiptoe. Zhang Jianjun did this on purpose. He felt uncomfortable hanging there, so he naturally wanted to stand for a while. The feeling of standing on tiptoe would be even more torturous. Zhou Xiaobai walked over and asked worriedly, "Zhang Jianjun, will there be any problems if we execute the person privately like this?" Zhang Jianjun said seriously, "They broke into the house when the owner was not at home. This is robbery and there is nothing wrong with how we treat them." Hughes saw this scene at home and hurried over. Since he had dealt with Zhang Jianjun several times, he had come to recognize and become more familiar with him. Zhang Jianjun also planned to clean up the propaganda department and then bring him in. Being uneducated has its uses, and some people are still needed to run errands and do miscellaneous work. Li Erhu asked, "Brother Jianjun, these people are not from that side, right?" Horseface, who was still sober and hanging on the door, heard this. Enduring the severe pain, he angrily shouted, "You are so bold. You even dared to beat us up. Have you ever thought about what will happen to you and your family in the future?" Zhang Jianjun snorted coldly, "If you dare say another word, I'll knock all your teeth out." Hughes, search them. Since they like to break into people's houses, they must have stolen goods on them. When the horseface hanging on the door heard this, a look of fear and panic appeared on its face. He no longer cared about the severe pain and began to twist his body. "You should know that these things can be taken home secretly, or you can use an excuse to smash or burn them. If you were to hide and expose yourself in public, that would be a serious matter. If the news of their secret hoard of antique gold were to get out, the negative impact it would cause could be imagined, and their superiors would not forgive them either. This pale-faced boy is too cruel. He wants to kill them directly." So he shouted fiercely but weakly, "Let's see who dares to search us. Are you all really tired of living?" Zhang Jianjun was really speechless. Even at this point, they still couldn't understand the situation. Their brains were probably filled with ways to play tricks on others. Jang Jianjun walked up and slapped him in the face, without saying anything else, and started to fight himself. Urhuza saw this and started to search the other two people. When the people in the compound saw the body search, they could no longer contain their curiosity and gradually gathered around. Jang Jianjun naturally knew where these items were after a quick scan with his mental power, but to make it more realistic, he still checked every pocket. After a while, 3 small yellow croakers and a gold necklace were found in the waistband of the horse-faced young man. Then, under the dead look in the horse-faced young man's eyes, Jang Jianjun showed these items to everyone one by one. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the small yellow croaker in Jang Jianjun's hand. Some of them had only heard of it in their lives but had never seen it. Coupled with the gold necklace on her hand shining in the sun, the young wives all looked at her with fiery eyes. Qin Huiru stood in the crowd holding her big belly, her eyes flickering. She remembered the small yellow croaker that Jiazhang had hidden, which was still in her hand. It was only from Shizhu that she learned that this thing must not be exposed to light. Jang Jianjun said seriously, "My fellow villagers and neighbors, now you know what they are. They are acting like bandits under a pretext of terrorism. We must show no mercy to these lawless imposters, or we will face endless troubles in the future. We are defending the fruits of our labor from being taken away by these idlers." Driven by Jang Jianjun's mental sound waves, the infectious power instantly increased several times. Young and old, women and children all started shouting. Even Li Erhu, who was searching people, kept shouting while doing so. Zhou Xiaobai was also joining in the fun, waving his little fists. The 3 people hanging on the moon gate felt so sad that they could not even cry. They never thought that their tricks would be used on themselves one day. At this time, Li Erhu had also searched the 2 people's bodies and found a total of 7 gold bars and rings and jewelry in his hand. Jang Jianjun took out 3 old newspapers from his pocket, placed them on the ground not far from the 3 people, and put the stolen goods on top. After everyone calmed down and looked at the newspaper on the ground, they became even more eager for the small pile of shiny gold, silver, and jade. Some even showed a hint of greed in their eyes. It is inevitable that money can move people's hearts since ancient times. Jang Jianjun thought about how he had been busy for a long time and hadn't eaten yet, so he said to the second ant, "Second ant, I have a favor to ask of you. I can't leave right now. Can you come to my house and help me cook a meal? I've already put some ingredients on the stove." The second ant said with a smile, "Jianjun, why are you being so polite to me? I will help you with it right away, no matter how big the problem is." She has now regained her sense of existence, and she feels relieved when she sees the fate of several people. This kid Jang Jianjun is just as his husband Lu said, he is destined to be a rising star in the future, so I have to curry favor with him. In the past 6 months, his family has made a lot of money, and Lao Lu has also joined the team of the Revolutionary Committee of the Steel Rolling Mill. After shouting slogans for a few days, he became the team leader, which fulfilled his dream of becoming an official. Jang Jianjun then said to Urhuza, "You did a great job today. Go to my house and bring back a big watermelon to eat and play with. There are 2 on the table. You can pick any one you want." When Li Erho heard this, his face was filled with excitement and his eyes almost turned green. "Wow, it's been so many years since I tasted this thing when I was a kid." Everyone in the compound looked over eagerly. Watermelon is the best way to quench thirst and satisfy cravings in hot weather, but it is a bit expensive now and they are reluctant to buy it. People are like this. They are a little scared when they are in danger, and they want to grab a lot of benefits when they come. Jang Jianjun looked at the expressions of the crowd and thought, "Okay, let everyone present have a taste of it. We can't let them shout slogans in vain. Use both carrot and stick, kindness and severity." So he and Urhuza returned home and took out 2 more big watermelons. Li Erhu was curious why there were big watermelons in the wardrobe. Jang Jianjun held 2 large watermelons and said with a smile, "Today everyone has shown the spirit of our Red Star compound very well. These 2 large watermelons will be divided between Auntie Yuda and Qin Jingru. Everyone can try one, it's my treat." Everyone applauded when they heard it. The enthusiasm in the compound was instantly ignited. Now we have become the real melon eaters. The 3 people from the central courtyard were handed over to Li Erhu for protection. Jang Jianjun planned to keep these people hanging until everyone returned from get off work, and then hand them over to Lu Haizhong for further in-depth education. Lu Haizhong is now very concerned about this kind of thing, and he feels very uncomfortable if he doesn't shout a few words a day. Jang Jianjun simply bandaged the young man with the horse face who was injured on the leg, otherwise the young man would definitely die before the end of the get off work day. After doing all this, he said goodbye to everyone and returned to the backyard. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jang Jianjun, Zhou Xiaobai and the 3 ants were having dinner together at home. There was a crucian carp soup and a portion of stewed pig's trotters on the table. The pig's trotters were naturally wild boars raised in the space. After more than half a year of renewal, the earthy smell of wild boar meat has now been reduced a lot and is completely comparable to that of domestic pigs. Second ant originally wanted to leave but was kept by Jang Jianjun. She couldn't just watch the cook leave with drooling, so why not do a small favor to gain others' gratitude? Of course it doesn't work for the Jia family. Second aunt picked up a piece of wild boar meat and ate it happily. Today was also the highlight of her life. It was the first time someone invited her to dinner. In this day and age, many housewives are not even allowed to sit at the table when guests come to their home, let alone be invited to dinner. She would wait until the guests and her man had finished drinking before she would come over with a bowl to eat some leftovers. The second aunt looked at Zhou Xiaobai with a smile. She said to Zhang Jianjun, honestly, you're the most promising person in our compound. The partners you found are all so beautiful. When are you planning to get married? Zhou Xiaobai felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and his face turned slightly red. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Second aunt, you are so good at talking. The wedding has been scheduled for the first month of next year. We will need your help when the time comes. I'm just going to set up 2 simple tables. You know my personality. I won't invite anyone who doesn't want to come, and I won't turn anyone away who does. The second aunt smiled and said, well, it's time for you to start a family. It's not easy to be alone at home without anyone to do the laundry or cook for you. Zhang Jianjun glanced at Zhou Xiaobai and said with a smile, Xiaobai, can you wash clothes and cook? Zhou Xiaobai blushed and rolled his eyes, who are you looking down on? Don't worry, you won't starve to death. Zhang Jianjun laughed out loud, it's okay if you can't cook. I said I'll support you. Okay, don't blame me if I don't cook then. By the way, what are you going to do with the 3 people from Zhang Jianjun's intermediate court? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements for this little thing. It's time to give the neighbors in our compound some practice. Zhou Xiaobai began to worry that Zhang Jianjun would not be able to handle the situation, but he finally felt relieved after hearing this. The second aunt finally couldn't help but ask curiously, Jianjun, you haven't introduced your girlfriend to anyone in such a long time. She shouldn't be from around here, right? Zhang Jianjun thought that women's gossip is not limited by age, so it seems that this sentence is not wrong. Smiling, she said, Second aunt, the specific address needs to be kept secret for some reasons, but I can tell you that Zhou Xiaobai is from the military compound. After hearing this, second aunt's eyes were filled with envy. She really had landed on a high branch, and now she was completely relieved. Old Lu and his 2 sons are now on his chariot. After being influenced by Old Lu, they also understand that there is a big tree behind them to provide shade. The meal was spent in conversation and laughter, and the 3 people hanging outside the yard seemed to be forgotten. Everyone in the middle courtyard was sitting at their doorsteps watching the excitement. Li Erhu was squatting in front of the Jia family's door, eating a watermelon, his eyes fixed on the 3 people hanging there. Qin Huiru also got 2 pieces of watermelon, which she cut into smaller pieces and gave to Huihua and Xiaodang. The 2 little girls took the watermelon and took a bite impatiently, their eyes narrowed. Since Jiajiang had a stroke, the 2 of them have lived a normal life and gradually became plump from being pale and thin. Qin Huiru held her big belly and was a little worried. Bangang ran out every morning now, and he didn't answer her questions every time she asked him when he came back at night. I don't know what this kid is doing outside. He seems to be much quieter than before. I glanced at my mother-in-law sitting on the chair inside. Could it be that Bangang became like this because of his grandmother? Qin Jingru felt very happy today. She never expected that there would be a day when she would be valued. When Zhang Jianjun asked me to share the watermelon, I was overjoyed. This man whom I once fantasized about seems to be nice to me. Looking at the 2 pieces of watermelon on the table, a blush appeared on his face. The aunt looked at the 3 people hanging there inside. After seeing Zhang Jianjun's methods with my own eyes today, I wondered what Lao Yi could use to fight him. Old Yi still can't bring himself to reconcile with Zhang Jianjun to this day. He no longer has any influence in the compound, and he still fantasizes about having others take care of him in his old age. It would be more realistic to adopt a child. It will be too late to adopt when you are older. Everyone in the compound, young and old, women and children, were thinking about their own things today and were completely confused by Zhang Jianjun's actions. Being able to fight, carry, and have a network of connections is a psychological crush on them. Zhang Jianjun achieved his goal today. He didn't want Zhou Xiaobai to come over and cause trouble after he got married, and he didn't want to waste time dealing with these trivial matters every time. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was time to get off work. When everyone came back from get off work and learned about this, they couldn't help but gasp. Especially the rich and colorful expressions on Yi Zonghai's face. This kid hung the person at the moon gate, which was closest to his home. Was he hanging him for him to see? Lu Haizhong was different. He excitedly brought his 2 sons to the backyard. Zhang Jianjun seemed to know that the father and son were coming and was already standing outside the door waiting for them. The second uncle smiled from a distance and said, Jianjun, I came here after hearing the whole story. I'll follow your arrangements. Zhang Jianjun looked at the bangs with shining eyes and saw 2 big hands covered with calluses rubbing back and forth, with a smile on his face that was almost overflowing from his face. he looks eager to try. It seems that Lao Lu has been extremely hungry and thirsty these days. So he smiled and said, "Second master, I won't give any orders this time. You'll be in charge. Use your imagination." After hearing this, the second uncle laughed and said, "Since Jianjun trusts me so much, I won't be polite. I will let them feel the care of our compound." After saying this, he waved his hand, and Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangqiu immediately understood. Then he quickly put the 3 men down and started to tie them up. The 3 men were extremely weak and thirsty after being hung up for the whole afternoon. How could they have the strength to resist? Led by the 3 of them, Huzi and Yan Jifang also joined in. First, the 3 people were pressed into the pool and filled with cold water so that they would not be unable to walk. Then, they were skillfully labeled. Then he put a net bag with the evidence on the ground and hung it around each person's neck, then dragged the 3 out of the yard. The one with the bangs started shouting. After half a year of training and practice, he shouted with great enthusiasm. The infectious power has reached perfection, and the clear rhythm of the sound can be heard from far away, also attracting enthusiastic people from nearby courtyards. The sun sets. This is the show time for Lu Haishong. The lights in the city of Beijing are beginning to come on. A bicycle was speeding on the street. Zhou Xiaobai hugged Zhang Jianjun's old waist with a sense of security. Today she saw her partner's methods. He was calm and composed in dealing with various people with ease. His fighting power was surprisingly high, which was a feast for her eyes. In the past, I only knew that my boyfriend was a good fighter and songwriter, but I didn't expect that he could handle various emergencies with such ease and logic. Zhang Jianjun was pedaling the bicycle in front and felt the softness behind him, and he couldn't help but smile. This was the first time Zhou Xiaobai hugged him so tightly. It seemed that her charm had also risen to a new level. Unfortunately, the order was too conservative and could only be looked at but not eaten. Half an hour later, we arrived at the Zhou family compound. Zhou's mother was looking out from the pond in the middle courtyard. The street lights were already on and she was a little worried that her daughter had not returned yet. I heard the bicycle bell outside the gate and hurried over. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the 2 smiling faces. She was also afraid that they were too young to resist the temptation and would do that kind of thing before getting married. If I get pregnant before marriage, my reputation in the military compound will be reduced to a certain level. He complained softly to Zhou Xiaobai, "Xiaobai, it's so chaotic outside now and you 2 are out playing too late. Your dad and I are still waiting for you to come back for dinner." Zhou Xiaobai smiled sweetly and said, "Mom, we did a lot of big things today. Anyway, with Zhang Jianjun at the forefront, nothing will happen." Zhang Jianjun. Zhou's mother tapped Zhou Xiaobai's forehead lightly, feeling a bit amused and helpless. The 3 of them entered the living room and the food was already on the table. Zhou Jinese put down the newspaper in his hand and raised his head. "Xiao Zhang, why did you come back so late today? Did you encounter any problems?" Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Uncle Zhou, we did encounter some minor problems today, but I solved them all, and I've also figured out how to deal with the subsequent problems." Then Zhang Jianjun recounted the farce at the steel mill and what happened in his compound. From being blocked by the propaganda department staff at the beginning, to how he responded later and his ideas for future rectification, he was open about everything. Zhou Jinyi's face turned cold after hearing this. The disturbance in the factory was the unit's own business, but bringing this girl home would touch his bottom line. After all, he only has this one daughter, and it would be disastrous if something happened to her. Zhou's mother also sighed. She didn't expect that her son-in-law had matured so much in the past 6 months. She was very satisfied with the performance described by Zhang Jianjun. I couldn't help but start to feel a little worried, and became curious about Zhang Jianjun's fighting ability. Zhou Jinyi's pondered for a moment and said, "There's good news and bad news. Team leader Liang and his team have been rounded up by us. We've arrested them all and placed them under investigation for espionage. The bad news is that your Uncle Li's father-in-law didn't make it." After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun felt a surge of anger in his heart. Fortunately, these people will be more restrained now that team leader Liang has been apprehended. Let's wait until he arrives in the countryside and then go and see for ourselves. Zhang Jianjun picked up the bottle of white wine and filled 2 cups. Zhou Xiaobai was a little curious after listening to it. What was the relationship between Li Suo and Zhang Jianjun? Zhou Jinyi's took a sip from his wine glass and asked, "Xiao Zhang, what's the current situation with the people in your compound? How do you plan to deal with them from now on?" Zhang Jianjun replied, "Don't worry, uncle. I've already made all the arrangements. I think there will be a lot of people watching the fun. There are too many people who can't stand the loneliness right now. The best way to deal with this is to let them fight each other." Zhou Jinyi's nodded and smiled. "Xiao Zhang, you've matured a lot more than you were 6 months ago. Although you're still a little impulsive, this plan is pretty good and commendable. But you should always prioritize your own safety. If those 3 people were armed and attacked from behind, it would be very troublesome. Try not to do this kind of thing recklessly in the future. If you really can't do it, just leave the scene as soon as possible and come to me. Joe's mother also spoke up at this time. Xiao Zhang, next time you encounter such a situation, stay calm. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. It's better to be safe than sorry. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice, uncle and aunt. I will keep it in mind in the future." Only then did Joe's mother nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Xiaobai smiled and said, "Zhang Jianjun's martial arts are amazing. This morning at the steel mill, 2 people rushed towards me, and then suddenly flew back. I didn't even see how they attacked." After hearing this, Zhou Jianese felt like he was being scratched by a cat. He wanted to see Zhang Jianjun's skills many times, but he never found a good opportunity. This kid has too many secrets, but fortunately, Mr. Ye is relatively relaxed towards him. Zhou Jianese drank 2 glasses of wine but still couldn't hold back. He said with a smile, "Xiaobai has been praising you as a miracle boy. After dinner, let's fight outside and let me see you do it." When Zhang Jianjun heard this, he thought to himself, "How could I know any martial arts? If you insist, I only know a set of Tai Chi, and I don't dare to show off my own thunder method even though it's not bad." So he smiled and said, "Since Uncle Joe wants to see me, that's fine. However, I don't know any sophisticated martial arts, so you can just watch for fun." Zhou Jianese laughed and said, "You have learned to be humble now. I have never seen you being low-key when beating people." After hearing this, Zhou's mother also showed curiosity and wanted to see whether her son-in-law had real kung fu skills. Zhou Xiaobai, in particular, was very excited to hear that Zhang Jianjun was going to perform a set of boxing techniques, as Zhang Jianjun had never performed in front of him before. As time went by, the atmosphere at the table gradually became warmer. Forget about the chaos outside for a while. No one took the initiative to mention these unpleasant things, otherwise it would affect everyone's mood for dinner. The meal took more than an hour to finish. Zhou's mother and Zhou Xiaobai have been waiting in the living room for the 2 to finish their drinks. Women's curiosity is not limited by age. Looking forward to Zhang Jianjun's martial arts performance after dinner. A waning moon hangs in the night sky. Shine on this mysterious street. Outside the Zhou family compound, the palms flew up and down like rabbits and as fast as dragons. Zhang Jianjun performed the 48 Tai Chi moves faster and faster, and with the fine-tuning of his own mental strength, he was like a butterfly flying through flowers. After long-term transformation by the spiritual spring water, the flexibility of his body has improved a lot, and he has also incorporated his own ideas into his moves. Knees, elbows, legs, palms, fists, sweeps, kicks, pushes, bumps and kicks, all seamlessly connected and done in one go. The speed is too fast and the light is not bright enough, so the effect is maximized. It's like a shadow dancing there. The bonsai trees around seemed to be swaying slightly, which dazzled the family of 3, and they all had expressions of amazement on their faces. The layman watches the excitement while the expert watches the details. Zhou Jianese is a man who has walked through the battlefield. Seeing Zhang Jianjun's actions, he couldn't help but sigh. The saying that the only way to break the natural martial arts is to be fast is not a joke. One step ahead leads to all steps ahead. Few people can withstand such speed. Even if they can defend, they will be passively trapped in the opponent's rhythm. In addition, Tai Chi itself is extremely entertaining, and these movements are continuous and seamless, which is very pleasing to the eye. Zhou Xiaobai looked at her with eyes full of peach blossoms and an obsessed look, just like a little fangirl in later generations seeing her idol. Zhou's mother also had a smile on her face as she looked at Zhang Jianjun's graceful figure and thought to herself that this was what it meant to be both civil and military. Zhang Jianjun finished the set of movements without blushing or panting. He even bowed and said with a smile, "Excuse me for showing off." Zhou Jianese couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Your kung fu is really good, your moves are coherent and the movements are both hard and soft. Are you interested in joining the reconnaissance unit for a while?" Zhang Jianjun said with a bitter face, "Uncle, didn't I tell you before? If it were 2 years ago, I would have gone without hesitation. Now I just want to have some good training at the grassroots level." Seeing Zhang Jianjun's bitter face, the 3 of them laughed. Zhang Jianjun continued, "Uncle, Auntie, it's getting late now. I should go back. I don't know what their situation is like. I have to go back and take a look." Zhou Jianese put away his smile and said seriously, "All right, when you go back, you must pay attention to the surrounding situation in case they become desperate. I will also arrange some personnel to be nearby to prevent any emergencies. I want to see who gave them the courage to come to my house without any evidence." Mother Zhou then said, "Xiao Zhang, if you feel like you're out of control, don't force yourself. If you really can't, just stay at our house for a while to avoid the limelight." Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Auntie. I know my limits. Besides, I have you 2 backing me up." The 2 smiled after hearing this. He said goodbye to Zhou Xiaobai and turned to push the bike. Under the gaze of the 3 people, he got on the bike and hurriedly rode towards Nanluaguxiang. Mother Zhou looked at the receding figure and said to Zhou Jianese, "Old Zhou, where did Xiao Zhang learn this martial art? I don't quite understand it, but it's really fast." Logically, a propaganda officer like him wouldn't have the time to practice. Zhou Jianese smiled and said, "Yu Jun, our son-in-law is not a simple man. If he is willing to reveal some secrets, he will naturally reveal them. If he is not willing, we should not ask to avoid misunderstandings. As long as you can treat our daughter well in the future, that's enough." Zhou Xiaobai blushed and returned home. Dividing line. Lu Haizhong had a great time today, attracting everyone's attention and having a great time. He didn't expect that so many people would respond today. 2 or 3 hours of trouble. The 3 unlucky guys are almost at the end of their rope. When Lu Haizhong saw the situation of the 3 people, he returned to the compound with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Let the 2 sons give the 3 of them some porridge to drink, they won't starve to death. What he didn't know was that the horse-faced man was really in no condition and vomited out the porridge he had just drunk. The swollen thigh has become inflamed and the whole body has started to have a fever. If I don't get treatment, I will definitely not survive the night. The central courtyard was already surrounded by people watching the excitement. Su Daimao squeezed out of the crowd out of curiosity, walked forward and looked at the appearance of several people carefully, and then he found that the young man with a horse face had a weak breathing and something was wrong, so he told Lu Haizhong about this situation. Lu Haizhong couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Good heavens, I hope no one will die in my first performance in the compound. Rang Guangtian hurried to the backyard to call Zhang Jianjun, but he found an empty door and it was locked. Second aunt told him that Zhang Jianjun had sent his girlfriend home. Just when Lu Haizhong was at a loss, the sound of bicycle bells came from the middle courtyard. It turned out that as soon as Zhang Jianjun returned to the compound, he used his mental power to investigate. His spiritual consciousness discovered that this man named Huazi was about to die. People can die but they cannot die in their compound. When Lu Haizhong heard the bell and saw that it was Zhang Jianjun, he walked forward quickly as if he had found his backbone. "Jianjun, come and take a look. I feel like this kid is dying." When everyone saw Zhang Jianjun coming in, they made way for him. Now Zhang Jianjun's prestige has replaced Yi Zonghai, and after today's incident spread to everyone, his prestige has been further deepened. Zhang Jianjun stepped forward and pretended to flip up Ma Lian's eyelids. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Second uncle, it's not a big deal. I won't die. It's just an inflammation of the wound. Please stay here and watch over me. I think I have some anti-inflammatory medicine at home." The second uncle was relieved when he heard this, although the 6 he shouted still needed to be tempered when encountering big things. Zhang Jianjun hurried back home and took out some advanced healing potion powder from the space. He found a teacup, filled it with half a cup of water, stirred it, and then rushed over with the cup in hand. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Zhang Jianjun poured a cup of water into Huazi's mouth, and with the guidance of mental power, it quickly entered his stomach. It wasn't obvious at first, but 5 minutes later the man's complexion began to change, becoming less ugly and with a hint of redness. He opened his eyes 10 minutes later. Everyone couldn't help but sigh, and some even felt it was a pity that it was a waste to feed such a good potion to these beasts. Su Daimao laughed in the crowd and said, "Brother Jianjun, you're really capable of getting anti-inflammatory drugs. You didn't feel bad at all feeding them to them." Everyone agreed that it was indeed the case. Zhang Jianjun laughed and said, "Brother Daimao, there's nothing to regret. Even though they're not human, they still deserve a full last meal, right?" When Su Daimao heard this, he gave a thumbs up in the crowd, and everyone also sighed that intellectuals really think far ahead. The third uncle in the crowd looked at Zhang Jianjun with envy, but unfortunately he could never take his relationship with Zhang Jianjun any further. Otherwise, maybe he could also settle his own problems. Seeing that the Lu family is now thriving with him, this envy has been magnified countless times. "Unfortunately, I can't protect myself now, and I don't know how to get closer to others." When the horse-faced young man got into trouble, Yi Zonghai wanted to show his presence and criticize everyone's nonsense. As a result, nothing happened when Zhang Jianjun came back. It was very uncomfortable to lose control of the compound, but what else could he do? Then there is the issue of guarding. Lu Guangtian watched for half the night. Huzi volunteered to watch the second half of the night. He decided to learn from Lao Liu's family and build a strong army. The Yan family cannot compare with them in terms of their ability to adapt their thinking. A young boy at the back of the crowd watched secretly. The light in his eyes flickered. After half a year, Bangan's height has grown a lot. Almost considered half a boy. Thanks to the nerd boss for the reminder to update, and thank you all for your continued support. After Zhang Jianjun returned home, he entered into a new space. No matter how chaotic things were outside, they could not affect this beautiful world. The colorful flowers of various plants are refreshing to look at. Zhang Jianjun took a quick look and found that the farmhand Gangzi was lying on the ground and snoring with a smile on his face, as if he could wake up from his sleep with a smile. I couldn't help but be speechless. If you suddenly come to such a closed little world, you will be worried all the time. It turns out that heartless people are more broad-minded. Under one consciousness. What needs to be harvested is harvested and what needs to be sown is sown. Various medicinal herbs begin to be sorted and piled on the flat ground. Some time ago, Zhang Jianjun used the power of spatial rules to solidify a piece of dry ground to be used as a medicinal material warehouse. The area of more than 300 square meters was just enough. These precious herbs from other worlds are waiting for the day to come out of the mountains. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun felt some unusual fluctuations above his head. He quickly looked up and couldn't help feeling ecstatic. There were 4 space vortexes, and the edges of the first 3 lit up with familiar blue light, which was a sign every time a space channel was about to be opened. After more than half a year, I finally had my chance to travel through time and space, but this time, will 3 channels light up at the same time? Looking at the 3 whirlpools that had expanded to more than 2 meters, Zhang Jianjun thought that it seemed to be similar to what he had guessed. It is possible that 3 planes are opened at the same time. Then the possibility of choosing one to travel through time is very high, and you are the only one who can't handle it. Moreover, if the space channel lights up for a long time, it will gradually disappear if you don't travel through it. Zhang Jianjun looked up and observed for a while, then sat down by the ancient well and began today's small circulation. An hour later, he opened his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. Sure enough, the progress was still a bit slow, just like before. There was no sense of opportunity to break through to the 9th level of qi refining, which was similar to what was described in traditional fantasy novels. The time spent in cultivation is not a matter of years, it is achieved through grinding, but less than a year is also acceptable. Many main characters in cultivation are still working as menial disciples at the mountain gate within a year. Compared to myself, I'm doing pretty well, except that I've never taken drugs. Since the time travel is just 1 or 2 days away, I have to quickly master the magic. The more strength I have, the more protection I have. Then bursts of thunder were heard in the space, and all kinds of lightning spells fell from the specially trained platform. Gangzi woke up. Ever since he entered the space, he couldn't tell the difference between day and night. He ate when he was hungry and slept when he was tired. He had never seen the sky cloudy or rainy. Every time he fed the wild boars, he would squat by the pit and watch for a long time. This was the only time he felt that he was not alone. The time here seemed to be eternal, but he was still very satisfied because the watermelon here was so delicious that he could eat as much as he wanted. I've been eating watermelon for so long and it seems like I never get tired of it. The days following the little ferry were very comfortable, but why was there thunder in the space today? It wouldn't rain, which made him a little worried. There's no place to hide from the rain. Zhang Jianjun practiced magic for more than 2 hours and then left the space. I lay in bed and fell asleep quickly without thinking about anything. A silent night. Early in the morning, Zhang Jianjun finished washing up and left the space, pushing his bicycle to the central courtyard. Lu Haizhong's family in the central courtyard also got up early. Old Lu couldn't sleep for a long time last night. He was so excited that he enjoyed the pleasure brought by this power. Since he became the team leader, he found that being an official was wonderful. The feeling of being noticed in front of everyone made him feel ecstatic. If Zhang Jianjun hadn't reminded him frequently, he would have probably become arrogant. Lu Haizhong from the middle courtyard directed his 2 sons to start feeding the 3 people the leftover noodle soup from last night. Seeing Zhang Jianjun pushing a bicycle towards him, he immediately came up to him with a smile. Jianjun, you still get up so early every day. What are your plans for today? Zhang Jianjun took a look at the 3 young men who were no longer in human form, and he couldn't help feeling relieved. If you like to play tricks on others, then be prepared to be played with. He smiled and said, Second uncle, I told you yesterday that everything will be handled by you. I only have one small suggestion. You can take the 3 of them all the way to the steel mill. Don't stop chanting slogans on the road, and then go to the steel mill to carry out criticism and education, so that more people can see the style of your revolutionary committee. There are tens of thousands of people at the steel mill. This is your highlight moment. You'll be famous, second uncle. When Lu Haizhong heard this, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He now knew that the revolutionary committee needed people who could criticize and educate. Aren't I such a talent? Looking at Zhang Jianjun's back as he pushed the cart away, he waved his hand and took out 3 slightly dark hats. The 3 people underground wanted to die on the spot after hearing what Zhang Jianjun said. Could they come back alive after going to the steel mill with tens of thousands of people? I regret that my greed has led me into this fire pit. Zhang Jianjun arrived at the steel rolling mill before 7 in the morning, parked his bicycle and went to the propaganda department office. As soon as I opened the door, I found some materials on the desk. I walked over and picked them up. They were the materials sorted out by Ma Ziyahua yesterday, the attendance forms of the propaganda staff within the past 6 months. Since the rectification has begun, we can't just talk without any evidence. Zhang Jianjun sat down at the desk and looked at it carefully. This made me feel a little uneasy. From the lowest level clerk to the section clerk, most of them were absent from work without reason. So we skipped over those who were occasionally absent from work and went straight to these 8 very active members. Yu Haidang was absent from work or left early 37 times in 6 months, Li Weiman 68 times, Chen Kunfa 48 times, Zheng Xiaojun 42 times, Chen Weizi 27 times, Wang Weiman 31 times, Zhang Xiaoming 35 times, and He Baoqiu 32 times. Zhang Jianjun circled the names of these 8 people with a pen. He felt a little complicated when he circled Yu Haitang. This was the first woman he almost fell in love with since he traveled through time. I looked at Yu Haitang's name and pondered for a while, thinking to myself that I hope you won't jump around for a while. Li Weiman, who ranks first, is very active. He was absent from work for 68 days in half a year. He completely treats the propaganda department as his own home. As the section chief, I haven't been so arrogant in the past 6 months except for occasionally going back to eat. Although I spend most of my time slacking off, at least in the office. Seeing Chen Kunfa who came in second, Zhang Jianjun sneered. A clerk is so jumpy now. Who else should he target if not you? After all, the propaganda department still needs to operate and we can't just kill them all at once. Just catch a few typical examples and crack down on them severely. Once the most troublesome ones are punished, the others will behave themselves. Zhang Jianjun looked at the list and wrote it down in his notebook. By the time he finished the tasks at hand, it was already past 8 in the morning. Just when I was thinking of making a cup of tea and slacking off, there was a knock on the office door. Zhang Jianjun scanned the area with his spiritual sense and found that it was a member of the Revolutionary Committee. A thought occurred to me, wondering why the Revolutionary Committee was looking for me at this time. Zhang Jianjun opened the office door and a young man in his 30s walked in. Hello, Section Chief Zhang. I'm Zhang Hua from the Revolutionary Committee. Deputy Director Ma wants to discuss something with you. He asked me to come and call you. Zhang Jianjun nodded without thinking too much. They left the office together. 8:30 in the morning. Zhang Jianjun followed Zhang Hua towards Deputy Director Ma's office. He originally didn't want to get involved in these matters, but the wind would not stop even if the tree wanted to be still. Although he is only a deputy director and seems to be only one level higher than the section chief, in fact, due to the special nature of the Revolutionary Committee, the deputy director is a director-level cadre. The propaganda department is 2 levels higher than the section chief level. Although it is not directly under their jurisdiction, it has broad powers and the right to supervise learning. Zhang Jianjun sneered in his heart. He came to talk to me right after I finished my work yesterday. It seems that Deputy Director Ma has set his sights on him. Zhang Hua pushed the door open but didn't go in and stood outside. Zhang Jianjun walked into the office calmly. He had met several important figures in the past 6 months, but a deputy director level cadre did not cause him any fluctuation. Deputy Director Ma didn't stand up when he saw Zhang Jianjun come in. He smiled and said, "It's really better to meet him in person than to hear about him. I didn't expect Section Chief Zhang to be so young." Zhang Jianjun said calmly, "Oh? I never thought that a mere section chief like me would be able to enter your field of vision. I feel so honored." Without waiting for Deputy Director Ma to speak again, he pulled a chair and sat opposite him. "Want to show me your power? I'm not used to standing and talking to others." Deputy Director Ma looked at Zhang Jianjun moving the chair without any courtesy, and couldn't help but frown and felt a surge of anger in his heart. It seems that Comrade Xiao Zhang doesn't take himself seriously at all. Only then did Zhang Jianjun take a closer look at Deputy Director Ma. He was under 50 years old and of short stature, probably less than 1.65 meters tall. He was wearing a white shirt and Dacron trousers. His face was a little thin and his cheekbones were prominent. His hair was neatly styled, parted in a 3:7 style, and he looked energetic with a pair of black-framed glasses. It's just that her eyebrows are a little sparse, a standard drooping brow. The eyes behind the lenses are looking at him carefully, and a hint of shame and anger in her eyes was caught by Zhang Jianjun's consciousness. Deputy Director Ma coughed lightly and said seriously, "Section Chief Zhang, I heard from the security staff that you had some unpleasant things with your colleagues yesterday. After our investigation, although they were at fault, you were still too young, impulsive, and too angry. It was a bit too much to torture your own people to death." Zhang Jianjun said calmly, "Deputy Director Ma, a subordinate insulted his superior, and 2 people attacked him together. Are you blaming me for not standing there and waiting for the punches? I'm young, am I wrong? Can you still be called a young person if you don't have a bad temper?" Comrade Lei Feng's 4 treatments in 1961 were praised by great men. Treat your comrades with the warmth of spring, treat your work with the fervor of summer, treat individualism like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, and treat your enemies with the cruelty of winter. Although they were not enemies, they were guilty of individualism. They purposefully absented themselves from work without reason to achieve personal gain and deliberately attacked their superiors to vent their emotions. Deputy Director Ma, what do you think? Ma Hongji couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. Oh my god. This opening was a king bomb, bringing out all 4 treatments praised by the great man. Ma Hongji was a little angry at the beginning, and now he was completely numb after being hit by such a set of combined hats. I couldn't let out the breath I was holding in my heart. Damn, this guy is even more cunning than us. I was so shocked that I didn't know how to start talking. He pretended to be calm, picked up the large teacup from the desk and took a sip, using this time to sort out his disordered emotions. The moment he put the teapot down, he said, "Section Chief John, let's put this matter behind us for now. I also heard that you are now preventing the propaganda staff from learning advanced ideas. If this is true, it's despicable. You have no right to control their determination to improve themselves. In this learning environment, such behavior is not allowed to occur. I hope you will think twice before you act in the future. After all, your talent was cultivated by the organization. Don't make such a low-level mistake again. Turn back now. Otherwise you will suffer in the future." Zhang Jianjun felt a chill in his heart after hearing this. This old fellow started to make threats when he couldn't find any handle. It seemed that he wanted to have a showdown. If that's the case, why should we be polite to him? Zhang Jianjun's face turned cold and he said, "Deputy Director Ma, you should first understand the time and place for study. You can't move around anytime and anywhere. If I'm not mistaken, you also have a set time for study. Why was it changed when it came to our propaganda department? Don't forget that you should lead by example and act like a leader. Changing your orders every day won't last long. As a comrade, I remind you again, don't keep saying things like I've heard, I'm told, I guess, I might, and I'm guessing. The higher UPS have said that without investigation, there's no right to speak. Don't just sit in the office all the time. Go out for a walk. That way you can stay healthy and live longer." Ma Hongji felt that his blood-sucking was not going smoothly when he heard half of it. When he heard the last sentence, he was like having a seizure. He covered his chest and gasped for breath like a bellows. I just hinted at the consequences of his disobedience, but this kid did the exact opposite, making the threat even more obvious. But he couldn't find any reason to refute it. He said that he didn't use a single dirty word when insulting his superior, and he even gave him serious advice when he talked back to him. Hello, you're doing well. Zhang Jianjun? Deputy Director Ma, I know I have some talent, but you can't praise me so blatantly. Ma Hongji. He took a few deep breaths, his face turning pale and he could no longer hide it. Xiao Zhan, right? Okay, that's all for today's conversation. You can leave now, but be careful and take care of yourself these few days. Zhang Jianjun laughed heartily and said, "Deputy Director Ma, thank you for your kind words. Before you leave, I'll also say something. Under the bright and clear sky, all the filthy bugs will reveal their true colors, and all the evil spirits will be exposed by the sun. Good luck." After saying that, he waved his hand as a goodbye gesture, then turned and left in a cool manner. Ma Hongji was almost furious after hearing Zhang Jianjun's blessing, and his mentality completely exploded. As a deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, he had never been treated with such contempt before. Watching Zhang Jianjun walk out of the office, Ma Hongji gritted his teeth, picked up the big teapot on the table and threw it to the ground. Zhang Jianjun went downstairs and heard the sound coming from afar, and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This guy is incomparable to Deputy Director Ma and Li Huade. After all, Comrade Li is much more self-cultivated than him. Thinking of Lao Li, I couldn't help but feel a sense of understanding. Comrade Lao Li, how are you? Then the spiritual power enveloped the past like a big net. Zhang Jianjun's mental strength. It covered the entire office like a big net. Zhang Hua, who was standing outside the door, walked in when he heard the sound of things being smashed in the house and carefully helped clean up the mess on the floor. Ma Hongji vented for a while and gradually calmed down. Looking at Zhang Hua, who was cleaning the floor, he asked coldly, "I asked you to investigate Section Chief Zhang of the Publicity Department yesterday. Do you have any news?" Zhang Hua smiled flatteringly and said, "Director Ma, I've carefully asked many people who know him, but I haven't been able to find any special connections behind him. Do you want me to send some young officers to visit their compound?" Ma Hongji's face looked even uglier. There was no one around him who was useful. These people were all useless. Zhang Hua, is your brain full of shit right now? Wouldn't it be like alerting the enemy if you went to their compound to ask? Is there any news about the girl who often follows him? Zhang Hua shuddered when he saw Deputy Director Ma's expression. He said cautiously, "The identity of the girl next to him has not been found yet. Several people from the security department are working hard to find clues." As soon as Zhang Hua finished speaking, he was hit on the head by a teacup. He felt a burning pain on his forehead, but he didn't dare to cover it. Useless, all of you are useless. You can't even handle such a small task. You have 3 days to find this girl's address. If you can't, have some people disguise themselves, follow her, tie her up, and interrogate her. Do I have to teach you how to do this? After Ma Hung-ji finished speaking, he was about to sit down and light a cigarette when he felt a sharp pain in his head and his vision almost went black. The blood from his head flowed all over his face like watermelon juice. A shrill howl was heard from far away, and the dizziness caused Ma Hung-ji to roll off the chair. John Hwa's eyes were red at this time and he picked up a chair and started smashing it. He had never been so angry before, and a memory in his mind made him extremely crazy. Every Sunday, the old man in front of me would threaten his wife to have an affair with him, and use it as an excuse to fire her if she didn't obey him. His wife was forced to be under him due to the pressure, and even her 8-year-old son was not her biological son. It was as if this memory had been hidden in his mind forever, and it suddenly burst out after being hit today. This humiliation made him feel like dying. The office chair was smashed to pieces in a few seconds, and Zhang Hua picked up the bench legs and continued to attack. He ignored the increasingly weak screams on the ground. He needed to vent so much. If his son was not even his own, what was the point of him living? The bench legs rained down on Ma Hung-ji's face. Ma Hung-ji's face was completely disfigured and most of his teeth were knocked out. The sunken bridge of the nose was obviously a comminuted fracture, and there was either a big bump or a big cut on the forehead. At the moment he was unconscious. He couldn't believe why his loyal subordinates suddenly attacked. His consciousness went from blurred to dark and he lost contact with the outside world. Zhang Jianzhan left calmly downstairs. It was naturally his doing. He had originally planned to have some fun with Deputy Director Ma, but when he heard that his wife was going to be investigated, he got angry. The bottom line of a person is that the disaster should not extend to his family. Anyone who touches the dragon's reverse scale will die. Zhou Xiaobai is his Achilles heel, so if Zhang Jianzhan doesn't want to play around anymore, he might as well be violent. An illusion spell plus mental guidance resulted in the scene just now. It was impossible not to be heard with such a commotion, and the first scream alarmed all the offices on the second floor. All the staff in the department were listening attentively, and when they found no sound, they heard continuous knocking sounds again. I can't sit still anymore. Yang Zhenhua walked out of the office first, and staff from various departments also filed out. Hearing that the sound came from the office of Deputy Director Ma of the Revolutionary Committee, many people could no longer remain calm. Director Yang took the lead and pushed open the office door. The scene before him almost made him scream. A young man was riding on an unknown person and smashing him hard. The chair leg in his hand was already stained with blood. Everyone who gathered around gasped in fear, and some were horrified to see the blood flowing on the ground. After all, Director Yang was a military man, so he first calmed himself down. He shouted, "Stop it! Who are you? Are you crazy? Director Zhang, go call the security department." Zhang Hua, who was riding on Ma Hung-ji, seemed not to hear it and continued to hit him down. No one outside dared to step forward when they saw this scene. Director Yang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the figure on the ground. The blurry clothes stained with blood are very similar to the ones Deputy Director Ma often wears. Damn, this Deputy Director Ma is doomed. He rushed in without caring about the danger and kicked Zhang Hua in the back. Zhang Hua just hit Deputy Director Ma subconsciously without any reaction to the outside world, and naturally he would not avoid being kicked to the ground. When everyone saw that the director of the Revolutionary Committee had gone up, they knew that if they tried to escape, they would be in trouble, so they all rushed forward and held down Zhang Hua, who was lying on the ground. Zhang Hua was pinned down by the crowd and couldn't move. His eyes were red and he growled softly from his throat, looking like a madman. Director Yang finally had time to take a closer look at Deputy Director Ma, and his stomach churned. His cheekbones were shattered, revealing white bone fragments. His left eyeball was hanging on the eye socket due to the heavy blow and concussion. His head was completely deformed. What a huge hatred this was. There's no need to feel for a pulse in the neck, no one has survived this kind of injury. Several chief section chiefs began to retch when they saw this scene. It reminded them of Zhao Jianxi half a year ago, except that Deputy Director Ma was even worse off than Zhao Jianxi. After a period of confusion, Zhang Hua stopped struggling. He had been fighting for a long time and was already losing strength. Once the illusion lasted for a while, he fell into great horror. He could no longer tell whether the memories in his mind were true or false, but even if his wife was really taken away by Deputy Director Ma, he would not be so bold. Crawling on the ground with his mind in a mess, he just knew that he was finished. It would be worse to beat a deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee to death than to commit suicide, as this would actually result in less torture. His face was ashen. He knew how crazy the people inside were because he was one of them. Deputy Chief Wang of the Security Department brought 5 staff members and rushed over in a hurry. When they heard that the person they had relied on was missing, they were shocked. Deputy Section Chief Wang's mind exploded. He gave most of his wealth to him for his own advancement. He hasn't got any return yet. If he loses it, it will be gone forever. In order to gain the trust of Deputy Director Ma, he offended many people. I walked into the office breathlessly, my legs almost giving out. Is this what you call not knowing whether to live or die? Even a great immortal couldn't save me. The news that Zhang Hua went crazy and beat Deputy Director Ma to death quickly spread throughout the steel mill. Tens of thousands of workers were stunned by the news, caused a huge uproar. The means are extremely cruel, the impact is extremely bad, and the consequences are extremely serious. These three extremes put Zhang Hua on the countdown to death. As we are about to enter the beginning of autumn, the steel mills have started a new round of reshuffle. This serious accident plunged the entire steel mill into turmoil. This was also the first case where a subordinate beat his superior to death. Even if he was trying to prank him, he did not beat his superior to death on the spot. Zhang Jianzhan used this incident as an excuse to start a reorganization and reselected the 8 candidates. Finally, a list of 5 top candidates was selected. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jianzhan walked towards Director Yang's office with the documents. His plan is to first apply for a factory-wide disciplinary notice, and then to be suspended for observation, which of course may be permanent. If Director Yang now asks Director Yang to not support him, and Zhang Jianzhan decides to follow his superior's lead, then he will cut off the line with Yang Zhenhua himself in the future. If the value of the benefits is lost, Zhang Jianzhan will give up without hesitation. Yang Zhenhua was a little anxious in the office. The death of a deputy director was no trivial matter. He also has to report this matter to his superiors. After all, he is the real boss now. The director of the Revolutionary Committee is now above the Trade Union Party Committee. At this time, there was a knock on the door, interrupting Yang Zhenhua from his thoughts. When Director Yang saw that it was Zhang Jianzhan who came in, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He still hasn't figured out the young man's background. Years ago, he heard from a senior leader that Mr. Ye had praised him, so even after becoming the real boss, he was still quite polite to Zhang Jianzhan. Furthermore, the disappearance of the former deputy director was inextricably linked to him. This forced Yang Zhenhua to face the young man in front of him. Smiling, he said, "Xiao Zhang, you haven't come to see me for a while. You don't come here for no reason. Have you encountered any difficulties?" While talking, he poured a cup of tea himself. Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, you really got it right. I came here this time to ask for your advice on a few things." Yang Zhenhua laughed heartily and said, "I didn't expect you to be so modest. What could possibly be so difficult for a man of such talent like you?" "Uncle Yang, I also heard about what happened this morning. Deputy Director Ma was unfortunately killed. This is a huge loss for our steel mill. This incident also reminded me that failing to properly guide subordinates can lead to serious mistakes. I'm here to show you my record sheet. I've always tried to approach them with a conciliatory attitude, but these people haven't studied the ideological manual well. They're disorganized and undisciplined, and they've made the propaganda department a mess. This is all my responsibility and I'm here to apologize." After Zhang Jianzhan finished speaking, he handed over the assessment list of 5 people. After hearing this, Yang Zhenhua looked at Zhang Jianzhan with a smile. "Oh, it seems Comrade Xiao Zhang has some ideas. That's a good thing. Let me see how to clear the air." Yang Zhenhua took the form and looked at it carefully. After flipping through a few pages, he was a little surprised. He naturally knew some of the situations in the propaganda department, but it was normal to be absent from work occasionally under this general background. But I didn't expect it to be so serious. He is not like several deputy directors fighting for power and profit. He only needs to grasp the overall situation. He doesn't need to deal with the noise made by these people below personally. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Zhenhua put down the documents and said, "This is indeed a bit too much. Our Revolutionary Committee doesn't study at any time and anywhere. So how do you think we should deal with this matter?" Zhang Jianzhan took a sip of tea and smiled. "Actually, it wasn't about what happened this morning. I also wanted to take it lightly. I almost got beaten when I first got to work yesterday morning. If I didn't know some basic martial arts, I'd probably end up like Deputy Director Ma." Yang Zhenhua's face changed after hearing this. This incident was completely beyond his expectations. He never expected that such a thing would happen in the propaganda department. Yang Zhenhua's face turned serious. "Xiao Zhang, who was the leader and how was it handled?" "Uncle Yang, let me briefly describe what happened. Yesterday morning, Li Weiman and Chen Kunfa from the propaganda department tried to stop me as I was going upstairs to my office. I patiently persuaded and talked to them. Who knew they wouldn't listen and even got even more aggressive? Li Weiman and Chen Kunfa rushed out of the crowd and tried to punch and kick me, but I accidentally injured them by fighting back. They're probably still in the infirmary receiving treatment. I originally wanted to just bear it and let it go, but Deputy Director Ma's body was still warm this morning. With this lesson learned, how can I concentrate on my work? If this bad trend isn't stopped, there could be more chain reactions in the future. Beating superiors doesn't cost anything anyway, so what are they afraid of? So I applied to the organization to give these 5 people a serious warning and suspend them from work to observe their behavior. I also announced it to the whole audience to deter any restless people. Yang Zhenhua, good guy, he was given a serious punishment and suspended for probation. He almost said he would be fired directly. Yang Zhenhua held the document and began to ponder the consequences of punishing 5 people at once. This is no small matter. Zhang Jianjun was drinking tea and waiting for Director Yang's reply. He was not in a hurry anyway. If it really doesn't work, then we can take the second path, which is to use Mr. Ye to put pressure on us. However, doing so would inevitably create a rift between the two of them. Li Huide was the one who got rid of her, and he didn't want the relationship they had been together for half a year to end like this. Director Yang said seriously after considering for a few minutes. Xiao Zhang, dealing with 5 people at once is a huge undertaking. It will cause unnecessary panic among the workers in the steel mill, but the two of you can do what you want. You also need to understand the difficulties of my position. Zhang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although it did not meet his expectations, it was still a chance to save the relationship. Although he had some political strategies, they were not well thought out. He had not considered the chain reaction and negative effects of dealing with so many people. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "Thank you for your advice, Uncle Yang. I will do as you say. I will fully obey the organization's arrangements." Yang Zhenhua also nodded with satisfaction, and their eyes met in the air and they both smiled. Zhang Jianjun did not stay for long. He left Li Weiman and Chen Kunfu's materials, exchanged a few words, and then got up and left. Yang Zhenhua looked at Zhang Jianjun's departing back and began to recall the scenes of the past 6 months in his mind. Why is this kid growing so fast? He suddenly thought of something and his eyes narrowed. He thought about some things that happened in the past 6 months. Zhao Jianxi's face was disfigured because of his nephew's accident, and a deputy director who had come earlier mysteriously disappeared. Deputy Director Ma was beaten to death for no reason this morning, and every incident seemed to be related to him. Zhao Jianxi was in conflict with Zheng Zaiqian because of his conflict with Zhang Jianjun, and Zheng Zaiqian's whereabouts are now unknown. 2 months ago, Deputy Director Chen went to cause trouble for him and disappeared, while this Deputy Director Ma was trying to take advantage of the propaganda department. As the director of the Revolutionary Committee, he naturally had his own spies. All of these things are connected to Zhang Jianjun. I couldn't help but gasp when I thought about it. If this series of events were true, this guy would be so terrifying. Then, was Li Huide transferred away earlier in the process also his trick? I only heard that Li Huide had tried to win him over and even gave him a bicycle ticket. Yang Zhenhua felt a chill on his back. I hope I'm overthinking it. Because the electric fan issue is beyond human control. Yang Zhenhua let out a long sigh. Time flies. The next afternoon, in the broadcasting room of the steel mill, Yu Haidang was holding several notice documents with extremely complicated feelings. The names of Li Weiman and Chen Kunfu were on the manuscript, and the bright official seal of the Revolutionary Committee was stamped underneath. Li Weiman and Chen Kunfu were both suspended from their duties for investigation, and were informed to the whole class and given a serious warning. Originally, this manuscript was intended to be broadcast to her partner Wang Area, because Wang Area had been broadcasting for the past 3 months, but Zhang Jianjun handed it to her personally in the morning. Yu Haitang is not a fool, and the meaning of this is obvious. I still remember the words Zhang Jianjun left before he turned and left. The sky will clear up, the pond water will dry up, and the small fish and shrimp in it will die in the sun, but you won't see any big fish. The big fish will take advantage of the rain to run to the reservoir. Yu Haitang felt bitter in her heart. She thought that her recent active performance would attract his attention. I didn't expect it to be this way of paying attention. Since Director Yang had a heart-to-heart talk with Zhang Jianjun yesterday, he has placed Zhang Jianjun in a higher position. Each of these things is weird and strange. Regardless of whether he did so many things or not, it is a fact that his shadow can be seen in every part of our imagination. I heard that Liu Haizhong, who lives in the same compound with him, has been very active recently. 3 people from outside had been criticized in a small meeting for 2 days. They were exhausted and it seemed that Zhang Jianjun's shadow was also among them. This kid is indeed a guy who can do big things. He is ruthless and decisive in his actions and can stay behind the scenes when he is trying to trick people. Zhang Jianjun was eating a watermelon in the office. He never expected that Yang Zhenhua had imagined so much. If there were not 2 things that were not done by a normal person, Yang Zhenhua almost proved that it was him. When it was almost time to get off work in the afternoon, the factory loudspeaker sounded, and Yu Haidang's sweet voice was broadcast to the entire steel mill. When the notice of Li Weiman and Chen Kunfu being suspended for observation and given severe disciplinary punishments was issued, the entire steel mill became bustling again. Everyone knows what this means. To put it bluntly, the steel mill has already given up on 2 people, and one of the names in it makes people imagine endlessly. The name Zhang Jianjun often appeared before the new year, capturing enemy spies, winning songs, punishing Zheng Zaiqiang, thwarting road retaliation, etc. After the beginning of the year, this name seemed to have fallen silent, but unexpectedly it appeared today, half a year later, like a thundering blow. Many people looked towards the propaganda department building, and at the same time, the words "kill the chicken to scare the monkey" popped up in their minds. It really worked as a warning to others, and the propaganda department's office became completely silent. Many people who were about to pack up their materials after get off work stopped there. No one spoke, and each of them was feeling uneasy. Several people who were ready to make a move were sweating profusely, fearing that their names would appear when the manuscript was read further. If you lose your iron rice bowl, no matter how much you jump around, you will be just a rootless duckweed. You have to eat to jump around, so what's the point of jumping around if you lose your job? I didn't expect that this young section chief really did what he said. I still remember what he said the day before yesterday morning. If anyone tries to act rashly before I fall, I'll crush him to death. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. He's serious about this. Several staff members who had planned to gather again after the beating incident was overlooked at each other, their eyes filled with panic and horror. At this time, Ma Ziawa walked in and coughed twice. I'm going to take up a little of your time today to announce the latest decision and punishment made by the propaganda department. First, the files of those who have been absent from work repeatedly without reason in the past have been retained. They will be evaluated and reviewed based on their future performance. This file will be permanently archived for future reference. Second, from now on, you are not allowed to be late or leave early or absent from work without reason. In the future, you can apply for a long-term leave without any leave request. During the long-term leave, all salary subsidies will be forfeited until you return to work. Third, for those who have been absent from work 3 or more times recently, this month's salary and allowance will be uniformly deducted. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to the publicity section chief's office to talk or appeal to higher authorities. Finally, I'd like to convey Chief Zhang's message to everyone: this can happen once or twice, but not again and again. In the future, if you need anything, you must ask for leave. Thank you for your cooperation, comrades. The crowd was immediately shocked. Wow, this time the cleanup was really drastic. Several people who were absent from work for more than 3 days without reason were in tears, while those who had been absent more than 10 times were as pale as paper. This permanent archiving was really cruel. If you do something wrong again in the future, they will dig up the past and punish you with one blow. Especially the sentence that you can be criticized for a long vacation is very clever. If a 6-month vacation is granted without any salary or subsidies, what is the difference between that and unemployment? Zhang Jianjun walked out of the office building and felt that the air was much better. These 3 rules today were naturally his idea. He felt that this was a good tactic to use during the two people's full-time briefing to deal a psychological blow. I rode my bike towards Luoguxiang in the afternoon sun. 10 minutes later, I returned to the gate of the Red Star compound. The place where I used to clean bicycles was no longer there. Zhang Jianjun also sighed, saying that half a year is a big change for ordinary people. When I walked through the front yard and came to the middle yard, I saw Qin Huiru holding her big belly again. When Qin Huiru saw Zhang Jianjun, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Zhang Jianjun also nodded in response with a smile. Huihua and Xiaodang were chasing each other around the yard, laughing. The little girl's crisp laughter brought joy to the compound. At this time, Qin Huiru asked, "Jianjun, my son Banggang is busy every day now. He is not at home every day. Every time I ask him, he doesn't answer. Can you give me some advice and see if there is anything I can do?" Zhang Jianjun turned around and smiled. "Sister Qin, you think too highly of me. There's a saying that even a judge can't judge family affairs. I can't say anything about your children's affairs. A teenager is in his active period. How can I understand what's going on in his head?" Qin Huiru thought about it and realized that Zhang Jianjun was not married yet and had no children, so how would she know how to deal with it? So he smiled and said, "I'm also worried that this kid might get into trouble outside, so I'm a little anxious." Zhang Jianjun nodded with a smile. "It shouldn't be a big deal, see you later." After saying that, he pushed his bicycle towards the backyard. He was also curious about Qin Huiru's words. Thinking about the past 6 months, it seems that this kid Banggang has completely gone off track. The classic chicken stealing plot did not appear either, which according to the plot should have happened in the winter of 1965. Could it be that my appearance really changed the timeline? It should be difficult for a thief to quit his crimes, but it seems that he became obedient after being beaten 3 times. He hasn't been seen in the backyard since then. I hope this kid can get on the right track. He is no longer interested in fighting with these neighbors. Everything I do is a bit shocking. This may be different ideas at different levels. A breeze blew over with a hint of coolness. Autumn is coming. Since I entered this industry, I feel that the chance of becoming bald has increased a lot. Thank you readers for your continued company and encouragement. Liu Haizhong came back with excitement and enjoyment. Director Yang of the Revolutionary Committee praised him, and then the three people were taken over by other members of the Revolutionary Committee. He successfully completed his debut performance. Nothing could make him more excited than the praise from his superiors. Tonight he was going to have a good drink to celebrate his achievement. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu's family status has now greatly improved. Every day, the three of them can eat from the same bowl, and the days when they were beaten have become history. The two brothers are now extremely grateful to Zhang Jianzhen, and it is no exaggeration to say that he is their mentor who has given them a second life. Su Daimao was different. When he got off work, he heard the broadcast, and most of the restless thoughts in his mind disappeared. He also figured out that as long as he was not fired, he should just live an honest life. He remembered Zhang Jianzhen's words about adopting a child while he was still young. Su Daimao planned to go to the street office tomorrow to check it out. Otherwise, no matter how hard he worked, he would have no confidence without a child. Zhang Jianzhen arrived at the space and stood in front of the vortex, observing it carefully for a while. The blue mirrors of the three vortexes in front were already looming. I really can't sleep too deeply tonight. Looking at the shape, he might even believe it if it opens in the middle of the night. People are always panicked or excited about the unknown. Zhang Jianzhen belongs to the latter. Then his consciousness swept across the entire space. The farmhand Gangzi was staring at the wild boars in a daze by the wild boar pit today. Zhang Jianzhen had an idea. Should he send him to another world this time to verify whether he could bring people with him after traveling through time? If he lives in an extremely harsh alien world, we will take him back to the space, which can be regarded as a reward for him in the past few days. Although there is a mistake, it is not a capital crime. Zhang Jianzhen started to prepare barbecue for the evening. Tonight's dinner is roasted lamb. Roasted lamb is something you never get tired of eating after a long time. The current barbecue grill has also been rebuilt by Zhang Jianzhen and is no longer the simple barbecue grill. I used some scrap steel from the steel mill and built an all-steel barbecue grill. While barbecuing, I was thinking about what I needed to prepare for the time of traveling. When I thought of the 800 grams of mithril I brought back from the last plane, which was still lying in the space collecting dust, my eyes lit up. Mithril weapons are indestructible and have the effect of breaking magic, so it would be perfect to make a dagger. 800 grams, or 1 pound and 6 ounces, is enough to make a dagger. Although his thunder wooden sword is hard, it is still made of wood. If it is damaged while killing the enemy, it will be a big problem. Finding another flying sword is completely dependent on fate. Zhang Jianzhen did what he said. With a wave of his hand, a mithril ingot floated in the air. Under the power of the rules of space, the mithril ingot quickly twisted and deformed. After separating and reassembling dozens of times, a 1-foot-long, narrow-blade sword appeared in front of him. The hilt is 3 inches and the blade is 7 inches. The edge of the sword is sharp. Zhang Jianzhen poured his mental power into the entire sword body, and the entire sword body of the mithril rapier immediately flashed with a faint blue light. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed as he finally remembered how amazing this thing's characteristics were. Demon Guide. Although it is not an enchanted weapon, mithril's characteristic of conducting magic makes it easy to control the entire weapon with mental power. If the Thunder Peachwood sword did not have the lightning rune, its magic conductivity would be incomparable to the mithril sword. One is professional and the other requires enchantment. Thinking of the lightning rune, he also had a bold idea. Wouldn't it be even more awesome if you copy the lightning runes on the mahogany sword and then engrave them on the mithril dagger? However, there is no need to rush this rune and magic matrix, as they have the same purpose. If you make a mistake, you have to start over again. Let's finish our meal first. A large leg of lamb was roasted and oozing with oil. Zhang Jianzhen was ready to start dinner. He suddenly thought of something and Gangzi appeared in front of him with a wave of his hand. If we take this thing to another world and can't get it back, just treat it as the last supper of the death row prisoner. As a person in the future, we must be humane, right? Gangzi, who was still looking at the wild boar, suddenly had his eyes blurred and saw the little fairy sitting on a stool, smiling at him. I couldn't help but start to get nervous. The memory in my mind had not yet disappeared. Although I felt it was good to follow him, I was still a little afraid to see him. My legs felt weak and I wanted to kneel down, but halfway down I felt something holding me up. Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, Gangzi, right? Don't be nervous. I said I'd let you go, but it's probably impossible for you to return to the Forbidden City. I won't hide it from you. I plan to take you to another world. Whether you can survive depends on you. Gangzi's brain is not enough, so he always goes to other worlds to test the gods. He trembled and said, Little fairy, can't I always serve you? Zhang Jianzhen said seriously, Don't call me little god anymore, just call me boss. If you didn't know so many secrets, I would let you go. After all, God is merciful. Everyone has to pay for their own choices. If I fall into your hands, even if you don't do anything, the cause and effect between us has already occurred. Come over and have dinner and chat. If that world is really dangerous, I won't watch you die. maybe you can come back. After hearing this, Gangzi felt a little relieved. He didn't understand the concept of cause and effect, but as long as he didn't die, it was fine. Zhang Jianjun cut off half a pound of mutton from the leg of lamb and handed it to him. Gangzi rolled his throat and took it carefully. Zhang Jianjun said with a smile, Gangzi, now that we've talked about this, don't be polite and sit down. Apart from not being able to return to the Forbidden City, you can do whatever you want. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, so you can tell me your story. Zhang Jianjun had a wine bottle and a teacup in his hand. He poured 2 taels of Maotai and handed it over. Gangzi was confused by the wine and meat. Why did it feel like the last meal of his execution? But seeing such good wine and meat, he would die with a full stomach. What else could I do? The person disappeared as soon as he waved away, so I just let go, sat on the ground and took a sip of wine. His face turned red, probably because he hadn't drunk alcohol for a long time. He turned his head and coughed several times in succession. The alcohol emboldened the coward and he began to speak. Boss, my name is Li Minggang and I live in Jixiang Hutong, Dongdan. My father was a repairman at the Jingda machinery factory, and my mother was a worker at the 3rd textile factory. She passed away due to illness 2 years ago, so the quota was given to my sister-in-law. Although we are a dual-income family, I have too many siblings. I have 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. My eldest sister got married last year, and I have 3 younger brothers and 1 younger sister. Zhang Jianjun listened to Gangzi chattering while drinking. My goodness, there are 8 children in this family, and I am in a neither old nor young situation, so I just let them be. There were no work targets assigned to him, so he had the idea of making a name for himself outside, and then he was brought together by other unemployed young people. They began their lives as tools. This is also the situation of most families in this era. They have many children but lack the ability to raise and educate them. The big one leads the small one, and the small one can't walk. A glass of wine is the story of 18 years of an ordinary person. It tells the story of the helplessness and confusion of adolescence. But there are no ifs in life. Gangzi drank the best liquor he had ever tasted in his life. Mutai was something he could not even dream of having in his large family. At this time, he was teleported back to his original place and lay in the watermelon field. After drinking 2 taels of white wine, he had forgotten his nervousness. He thought that it was not a waste to die in another world with a god. After failing countless times, Zhang Jianjun finally used the power of rules to outline the last line of the lightning rune on the mithril rapier. When the last rune circuit was fully connected, a buzzing sound came from the sword. The entire blue mithril sword body suddenly flashed with lightning, and the lightning mixed with electric arcs flashed for a while and then gradually disappeared. Zhang Jianjun was delighted that it was a success. He looked at Lan Yingying's dagger and couldn't let it go. Since it was a success, he had to give it a name. After sitting by the ancient well and thinking for a while, I decided to call it Blue Lightning. A thunder sword paired with a lightning sword looks very cool. He relaxed his mind and started his daily compulsory course. After running 36 small cycles, he was out of the space. Now he had to go to bed quickly to prepare for this time travel. A silent night. He was awakened by a strange movement on his wrist around 3 in the morning. The vortex lit up. Zhang Jianjun quickly flashed into the space and looked around. The state of the 3 vortices made him a little disappointed. Because none of the whirlpools were familiar scenes to him, the background of the first whirlpool was a hazy sea, and a small island appeared on the dim sea surface. What made him shrink his eyes was that behind the island, a huge storm cylinder connected to the sea surface from the air. This kind of blurry and shocking scene could probably only be seen in science fiction blockbusters. Good job. Just one look at it makes me feel a little dizzy and creepy. Damn, this can't be the world of Thulhu. Then he looked at the second vortex mirror. An endless desert was reflected on the blue mirror. Apart from the sand, all he could see was sand dunes, a desolate scene. Zhang Jianjun was a little frustrated. Was he supposed to guess? He should at least have a hint. The first 2 are completely survival desperate places. The sea plus the desert is very systematic. My eyes could only look curiously at the 3rd mirror. On the 3-meter wide blue mirror was an ancient city. Judging from the blurry outline, it should be an ancient city in the east. A city with a very Chinese style. Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Could it be that he had really encountered the realm of immortal cultivation? Of these 3 vortex channels, only the 3rd one is currently popular, which puts him in a difficult decision-making situation. Logically, the more mysterious a place is, the more people want to explore it. But he was also afraid that he would not be able to come back once he passed through, as there were already several people tied to him here. The first 2 were too weird, and he didn't want to deal with ghosts or Thulhu anymore. After thinking about it, Zhang Jianjun made a decision. The 3rd one was at least an eastern city. If it was a plane for cultivating immortals, he would try to stay calm and see if he could get any benefits. Since it is an ancient city, you cannot wear modern clothes. With a wave of his hand, a black robe appeared in front of Zhang Jianjun. The exquisite magic patterns on it were very complicated, making the black robe full of mystery. This was made by Jenny's tailor shop in Azroth. I haven't worn it since I got it. After Zhang Jianjun changed into a black robe, he teleported to the lake. Looking at his reflection on the lake, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His jade-like fair skin and exquisite black magic robe made him look like a nobleman who had walked out of a painting. A pair of dark and deep eyes with a smile, posing with the corners of his mouth raised, so handsome. It's a pity that his hair is a bit short, otherwise he would really have that unparalleled look of a gentleman. Even if compared with the appearance of all the readers, I'm afraid they are on par. He teleported back to the vortex and waved his hand, and the dazed Gangzi appeared in front of him. This guy was still sleeping soundly after drinking. The feeling of weightlessness woke him up from his dream. Gangzi opened his confused eyes and looked at Zhang Jianjun in a black robe in front of him. His mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg. This look completely shocked Gangzi. My goodness, the little god in a black robe is so mysterious. The words he searched in his mind could only describe it this way. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, Gangzi, our journey to another world has begun. Are you ready? Gangzi stuttered and opened his mouth. How do I get through this, little immortal? It's simple, relax and go. As soon as the words fell, Gangzi's eyes blurred and he fell into darkness. He was horrified and wondered if this was the passage to the underworld. Zhang Jianjun floated up without hesitation and dived into the third vortex. After 3 seconds of weightlessness and darkness, feeling the tearing force in the space channel, my eyes suddenly brightened and I appeared on the city wall. Several soldiers in armor rushed over with spears. Zhang Jianjun. This was a very familiar scene, but this time it didn't feel oppressive at all. He quickly gathered an aura shield more than 1 meter in front of him. Just as several ancient-looking soldiers were about to capture him, their rushing bodies seemed to hit an invisible soft wall. Bodies were thrown backwards by inertia, and armor and weapons fell to the ground with clanging sounds. The soldiers in the distance were shocked when they saw this. Could this young man who suddenly appeared be a monster? They drew their bows and arrows and shot immediately if there was any unusual movement. The chaos caused a commotion on the city wall. Suddenly, Gangzi's voice came, Fuck, little god, what the hell is this place? Come and save me. Zhang Jianjun's spiritual sense immediately penetrated his body and scanned the surroundings. He did not find any energy on any soldier. Then he calmed his mind and looked in the direction of the shouting. I saw Gangzi being pinned to the ground by 2 armored soldiers not far away, who were tying him up with hemp ropes in their hands. He was just stunned by Zhang Jianjun's sudden arrival. Coupled with the amazing scene just now, the boss was so scared that his mouth was open. If you look closely, you can see the small bean in his throat. It was scary enough that a person appeared out of nowhere, but it was even more terrifying that a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared. When can people appear out of thin air? Fortunately, the first young man who was dressed strangely had no fighting power and was easily taken down. But the second young man seemed to be from a wealthy family, and his method was too incredible. For a moment, the situation on the city wall was deadlocked and no soldier dared to take action rashly. The young man in strange clothes who had just been captured spoke with a different accent than the locals, but his words were clear enough for all the soldiers to understand. When they heard the 3 words little fairy, their eyes widened even more, coupled with the mysterious man's incredible methods. It completely shocked all the soldiers. Zhang Jianjun waved his robe and laughed, Brothers, don't misunderstand, we are all family. I am just passing by and have something to say. I have no ill intentions. The soldiers on the city wall looked at each other in confusion. Is there anyone passing by like this? Good guy. This is the city wall where the emperor personally supervised the battle. No one would believe you if you suddenly appeared and said you were just passing by. When several soldiers didn't know what to do. In the distance, a middle-aged general wearing chainmail and a full beard and carrying a sword on his waist came over. Anyone who makes such a noise again will be executed if they disrupt the morale of the troops during the battle. Zhang Jianjun's mind swept towards the military flag in the distance and he was shocked. Holy crap! Could this be? After listening to the report from the soldier beside him, the bearded general couldn't help but frown and his eyes became sharp. A gentleman does not speak of strange things, so stop talking nonsense. I want to see who this little thief is who dares to play tricks in the army again. So he drew his sword and strode over. Boy, judging by your elegant attire, you're not a shrewd person. Why are you playing tricks on the city wall? If you can't explain yourself today, I'll definitely cut off your head. At this moment, Zhang Jianjun was stunned by the conspicuous presence of a large Tang character on an apricot yellow flag in the distance. A few hundred meters below the city were densely packed tents. These tents were very characteristic of the grassland, and their style, similar to that of yurts, came to mind at one point. Wei Shui Alliance. I actually traveled back to the shameful moment of the Tang dynasty. I originally thought it was a world of cultivating immortals, but I didn't expect that the city wall under my feet was actually the city wall of Chang'an from more than 1,000 years ago. I felt disappointed and excited because this was the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jianzhen searched the memories in his mind. The Wei-Shui alliance took place on August 30, 626. The Suanyu Gate incident occurred on June 4 of that year, and Li Shiman ascended the throne on August 9. Upon hearing the news, the Turkic Jili Khan's nephew, the Little Khan, immediately led his army to attack the Chang'an area. On August 28, about 200,000 Turkic main forces and tens of thousands of Tang troops confronted each other on both sides of the Wei River, and the Tang dynasty's capital Chang'an was in danger of being overthrown. In September, Li Shiman had to bow his head and open the door himself, offering attractive conditions and even killing a white horse and swearing an oath of blood. Although it has been glorified in history books, this shame cannot be erased. In other words, it is not the Zhenguan reign yet, as the Zhenguan reign did not begin until 627. At this time, Li Shiman was still a young man in his 30s. These fragments of memories seemed very long, but they only flashed through his mind. Hearing the middle-aged general's question, Zhang Jianzhen replied calmly, "May I ask your name, General? I'm from an isolated island overseas and am passing through here today. I have a connection with the Tang dynasty and have calculated that a disaster will occur in September, so I've come to help." The middle-aged general flew into a rage after hearing this. "You little brat, what a boast! Since you're seeking death, I'll let you die knowingly. I'm Chang Sijia, the Right Guard commander of the Crown Prince and also the Grand General of the Right Military Guard." After hearing this, Zhang Jianzhen wondered if this Chang Sijia was actually Chang Yaojin. Wasn't that how taboos were used in ancient times? He immediately confronted Chang Yaojin, the master of three-axe techniques. Seeing Chang Yaojin draw out the sword from his waist, Zhang Jianzhen gave the sword a mental shock. Several tons of force was not something a general could withstand. He could no longer hold the sword and it slipped out of his hand in an instant. However, before the sword flew out, Zhang Jianzhen used the power of rules to directly put the sword into the space, and when it reappeared, it was already in his hand. No matter how famous Chang Yaojin was, he was just a martial artist. How could a martial artist defeat a cultivator of immortality? What's more, this is a plane without vitality. At most, one can be a master similar to the acquired one. Without the vitality of heaven and earth, it is impossible to reach the legendary innate level. Chang Yaojin was completely stunned and even more horrified. After all, he was a brave general who had fought on the battlefield, but his sword was gone just because someone stood there without moving. How can we play this? His entire arm began to feel numb from the shock of the sword, and his mind was a mess that was no longer enough. The soldiers next to him quickly surrounded Chang Yaojin. They all drew their swords and looked ready to fight. Zhang Jianzhen laughed and said, "General Chang, if I take your life, it would be as easy as taking something out of a bag. After all, I am a Tang dynasty man, so naturally I will not kill my own people. Please forgive me for any offense I just caused. I will return the sword to you for now, but please think twice before you act." As soon as Zhang Jianzhen finished speaking, the sword in his hand disappeared. Chang Yaojin's eyes were as big as copper bells. The scabbard on his waist felt heavy and he looked down, feeling numb. The sword inexplicably appeared in its scabbard. This method is simply unfathomable. Could it be that an immortal really came down to earth? Zhang Jianzhen saw that the effect was working and continued, "General Chang, please inform His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang dynasty that if you need to lift the siege on the city, you can come to me." Damn! The last few times I traveled through time were so frustrating. I finally made it to the Dharma ending world, so I tried my best to show off and become an immortal master so that I can get some antiques back. It's too scary that my own plane can't contain other planes. It's finally my turn to be in the Tang dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. We can't return empty-handed. This is all we can get in the Dharma ending age. The seeds in this period are not as abundant as they are now. Sweet potatoes, corn, and peppers have not yet been introduced from overseas. Chang Yaojin waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers and said with a hearty laugh, "Good tricks, little brother, but you stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. As for whether His Majesty is willing to see you, that's beyond my control." Zhang Jianzhen nodded and smiled, "Thank you for your help. General Chang, please release my follower. He is just a mortal and has no physical power. He can't harm you." When Chang Yaojin heard the word, "just a mortal," his heart was in turmoil again. Could it be that there really is an overseas fairy island called Pendlay in this world? He nodded to the two soldiers who were escorting Gangze. The two soldiers let go of the person under them, and Gangze jumped up from the ground and ran to Zhang Jianzhen. His mind was in a mess. Emperor of the Tang dynasty? Ancient soldiers? When he was a child, he had heard the storyteller tell the stories of the heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, and he was very envious of the 18 heroes in the book. I didn't expect that we would be back to more than 1,000 years ago in an instant. Anyone would be confused. Zhang Jianzhen thought that since the road of pretending to be cool has been opened, he might as well continue pretending. With a wave of his hand, an 8 immortals table and an armchair appeared on the top of Chang'an City. Then he sat down on the armchair with his legs spread wide open, and a jar of wine and a cup suddenly appeared in his hands. He sat on the top of the city wall and started drinking by himself. The rich aroma of white wine drifted to the entire city wall, and the Tang dynasty soldiers all dropped their eyes to the ground. There was almost no one standing around and they just dared to watch from afar. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but they were just afraid of not knowing how they died. It's okay for a person to appear out of thin air, but it's totally ridiculous for a table to appear out of thin air. Moreover, in this era, there are only low tables but no chairs. In the Tang dynasty, people would kneel and sit beside a low table while eating. It is said that the Hu people had benches, but they were not as exquisite as this one. Moreover, the aroma of that liquor is simply amazing, much more fragrant than their Longzi liquor. You should know that in the Tang dynasty people generally liked unfiltered wine, that is, turbid wine and green wine. Because the wine was not filtered, it was turbid in color and contained more sediment. The distillation method was not introduced to China until the Yuan dynasty, and the highest alcohol content of the wine in the Tang dynasty would not exceed 20 degrees. Grains were mainly saccharified by koji, so the wine in the Tang dynasty had a sweet taste rather than a spicy one. Zhang Jianzhen looked at Gangzi beside him, who looked like he had dementia. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Gangzi, you're lucky this time. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything is properly arranged for you before I go home. Take a gulp of this wine to refresh yourself. You are my follower after all, so don't let me down, okay?" Gangzi came back to his senses after hearing this. He quickly took the teacup and saw the full glass of wine. He gritted his teeth and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, a few people came over from a distance. Behind them are all guards in Mingguang armor. With a sweep of divine consciousness, Li Er is here. When Li Shiman heard Cheng Yaojin's report, he almost stood up from the central military tent. He was a cavalry emperor who was decisive and ruthless, and he was responsible for conquering most of the territory of the Tang dynasty. When Li Yuan appointed him king of Qin, he was very ambitious, but he did not expect that the position of crown prince would be passed to Li Jiancheng in the rear. At that time, all the staff and officials in the Qin palace were worried, terrified, and at a loss. However, Li Er was also a ruthless person, under the planning of Fang Xianling and Zhang Sunwuji. He asked Yu Qi-jing, also known as Yu Qi-gong, to lead the armored army to launch the Suanyu Gate incident. He personally drew his bow and shot his elder brother Li Jiancheng to death with one arrow, and even did not spare Li Yuanji. Such a ruthless man who killed his brother and father naturally did not believe in gods and ghosts, but he was very good to his meritorious ministers and trusted them very much. He was also one of the rare emperors who did not kill his meritorious ministers when founding the country. He was even able to recruit Wei Zheng, a member of the prince's party, and was considered a wise emperor. Needless to say, the relationship between Li Shiman and Cheng Yaojin was natural, and he only half believed when he heard that such a strange man appeared on the city wall. The main reason is that this is a bit too mysterious, but Cheng Yaojin is not a liar. So he went to the top of the city wall despite the dissuasion of his elder brother-in-law Chang Sunwuji. From a distance, I saw a young man in a black robe sitting on the top of the city wall. He had a face as handsome as jade, eyes like stars, and his black robe was fluttering in the wind. I praised him in my heart, saying, "What a handsome young man. It's just that his hair is too short, and it's strange that he is a monk without any monastic marks." The ancients believed that appearance reflects the heart, and this first impression aroused Li Shiman's interest. When he saw the tables and chairs on the top of the city wall again, his eyes couldn't help but shrink, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Where did they come from? When Zhang Jianzhen saw Li Er, who was wearing a yellow robe in the crowd, he stood up from his chair. No matter how pretentious he was, he had to show some etiquette. After all, this was the time of our ancestors thousands of years ago, and the Tang dynasty still holds a very high status in the minds of the Chinese people. After taking a closer look, I found that Li Shiman was indeed as handsome as recorded in history books. He is tall, handsome, and has an extraordinary demeanor, with a kingly demeanor. He has black, slightly curly hair, deep, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, slightly protruding cheeks, and a slightly pointed chin, all distinct features of the Xianbei mixed race. Just as Zhang Jianzhen was looking at Li Shiman carefully, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a long robe and a Confucian cap, stood up and shouted angrily, "My son, you are so bold, do you know your crime? Who are you and why don't you bow down to the emperor? Aren't you afraid that they will arrest you and throw you into the heavenly prison?" Zhang Jianzhen smiled slightly and said, "Oh, why should I kneel down and salute? I'm from overseas and I don't even know about kneeling. I only know how to kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to my parents. I don't eat your food, so why should I kneel down to you? I have nothing to do with being loyal to the emperor." When the middle-aged scholar heard this, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, his face turned gloomy, and he was about to speak again when he was interrupted by Li Shiman. He laughed and said, "Assistant, please be patient. Since you are a unique person, your style of doing things is naturally different. Why should you be so bound by etiquette? It will only make others laugh at you. I heard from Yijin that you know some strange magic, and that you predicted that there would be trouble in the Tang dynasty. Could you tell me a little bit about it? Zhang Jianjun couldn't help but admire Li Shiman's words. This emperor was indeed very magnanimous, and his assistant should be Zhang Sun Wuji. The ancients liked to give people a name with a surname and a courtesy name. Chang Yejin's name was Zhija and his courtesy name was Yijin. This Zhang Sun Wuji was the chief among the 24 heroes in the Linjian pavilion. He held the positions of Shangshi Pushi, Sikan, Situ, Shizhong, and Zhongshiling, and was granted the title of Duke of Zhao. He has served in all three highest positions. He had so many titles that it was almost impossible to have any more. Unfortunately, he became the minister entrusted with the care of the young emperor when Li Shiman passed away and died tragically. He opposed Li Ji's enthronement of Wu Zetian as empress. In the 4th year of Xianqing, 659 AD, he was framed by Su Jingzong, stripped of his title and exiled to Qianzhou. He eventually committed suicide and was rehabilitated during the Shang Yuan period. According to unofficial history, he and the crown prince failed in their rebellion and were sentenced to death. He was still a great pillar of the country. Without him, there would be no plan for Suanwu Gate. He was also the brother of Queen Zhang Sun Wujiao, so Li Shiman treated him like a brother. Later, he even betrothed his most beloved Princess Changle to Chang Sun Wuji's son Chang Sun Chong. Zhang Jianjun bowed to Li Shiman and said with a smile, "Your Majesty is worthy of being the founder of the prosperous and wise reign of Zhenguan. I admire you very much. The current disaster cannot be called a great one, but there will definitely be humiliation." After hearing this, Li Shiman's face changed drastically and he was shocked. Whether a disaster is serious or not can be seen from the foot of the city, but the word Zhenguan in the Zhenguan administration is exactly the era name he was considering starting. Even Chang Sun Wujiao, the person beside him, didn't know. Could it be that this young man really had the ability to predict the future? Otherwise, how could he explain it? Seeing Li Er was stunned, Zhang Jianjun continued, "Your Majesty, how can you discuss your great talent and strategy without wine? Why don't you come and taste the fine wine I brought and see how it compares to the fine wines from your palace?" When Chang Yejin arrived, he could already smell the aroma of wine. He was a heavy drinker and he could no longer hold back the alcohol ban in the army defending the city wall in recent days. He quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, let me, old Chang, go and taste the wine to see if it's poisonous." After saying that, he rushed over without waiting for Li Er to speak, picked up the jar of wine and took a big gulp. Everyone. As soon as Chang Yejin drank the wine, his face turned red, and he felt like a line of fire was burning down his throat. However, he was reluctant to spit out this mellow wine, and kept shouting in his heart that this was the wine a man should drink. Li Er, Chang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruwai all looked nervously at Chang Yejin who was standing there stiffly. My goodness, he's going to be doomed after this bite. The armored soldiers behind him even want to draw their mo. Chang Yejin suddenly laughed out loud and said, "My goodness, old Chang, have fought in battles all my life, and this is the first time I've had such a strong and delicious wine. In the past, we only drank horse urine. Good wine, good wine." When Li Shiman saw that his favorite generals had all drunk, he thought that if he didn't go forward, people would laugh at him for being a coward, so he walked over regardless of Chang Sun Wuji's dissuasion. Zhang Jianjun waved his hand and 3 more chairs appeared in front of everyone's horrified gaze. Li Shiman maintained a calm expression on his face, but his heart was beating violently. Such a large object appeared at such a close distance, it was not a trick or an illusion. But what else can I do now that I have come this far? So he laughed heartily and said, "Sir, your methods are beyond the ability of gods and ghosts to discern. You are indeed a remarkable man. Then I will not be polite. Let me taste this white wine to see how it tastes." After this move, Li Er's attitude towards Zhang Jianjun changed. At this time, a man as tall as an iron tower followed Li Shiman. Zhang Jianjun took a look and thought that if his guess was correct, this was Yu Qi Jing, one of the door gods. This was a tough guy who served as Li Er's bodyguard and saved Li Shiman several times. He was about 1.90 meters tall, with a dark complexion, broad shoulders and a round waist, and his arms were definitely thicker than his thighs. A pair of leopard eyes kept watching Zhang Jianjun's every move. He also felt uneasy in his heart. This young man was simply not a human being. Zhang Jianjun saw Li Shiman sitting calmly opposite him, and without hesitation he picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. My admiration for him deepened. This kind of courage is worthy of an emperor. Li Shiman took a small sip and savored it slowly in his mouth, his eyes lighting up. The wine rolled down my throat and went down into my stomach. I laughed. As Yijin said, this is the wine a man should drink. Although it is spicy like a raging fire at first, it is mellow and long-lasting in the stomach. Good wine is indeed good wine. Zhang Jianjun. This is the bad thing about the ancients, they would criticize everything. I can't stop talking without saying a few words. Zhang Jianjun thought, how can there be alcohol without meat? Amidst the numbed gazes of the crowd, an iron frame appeared on the city wall. Then strange skewers of meat were placed on the table. Then there was another pile of wood. A flame appeared on his hand. On the top of Chang'an City more than 1,400 years ago, Zhang Ji and Jun started to make barbecue. At this time, there were 4 people sitting at the table, including Zhang Ji and Jun, and in the middle of the table was a large bunch of lamb skewers specially made by Zhang Ji and Jun. Li Er, Chang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and others have been completely paralyzed by Zhang Ji and Jun's methods. When a ball of fire appeared in Zhang Ji and Jun's hand, everyone was wondering if he was really a banished immortal. When Chang Yaojin saw that there was no place for him, he could only help Gangzi with the barbecue. He couldn't possibly compete for positions with a few civil servants. Although he looked very vulgar, he was actually not stupid, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to have a good ending after 3 generations. Li Shaiman nodded to Chang Sun Wuji at this time. Chang Sun Wuji smiled and said, "I wonder how you, sir, have come to the Tang dynasty today to resolve this crisis. If you need us to make any preparations, please let me know." The main Turkic army has now reached Jingyang, only 40 miles from Chang'an. There are only 5,000 vanguard troops stationed outside the city. Chang'an is short of troops, with only 30,000 soldiers left, so we can only defend the city. The main force was stationed at the border, and we didn't expect old Geely to launch a surprise attack. It's obviously too late to recall the army. The fastest journey would take at least 20 days. Zhang Ji and Jun laughed heartily. "Master Chang Sun, there's no need to prepare anything. I can defeat the enemy with just my sword. I don't want to commit more crimes, so I just need to capture one person. Just let me know if Geely Khan is in the tent below. There's a saying that goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. After you've caught him, how you negotiate with him, whether to kill him or keep him, is up to you." The corner of Chang Sun Wuji's mouth twitched. Although this young man had some mysterious skills, wasn't it a bit arrogant for him to capture the enemy leader among thousands of troops? Li Er laughed and said, "I know your methods are unpredictable, sir, but how did you get close to the city with so many soldiers? I'm afraid you can't get in without killing the enemy. Are you going to disappear suddenly like you did when you first arrived?" Yu Qi Jing behind him couldn't help but curl his lips. Although he was a little afraid of the young man's methods, he still didn't believe that he could capture a living person without killing anyone among thousands of soldiers. Zhang Ji and Jun thought to himself, if not now, when else would he pretend to be cool? He poured the wine in the glass into his mouth, raised his head and looked sideways at a 45-degree angle. The Zhao guest wears a tasseled hu hat, and the wu hook shines brightly with frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, which gallops like a meteor. Kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the work is done, leave, concealing both your identity and your name. I stopped by Xinling to have a drink, took off my sword and laid it across my knees. I was about to feed Zhu Hai with roasted meat, and held up the cup to toast Ho Ying. 3 cups of wine make a promise, and the 5 mountains seem nothing. After the eyes are dizzy and the ears are hot, the spirit of the sun rises. He swung the golden hammer to save Zhao, and Handan was shocked first. 2 heroes of the ages, glorious in Daliang City. Even if I die, my chivalrous spirit will remain fragrant, and I will not be ashamed of being a hero in the world. Who can write for you, the Taichuan Sutra in your old age? Then, out of the corner of his eye, he looked at these ancient people who were still reminiscing about the past, and felt a smile in his heart. He doesn't know whether Li Bai was born or not, and he is too lazy to search, but he only knows that Li Bai lived during the reign of Li Longji. There are several generations of emperors between them. Even if he was born, he would be at most a child playing in the mud. As soon as Li Bai's Xia Ke Sing was played, it became very impressive. Li Er was the first to recall the poem and started to applaud and laugh. What a saying! Kill one person every 10 steps, leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Your spirit is soaring into the sky. After listening to it, several civil officials nodded frequently and praised it generously. This poem was well balanced and grand, and it was difficult to associate it with the handsome young man in front of them. At this time, Chang Yaojin also ran forward, picked up a cup and took a sip of wine. "I, old Chang, don't know whether this poem is good or not, but I can clearly hear the solemn and murderous aura within it." Everyone was speechless. How could a warrior understand poetry? He was just craving for wine. Yu Qi Jing said in a muffled voice, "Old Chang, what are you doing here interfering in the discussion of poetry among scholars? You are already old and you don't know how to restrain yourself at all." Chang Yaojin blushed, his face a bit embarrassed, and he started to retort, "Yu Qi, you old black man, what are you talking about? I'm the first one to know this young man, so it's okay to call him nephew, right? What's the matter with you if I drink a glass of wine at my nephew's place?" The corner of Zhang Ji and Jun's mouth twitched. Good job. This Chang Yaojin is indeed worthy of being nicknamed the Demon King, a bandit from Weiganjai. He even ran away to 1400 years ago and found a cheap uncle. Everyone at the table took a peek at Zhang Jianzhan's expression and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that there was no change in his expression. They still felt a little uneasy about the person in front of them. It's never too careful with anything that you can't control. It seems that this young man is at least easy to talk to at the moment. The atmosphere on the field has also eased a lot. The king and his ministers at the table also began to taste each other's food, and their taste buds were conquered by the spicy lamb skewers on the table. In this era, cooking was basically done by steaming or boiling. Stir-frying actually appeared as early as the spring and autumn period in the state of Qi, but few families had appliances like iron pots. As for barbecue, not to mention the seasoning, it is impossible to compare with later generations. Once the big guys start eating, they will relax a lot. After a few drinks, he started talking more. No one expected that Cheng Yaojan's joke would reduce everyone's vigilance. When Yu Qigong heard this, he wanted to refute immediately, but Li Shimon glared back at him. Cheng Yaojan took a sip of wine and said, "My dear nephew, since we are all on the same side, just tell me the truth. Can you really catch that old man Geely?" Zhang Jianzhan thought that it would be wishful thinking if it was when he just traveled through time, but now it would be easy for a high-level Qi refiner. Calling an ancient person uncle will not cause any harm to yourself. So he smiled and said, "Since you call me nephew, I won't be pretentious and call you Uncle Cheng. Uncle Cheng, as long as you tell me whether Geely Khan is at the foot of the city, then I will be fine. It will be done in less than half an incense stick of time. You can just watch from the city walls." When everyone heard this, regardless of whether they believed it or not, they all became interested. Cheng Yaojan came to the city wall, stood still, waved and said with a smile, "Since you are so sure, my dear nephew, Geely Khan is in the white tent 1,000 paces in front of the city gate. I'd like to take a closer look at my nephew's magical skills." Zhang Jianzhan looked carefully and saw that among the army more than 300 meters away, a large and luxurious white tent was particularly conspicuous. "Since it was the space that allowed me to travel to the Tang dynasty, the shame of the Tang dynasty will never happen again in the future. I finally had my own highlight moment in this plane. I felt a little suffocated in the real world, so when should I come here and pretend to be cool?" When the people behind heard Zhang Jianzhan's words, they all stared at him without blinking. See if this young man speaks with arrogance or with divine skill. Zhang Jianzhan wanted to take out his mobile phone and play some background music, but he rolled his eyes and thought of it as a tribute to the classic, so he shouted, "Sword coming." As the words fell, everyone was shocked to find that a sword flashing with lightning was floating in the sky above the young man. The sword is only 3 feet long and the body is dark. The whole blade is flashing with lightning. The sword seems to come from the sky, making this young man even more mysterious. The young man leaped onto the sword and sped off into the air. The black robe on his body was rustling in the wind, and the fleeting arc of electricity was simply eye-catching. Some of the soldiers on the wall even knelt down when they saw this scene, chanting, "Immortals may bless you." All the soldiers opened their mouths wide and their eyes bulged out of their sockets. Yu Qigong's disdainful look turned into confusion and panic. Li Shimon's eyes narrowed and he stood up from his chair in shock. Are there really immortals in this world? While being extremely shocked, I was also wondering, is this a blessing for the people or a disaster for the Tang dynasty? What rulers fear most is losing control. It is obvious that Li Shimon is really in chaos now. Just 2 months ago, he killed his eldest brother and third brother, and now a man from heaven has come. Am I really wrong? The sound of a sword coming. It shocked the space and time of 1,400 years ago, leaving behind a legend of the sword immortal in this ancient city of Chang'an. Later, many Taoist temples even carved stone statues of sword immortals. The temple is also unwilling to be lonely. The swordsman with short hair should be a monk. Therefore, clay sculptures of sword immortals appeared in many temples, but they all look like the bald Zhang Jianzhan. In order to maximize the effect, Zhang Jianzhan flew over the Turks and activated the lightning shield. A 3-meter thunderball crackled at a height of 200 meters below the city. The sound completely shocked the Eastern Turkic army. When they looked up and saw the purple electric ball in the sky, they were all stunned. Not to mention shooting arrows, they were all scared and their faces turned pale as if they saw the 9 heavens thunder god descending. Most of the Turkic soldiers dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Zhang Jianzhan is now a high-level Qi refiner, and his lightning shield can last for more than 20 minutes. Naturally, they didn't want to waste time locking onto the central army tent, where they found a middle-aged Turkic general in armor and 2 maids. Zhang Jianzhan didn't care whether it was Geely Khan or not. With just one thought, he took the tent and the middle-aged man into the space. The 2 maids were left with frightened faces and collapsed in the empty place. Even their owner was missing from such a big tent, so the grassland people were considered brave enough not to faint. Zhang Jianzhan summoned his spiritual power and spoke loudly, "How dare a bunch of Turkic barbarians invade China? Listen up, barbarians. Your commander has been captured by my Qinkan sleeve. You have until nightfall to retreat, or you will all be reduced to ashes." Then he gestured and a ball of lightning appeared in the sky, dragging a tail more than 10 meters long and smashing into the open space in front of the two armies. With a loud bang, the ground within a radius of 100 meters was all charred black, and the entire open space was sunken with electric arcs flashing on it. It was the last spell in Zhang Jianzhen's Qi refining chapter, the Thunder Dragon's Roar. The entire camp was blown up and terrified. All the generals who were still standing knelt down. This scene was definitely divine punishment, and the ball of lightning in the sky was the arrival of a god. The Eastern Turks are a race that all believe in gods. The entire army is in chaos. As a country protected by gods, what can they do? They are all in panic. The Tang dynasty soldiers and their emperor Li Shaiman on the city wall had their mouths wide open and their eyes round. If they were not their own people, they would have wanted to run away. Oh my goodness, this is confirmed to be an immortal. Chang Sun Wuji's hands were shaking violently at this time. Thinking of how he had just arrived and scolded the immortal for not knowing etiquette, he felt uneasy in his heart. What etiquette should others understand when they are in this state? No matter how powerful the emperor is, he is just an ordinary person. Chang Yaojin was so scared that he pulled out a few strands of his beard and slapped himself hard in the face. Damn, what did I just do to call an immortal my nephew? The city and its surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and everyone looked up at the thunderball in the sky. Zhang Jianzhen nodded with satisfaction when he saw it. This was more than enough for pretending, so he put away the lightning shield and revealed his true figure. With a flash of lightning, he appeared on the top of the city. When the Eastern Turks under the city saw that the god had left, they dropped their weapons and took off their armor to save weight in order to speed up their escape. One word to describe this scene is throwing away all weapons and armor. Those who had horses rode them, and those who didn't ran wildly. Whoever wanted to fight could fight, and they were all scared to death. Even the generals who were supervising the battle ran away. The soldiers on the city wall temporarily forgot their fear when they saw this scene, and all the depression they had felt for many days disappeared. Everyone started cheering. Zhang Jianzhen came in front of everyone. Looking at Chang Yaojin and the others who were still in a daze, he smiled and said, "Uncle Chang, can my trick still enter your eyes?" Chang Yaojin's old face turned red. Oh my god, how could I speak? I could only smile stupidly. That immortal, it's me, old Chang, who didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please don't blame me, immortal. I will drink a glass of wine as punishment. Please forgive me. After saying that, he picked up the jar of white wine that was left on the table and poured it in one gulp. He needs to numb himself, this is too exciting. Zhang Jianzhen. Seeing that everyone was hesitant and unsure how to start, Zhang Jianzhen smiled and said, "I won't speak in such a flowery way. It's uncomfortable. I guess you are all wondering about my identity and where I come from. I wonder if staying in the Tang dynasty will have any impact on you. I want to tell you that I'm really just passing through. In my eyes, you in this world are just passing travelers. I will only stay in this world for a few days at most and then leave. I don't know if I'll ever return to this time and space again. But one thing is certain, aside from my love for collecting antiques, I have no interest in any of your status or official positions. Do you think a man who flies around so often would covet your imperial power? In my eyes, the splendor and wealth of the world are like passing clouds and smoke. So don't call me immortal, just call me sir. I like collecting antiques, and I won't take yours for free. A gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. I will exchange my things with you. I will leave this follower of mine in this world. I hope you can treat him well. You don't need to take too much care of him. His surname is Li, and he's just an ordinary person. He will live out his life in this world." As soon as Zhang Jianzhen finished speaking, Chang Yaojin rushed to Gangzi. "My dear nephew, since you have come to Chang'an, my Chang family is your home." Everyone. Gangzi. Zhang Jianzhen was also speechless. This Chang Yaojin was really cunning. He called his nephew good nephew in a very cool way. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Zhang Jianzhen said, although they were still a little apprehensive. Think about it, would an immortal care about the glory and wealth of the mortal world? The scene suddenly became lively again. Li Shaiman laughed heartily and said, "Since they are my entourage, how can I place them arbitrarily? I am also a member of the Li family, so naturally, the Li family will make the arrangements. We have several courtyards in Chang'an City." When Gangzi heard the emperor's words, he was completely numb. Good job. If I tell anyone that the emperor of the Tang dynasty is related to me, no one will believe it. What this little fairy's follower did was really worth it. Anyway, the little fairy also said that he could not go back, and it was still okay to live in such a world as long as he didn't die. Chang Sun Wuji's eyes flickered a few times when he looked at Gangzi. The follower of the little immortal might know some secrets of longevity, so it would be best for Chang Sun's family to get him over. There's a popular saying these days, a family lasts 1,000 years, a dynasty lasts 100 years. Even the most powerful emperor wouldn't dare to touch a powerful family. Books, knowledge, finances, and land are all controlled by the aristocratic families. Therefore, the court officials were basically from aristocratic families. The saying "there is a golden house in the book" was not just empty talk in this era, and it basically vacated most of the official positions in the court. It also makes it difficult for poor families to produce noble children. A single move can affect the entire body, and any movement will lead to chaos, and the court will come to a standstill unless the enemy can be killed with one blow. Several big bosses felt like they had lost hundreds of millions. This Chang Yaojin looked stupid, but actually he was full of tricks. Everyone was thinking about how to win over this follower, but unfortunately it would be difficult since he was targeted by Li Er. Zhang Jianzhun smiled and said, "Your Majesty, he is really just an ordinary man with no talent at all. Just give him a decent life. It's getting late now. Talking on the city wall isn't the Tang dynasty's way of treating guests. I almost forgot. Check again to see if this person is Ji Li Khan." A middle-aged figure suddenly appeared on the top of the city wall, and several soldiers rushed forward and pressed the middle-aged general to the ground. Everyone's heart was pounding again. They were completely numb today. It was really a fairy's trick to kidnap a living person from 200 meters away. The most important thing is that even the central military tent was taken away. Li Shaiman went forward to watch with several civil and military officials. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. It was indeed Ji Li Khan. He had met this man when he was still the king of Qin. They could be considered relatives. His current wife is Princess Yuchen of the Sui dynasty. Ji Li Khan, whose surname was Ashina and whose given name was Duobi, was also a strange person. In 620 AD, he married his stepmother, Princess Yuchen of the Sui dynasty. He called Princess Yuchen his cousin. His father Li Yuan and Yang Guang were real cousins, so there was nothing wrong with being related. Li Shaiman was also a strange man. He kept Empress Xiao of the Sui dynasty, his cousin, as his concubine. Then his concubine Wu Meinian became the wife of his son Li Ji. Even my sister-in-law was not spared. It is said that modern people know how to have fun. I can only say that it is what the ancients left behind. A luxurious mansion near the imperial city was decorated with lights and colors. The clean house, which was usually maintained by only a few servants, welcomed several guests. Some of the gates of this mansion are in the shape of bird-head doors and are vermilion in color. The two main houses in the mansion are connected to the courtyard by a corridor with straight lattice windows. The houses are located in a completely symmetrical pattern, with corridors forming the courtyard. The residence has a distinct axis and left-right symmetry, and the three courtyards on the vertical axis of the floor plan are arranged overlapping in depth. Therefore, the corridors are winding and there are dozens of rooms of various types. Most people will definitely get lost during the first few days of living there. The corridors on the left and right sides of the side main hall bend forward to form a courtyard, and there are pavilions at the corners of the corridors and on both sides of the courtyard, which are connected to the secondary halls by circular bridges. The main courtyard is even more luxurious with rockery, pavilions and waterside terraces. The private holiday residences of the Tang dynasty also had a courtyard-style layout. It's just that this one is a little too large and luxurious. If you think about it, the place where the emperor has stayed must not be bad. When Zhang Jianzhun proposed to find a quiet place to stay for a few days, the siege of the city had been lifted and scouts had been sent out to investigate, so Li Shaiman personally arranged for him to stay here. Ji Li Khan has been detained by the Dali Temple awaiting interrogation and negotiation. In this era, it is generally not the case that the commander-in-chief of the other country would be killed without saying a word. A living Turkic Khan is more valuable than a dead Khan. There were 5 people sitting on both sides of the low table in the main room. Li Shaiman sat cross-legged in the middle with a smile on his face. He had just tried to ask the immortal to let him sit in the middle but was politely refused. His followers stayed in this mansion, which made Li Shaiman breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, Zhang Jianzhun was arranged on the low table on the upper left, with Changsun Wuji and Fang Xianling on the upper right, and Du Ruwai on the lower left of Zhang Jianzhun. Li Shaiman did not bring any military generals to show his sincerity, and Zhang Jianzhun could naturally see it. In the era of Confucianism, no matter how good a military general was at fighting, he was always ranked behind the civil officials. After the host and guest took their seats, Li Shaiman said with a smile, "Sir, you have shown great power today in resolving the Tang dynasty's difficulties. I have already arranged for the imperial chef to start cooking. I will offer you a glass of wine later to express my gratitude." Zhang Jianzhun pretended to be a charlatan. "Actually, I am also a Yanhuang person and I still have some feelings for the Tang dynasty. I also hate these barbarians burning, killing and looting. However, as a pure cultivator, I cannot start a massacre in the secular world and disrupt the will of heaven. That's why I came up with the idea of capturing the leader first. It's just a piece of cake, so don't worry about it." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Killing people indiscriminately would disrupt the destiny. This seemed to be very metaphysical. Was it advising us not to kill people indiscriminately? The Tang dynasty was indeed won through fighting. Even Li Shaiman ascended to the throne by killing his own brothers. Li Shiman also interpreted Zhang Jianzhan's words over and over again, wondering if Yuan Tiangang could come and discuss something with him. At this time, Chang Sun Wuji said, "I remember you mentioned on the city wall that you like to collect antiques. I wonder which antiques you are interested in and how to exchange them." Zhang Jianzhan was shocked as he finally got to the point. Although he had the identification skills, he could only identify time, and he still didn't know what the specific object was. The things in the hands of these big guys are naturally awesome. Unofficial history records that Emperor Taizong of Tang had Wang Zizi's Lanting preface, which was later passed on to Li Ji, and Li Ji gave it to Wu Zetian. Finally, its whereabouts are unknown in the hands of Wu Zetian. Many people speculate that the Lanting preface was buried with her in Qianling Mausoleum, but for many reasons, no one has touched Qianling Mausoleum so far. Qianling Mausoleum is a completely vacuum mausoleum and is also the most solid mausoleum in the world. Half of the mountain has been dug away, but Qianling Mausoleum still stands firm. What interests the world most is the top-level national treasure, Lanting preface. According to historical records, Li Shiman's will stated that the Lanting preface was to be placed under his head. This means that this treasure should be in Zhaoling Mausoleum, not Qianling Mausoleum. However, when Tao, the governor of Yeazhu in the Five Dynasties, robbed Zhaoling, but there was no Lanting preface on the list of unearthed treasures he wrote. So it is very likely that the Lanting preface is hidden in Qianling. There has long been a folk rumor in the Qianling Mausoleum area that the Lanting preface was buried with Wu Zetian. No matter which mausoleum he is in, Li Shiman is right in front of him, and the original copy of Lanting preface is his first target. After searching his memory, Zhang Jianzhan smiled and said, "I wonder if you need 5,000 kilograms of grain per mu, or a good medicine to treat your terminal illness." Of course, every transaction for good medicine meets my expectations. I can treat any difficult and complicated disease with a single shot, and I can save the grain for myself to solve the food shortage problem in the Tang dynasty. The weight of grain in the Tang dynasty was calculated in Dan, which was equivalent to 53 kilograms today. The people called Dan a hu, and 1 hu was equal to 10 do. Historical records vary, but the differences are not significant. Zhang Jianzhan naturally spoke according to the conversion. After hearing this, Li Shiman couldn't help but stand up from above. This grain yield per mu was simply unheard of. Agriculture in the Tang dynasty was still in the period of co-cultivation of millet and rice, and the staple food was still mainly millet. They were already beaming with joy when they heard the yield per mu was 200 or 300 kilograms, but how could they not be shocked when they heard it was 5,000 kilograms? Even the big guys below could not sit still. Oh my god, if the young man in front of me wasn't an immortal master, I would have started scolding him a long time ago. Li Shiman was so excited that his breathing became rapid and his face flushed. As an emperor, he knew too well the importance of food. If there were so much food, wouldn't the people of the world be grateful? He was still wary of the aristocratic families. If he promoted this crop, he would surely become an emperor throughout the ages. The scandal of him killing his brother to gain power can also be covered up. The more Li Shiman thought about it, the more excited he became. He paced back and forth above the main house to relieve his excitement. The Tang dynasty was still suffering too much. The treasury was empty and there was no money or food. If we have food, the border issue will no longer be a problem. The food and fodder will be sent before the army moves. As long as we have food, we will have plenty of soldiers. This wise ruler of the Tang dynasty began to fall into excitement and couldn't extricate himself. The extremely fiery look in his eyes made Zhang Jianzhan feel a little numb. Although Zhang Jianzhan wanted to write the Lanting preface out of selfish motives, he also wanted to do some good for this era. If he spread potatoes to the world, how many people would be saved? Merit may sound illusory, but it is also the best way to eliminate the karma brought about by killing too many people. After all, Zhang Jianzhan has killed quite a few people since he came here through time. Just like the big bosses in later generations will do charity after they become successful, the rise of one person requires the fall of countless opponents. To put it nicely, it's giving back to society. In fact, it means spending money to avoid disaster. They also know that the eyes above say fat pigs will be killed, and the rise of capital has always been a bloody road from ancient times to the present. Lanting preface. This sacred object in the eyes of the Chinese people. Her mysterious veil is about to be unveiled. Li Shiman paced back and forth for several times before finally coming back to his senses from his excitement. Zhang Sun Wuji and several other civil officials also had flushed faces. If what the immortal said was true, why worry about the prosperity of the Tang dynasty? It was no exaggeration to say that this was a sign of good fortune from heaven. Everyone's eyes shone with passion. If only their own people could sow this kind of crop, wouldn't it be a blessing? Fang Xianling, the famous prime minister of the Tang dynasty, could no longer sit still and asked, "I wonder what kind of environment the high-yield crops you mentioned can grow in, what kind of areas they can be planted in, and what are the soil requirements?" Zhang Jianzhan glanced at Fang Xianling in the lower right corner. This prime minister who left a significant mark in the history of the Tang dynasty was no more than 40 years old at this time, with bright and piercing eyes. The lines on his face were soft and elegant, his nose was high and his forehead was full. He had 3 long strands of beard on his chin. He was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a royal blue robe with a milky white jade pendant hanging from his waist. From head to toe, he appears gentle and elegant with extraordinary bearing, and his appearance is much better than Chang Soon-wooji. When everyone heard Fang Suanling's words, they all looked at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "My crops can be planted in all regions, from north to south. According to your calendar, they can be planted from mid-March to the end of April. The soil quality is not very demanding, as long as it is not saline alkali land. If conditions permit, you can apply some plant fertilizer according to your current area. Even if the soil is not good, we can still produce 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms." When everyone heard this, the light in their eyes became even brighter. This thing can be grown all over the country, it is simply a treasure. In this era, there are already grains, but they cannot be exported to the south and therefore cannot be popularized. Especially since the grain yield is so high, it is too frightening. Even if the minimum yield per mu is 2,000 kilograms, people will not starve to death in the Tang dynasty. No matter whether it tastes good or not, who cares when you are hungry? At this time, Chang Soon-wooji suppressed his excitement and said, "I wonder how many of these grain seeds you have and how to exchange them." Li Shiman was sitting there, staring at Zhang Jianjun nervously, fearing that he would ask for some strange things. This was the first time he had done business with an immortal. He even had the idea of changing to some elixir of life. Which emperor doesn't want to live forever? Even the greatest emperor of all time, Ying Zheng, searched for the elixir of life. Zhang Jianjun then repeated the potato planting methods and precautions he had found on the internet and said with a smile, "I can give you the seeds for the initial 100 mu of land, which is about 20,000 kilograms. Then you can cultivate it yourself for a few years and basically promote it nationwide." After saying that, he paused and looked at everyone's expressions. Zhang Jianjun smiled in the face of everyone's expectant eyes. Then he said, "I prefer to study various types of calligraphy and antiques. I heard that Wang Zizi's calligraphy is unique and I yearn for it. The Lanting preface is the main purpose of my exchange this time. If you are willing to sacrifice this for the benefit of the people of the world, then this high-yield grain seed will be yours." After hearing this, Li Shiman almost threw away the tea in his hand. In this era, there was no green tea and people drank boiled tea with a lot of strange condiments. Zhang Jianjun couldn't drink the greasy taste. Li Shiman thought that if he couldn't beat you, he would have cursed you. He planned to carry this thing with him for 100 years. He was also a calligraphy fanatic and his flying white style was also quite good. Of course, I know the artistic value of Lanting preface. The civil officials below gasped when they heard this. This was half the cost of the emperor's life. They were all close ministers of Li Shiman and naturally knew the emperor's hobbies. Li Er loved calligraphy and even showed it off when they were discussing things in the study room at the back. At this time, several palace maids came up with trays in their hands and began to serve dishes. Wine and meat were already placed on the low table, but they were just chicken, duck, fish, and goose. There was no delicacies from land and sea as imagined, not even pork or beef. The laws of the Tang dynasty explicitly prohibited the slaughter of working oxen, and scholars would not eat dog meat, believing that dogs were creatures that ate dirty things. At this time, pork was not castrated, and the fishy smell was so strong that it was inedible, so pork was only eaten by tenant farmers in the countryside. Zhang Jianjun took out a jar of white wine from the space. He was not used to drinking the turbid wine of the Tang dynasty. Looking at Li Shiman who was in deep thought on the low table, he felt happy. As long as Li Shiman had the Lanting preface, he would definitely take it out for exchange. After all, Li Shiman was a wise ruler and it was impossible for him to give up the temptation of food. Any wise ruler can understand the difference between toys and the stability of the entire country. Du Ruowai, who had been silent all this time, stood up and spoke loudly. "Your Majesty, although the Lanting preface is a priceless treasure, it is only a collection item. The common people of the world are the foundation of the country. I implore your Majesty to put the people of the world first." Li Shiman couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing this. Damn, it's not yours, so of course you don't feel sorry for it, but what he said was so righteous that he would have to exchange it even if Lao Du didn't say it. He sighed in his heart but his face was full of smiles. K. Ming is worthy of being a loyal minister of the Tang dynasty. He cares deeply about the people of the world. Please sit down first. In fact, I am also thinking the same thing. I will do as you said, but can you give me a little more of the seed? I am also extremely anxious, hoping that the people of the Tang dynasty will soon be free from hunger and suffering from famine. After hearing this, Zhang Jianjun was overjoyed and his heart was beating violently. The Lanting preface was indeed in Li Shiman's hands. Can you imagine that potatoes can be exchanged for the Lanting preface? He didn't care about Li Shiman asking for more seeds. The potatoes in his own space were piled up like a mountain and he was worried that he couldn't sell them. Zhang Jianjun quickly put on an expression of admiration and spoke. Your Majesty is indeed worthy of being a wise ruler. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Treating the people with kindness is the true blessing. Therefore, I cannot be petty. I will increase the amount of seeds to 100,000 kilograms for you and the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Shaiman was also very happy after hearing this. The amount of 100,000 kilograms of seeds increased several times at once, and the reluctance in his heart instantly disappeared. After receiving praise from an immortal, the business was really worthwhile. The civil officials below were all very happy because they all served the emperor well. The more stable the Li Tang dynasty is, the greater the benefits to their family will be. The more seeds there are, the more they can get a share. There is a different light flashing in everyone's eyes. The scene immediately became lively. Several scholars began to raise their glasses from a distance, calculating in their hearts what benefits they could gain from the immortal this time. The temptation of immortality is too great. Even if immortality is not possible, a medicine that can cure all diseases would be great. Li Shaiman looked at the wine jar on Zhang Jianjun's low table with a little envy. Ever since he drank the white wine in this jar on the top of the city wall, the muddy wine in the cup had no taste at all. Zhang Jianjun knew Li Er's every move with his spiritual sense. Another idea came to my mind secretly. It's not enough to have the Lanting preface. It would be a pity if the four great calligraphers of the early Tang dynasty didn't make a contribution. Xu Suliang, Yu Xinan, Wang Sun, Shuiji, and others are collectively known as the four masters of the early Tang dynasty. The original works of any of them in later generations would be sold at sky-high prices. It's a pity that the painting Saint Wu Deizai had not yet been born, otherwise it would have been even more perfect. Wu Deizai lived from 680 to 759 AD. It was more than 40 years later that Wu Deizai appeared. In order to avoid having too many dreams at night, Zhang Jianjun had 5 wine bottles in his hand, and an idea appeared on the low table for 4 people. The king and his ministers were also surprised when they saw the wine bottle on the table. This time, Zhang Jianjun deliberately put the Zhaifang wine bottle there. Glass. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, I know the Tang dynasty's treasury is empty. I have 2 formulas that will definitely fill your pockets quickly and free you from the constraints of the aristocratic families. You, the monarch, and your subjects can jointly manage the business by participating in the business. The specific implementation is up to you. As long as you keep the formula confidential, you won't have to worry about not having military pay. Li Shaiman stood up again in a flash. The expressions of the civil officials below also changed. A Tang dynasty transaction officially begins. There was a mistake in the last chapter, and several chapters were skipped. Today is only the 200th chapter. It has been revised and will not affect the reading. The content is not confusing, only the number has skipped 8 chapters. The king and his ministers listened to Zhang Jianjun's explanation with curiosity. When they learned that Zhang Jianjun wanted to use the formula of white wine and glass to exchange for treasures, their eyes turned green. Officially, court officials are not allowed to engage in business, but every family has its own business, and they naturally know how high the profits from this kind of monopoly are. Take colored glass for example. It was only available to merchants from the western regions who came to the Tang dynasty. Because of its rarity, colored glass was so expensive that it was basically as expensive as gold. Only wealthy families could own a few colored glass cups and colored glass lamps. The emperor and his 4 ministers were so surprised when they saw the wine bottle on the table. The whole bottle was so smooth and shiny that it could not be found even in Li Shaiman's treasure house. The glass fired in this era was easily prone to bubbles and small spots because the temperature was not properly controlled. Naturally, it cannot be compared with that of later generations. Zhang Jianjun felt very happy when he saw the expressions of the 4 people constantly changing. These formulas that can be easily searched in later generations are almost black technology in this world. Li Shaiman picked up the bottle, poured a glass of white wine and took a sip. Feeling the mellow taste of the wine in his mouth, his mind was working frantically. That's right, he has already started distributing the benefits. It is impossible for the Li family alone to push it out. There is a saying of 5 surnames and 7 families in the Tang dynasty. They are all huge behemoths that basically monopolize the country's lifeline. The King Yi Kui family, which ranked first, didn't even take the imperial dynasty seriously. The second was another branch of the Kui family, the Boling Kui family. The Longzi Li family ranked third because they were the emperor. The key point is that the Li family is not very friendly to their branch. Li Shaiman's eyes lit up when he thought of Chang Yaojin. Why had Chang Yaojin been able to prosper for several generations? It was because his wife was Kui of King He. It is reasonable to let the generals sell wine and glass openly. It can also allow the Kui family to get closer to the dynasty without worrying about economic suppression from other families. It is perfect to win over his closest ministers by sharing some of the profits. No wonder the gentleman said that it could solve the troubles of the aristocratic families. This move is to cut off the source of the problem and break the monopoly economy. In a word, it is absolute. With food and money, why worry about the prosperity of the Tang dynasty? Why should we be afraid of the aristocratic families? Zhang Jianjun didn't expect that Li Shimon would have so many imaginations. After thinking it over, Li Shimon asked excitedly, "Sir, what do you intend to exchange these two secret recipes for? Any specific items or antiques?" Several civil officials also stared at Zhang Jianjun with twinkling eyes. They naturally understood the horror of monopoly. Zhang Jianjun smiled and said, "I think you may have already understood the value of these two formulas. It's no exaggeration to say that they are priceless and they are the kind that can continue to develop. In addition to collecting calligraphy and paintings, I also like jade. I heard there's a Heshibai from the Warring States period that's quite famous. I wonder if you guys can part with it." The four of them, the king and his ministers, couldn't help but eyelids twitch. They were still looking for the Heshibai, especially the Li family, who had been looking for things made of the Heshibai. Several civil officials were wondering, this immortal had just said that he had no interest in the throne. Was he pretending to be ignorant, or was there something else going on? Li Shimon smiled bitterly and said, "Sir, don't you know that the Heshibai has been made into the imperial seal by the Emperor of Qin? My father, Emperor Li Yuan, has been searching for the whereabouts of the imperial seal, but until now, there has been no news at all." Zhang Jianjun felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, and then began to search for the imperial seal in his mind. A memory came flooding back to my mind. In 630 AD, Li Jing led his army to attack the Turks. In the same year, Empress Xiao and Yang Zhendao, grandson of Emperor Yang of Sui, betrayed the Turks and returned to the Central Plains. The imperial seal was returned to Li Tang, and Emperor Taizong was very pleased. Oh my god. It turns out that the imperial seal is still in the hands of Yang Guang's grandson Yang Zhendao. Is it true that the Heshibai was polished into the imperial seal by Qin Shi Huang? The imperial seal disappeared completely during the later Tang dynasty and the 5 dynasties in 10 kingdoms period. Zhang Jianjun's eyes almost glowed green. If time was enough, he would have gone to find Yang Zhendao. Of course, this is just wishful thinking, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now he himself is not very clear about the place names, let alone Yang Zhendao, who is still in the western regions. It is now 626, which means that in 4 years it will be 630, and the imperial seal will return to the hands of Emperor Li Shimon of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jianjun laughed heartily. "Your Majesty, please forgive me for laughing. No wonder I was confused when calculating the Heshibai. I didn't expect it to be made into the imperial seal. I have no interest in the imperial seal, but I can figure out who has it." Li Shimon really couldn't sit still anymore and stood up again. The expressions on the faces of the other civil servants were also varied. An emperor without the imperial seal is like a fake, as they know too well the position of the seal in the minds of others. Li Shimon asked with a trembling voice, "Sir, are you serious?" Zhang Jianjun spoke with an unfathomable look. "Since you are so true to your word, Your Majesty, do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you?" When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. An immortal would not deceive a mortal. Zhang Jianjun continued with a smile, "I've also said that a gentleman should acquire wealth in a proper way. With my skills, it's easy for me to get any antiques. For the next 2 formulas, I need calligraphy and paintings by Chu Suliang, Yan Liben, Wiang Sun, and others. I don't care how you get them. As long as the deal makes me feel good, I will tell you who holds the imperial seal next. However, the imperial seal also requires something in exchange. This is also the condition for unlocking the imperial seal, and the starting point of our sincere transaction. Tomorrow morning, I hope you can bring the landing preface as early as possible, and also bring carriages and horses to bring potatoes and grain seeds. 100,000 jin is not a small amount after all. I will put it in the open space outside the garden so that you can move it. Also, if you big guys need to trade anything, you can come to me. I guess I won't be here for a few days, so hurry up. Don't bring insignificant items to me, or fake things to fool me. It will be very embarrassing. Since honesty is paramount in any transaction, I also believe that you will be honest. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this opportunity too." When the king and his ministers heard what Zhang Jianjun said, they all felt itchy in their hearts, but they didn't dare to ask directly if they could trade for the elixir of immortality. Even if the elixir cannot be traded, the immortal must have a lot of good things in his hands. In particular, Li Shimon was completely fascinated by the 4 words imperial seal. If it weren't for the purpose of maintaining the emperor's dignity, he now wanted to go back and bring the 4 old men to the back study to start creating, and then take out all the paintings hanging in their house. They all started to figure out how to maximize their benefits. Zhang Jianjun didn't care what they were thinking and started drinking by himself. He started to show off naturally in order to make the negotiations go smoothly. The identity of an immortal would save him a lot of trouble. The harvest this time is destined to be huge, not to mention the issues of one's own cultivation and the expansion of space. A copy of Landing Preface should be worth the return ticket this time. Although Zhang Jianjun appears calm and unmoved, he is actually extremely excited in his heart. Li Shaiman woke up from his daze and started talking and laughing with everyone and raising his glass frequently. The enthusiasm on the scene seemed to be ignited again. Seems like a good atmosphere. In fact, their hearts have already flown back home.